I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the International WIldcard Qualifiers day number 5, where we are quickly closing in to see which top 4 teams are going to make that playoff spot with a potential for Worlds. My name is Max Rogi for Foglia. Joining me on the desk today is Jake, Spawn Tiberi, and Spawn. Yesterday, we had a few very interesting things, namely Saigon Jokers pulling out a lane swap against Albus Nox Luna.
Yeah, that was interesting, right? They let the brand through. They try and go into a lane swap and defend the turret with the jungler. It gets them in a reasonably good position, I think it's fair to say, but ultimately they don't win the game. So once again, just ban the damn brand because he's so good at the moment, especially in Lacrit's hands. So I think that, you know, that was an option coming in. Raz has always been a massive fan of the potential of defending these turrets, but I think it's not a good idea.
No, I think you're right on hit the nail on the head with that one, because why not? Yeah, you're right. Just take the brand away, because they tried to do something a little bit fancy here, let it through. But in the end of the day, I'm sure it did just as much damage, if not more, than everyone else on that team.
Yeah, and the other thing, right? You're just giving 2 people a free laning phase. I mean, when you're able to be pushed underneath the turret, you're just giving Brand all the liquid income that he needs. And they still got towards the mid-game team fighting that, you know, that's where he takes over. And watching Brand shred through tanks really is kind of frustrating. I mean, that passive just does so much percentage health damage, and he has such an efficient build. So really did like what they were bringing out there. I think that it's a good pickup. Once again, I'm in full support of it, as long as you can play towards it. And it looks like Anox is certainly a team that can do that. So I think that you now have to get rid of it.
Look, I think you're exactly right. Teams are still struggling to find an answer for what Albus Nox are bringing to the table. But a team that people did find an answer for seems to be Dark Passage. They went on a big 2-0 day with that Fiora kind of leading the charge and going up against INTZ yesterday. That once a Fiora gets banned away from them, they kind of seemed lost without an idea.
Yeah, that's a big thing, right? You know, Correa was on trying to counter jungle and counter gank a little bit. I think there was a lot of scaling coming out of Dark Passage that game, and INTZ just run over the top of it, and really isn't a contest. Of course, Fiora ban, you know, they have a better 1-4 because they pick up the Trundle in the top lane, INTZ. So I think that was a different game. However, when you have a look at the Dark Passage, they're still looking to rebuild. They're bringing in a new mid laner one more time, so Immortaru going to be playing around Summoner's Rift. So it's an interesting dynamic that they've got going, because, you know, they've already had 2 subs, now they've made a 3rd. Going into a wildcard tournament, that's not a lot of stability, and I think that really has come back to start biting them.
Yeah, we'll have to see how today does for him. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's check out yesterday's results. We can see that Rampage took it to KMV on the Rift in our first day of the game. Then Lyon game versus Chiefs, a very heated matchup. But in the end, Lyon still remain at that undefeated 5-0 top of the ladder spot. Albus Nox taking on KMV, a very handly game for them. They got that Bard for the first time. We saw it in action. Then INTZ took it to the Rift on Dark Passage, banning away that Fiora. DP didn't look too good. Then ANX, despite getting lane swapped against something they may not have been expecting, they still took it out over the Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, and I think the other team that you have to talk about is Lyon. They took down the Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs said they thought this was going to be an easy game. I think that they were made to eat those words a little bit. Chiefs got a really good draft, but not a lot of hard CC, and Lyon played around that very well. I mean, they set up around Baron incredibly well. They were able to bait out multiple objectives. They had always that 6th man in the bottom minion wave kind of working for them. And I think that, you know, the fact that they were able to get these deep flanks on Trundle, champion that if you do get behind enemy lines, able to really start taking down those squishies, can do just a terrific job of it. Put the Chiefs in a little bit of an awkward situation. They wanted to run forward because no CC means that the Vlad has to be you're engaged with the Shen. You need a double speed up to get him in there, and then as soon as Trundle appears on, you know, either your jungler or your AD carry, you're kind of stuffed in that regard. So I really like the way Lyon played that game. And, you know, even though it's against Oceania's Chiefs, you know, the loss hurts. When you have a look at it, I think the Chiefs would actually take a lot away from that loss and learn a lot from what was a really classy Lyon lineup. White Lotus so far has been the player of the tournament. The man's an absolute freak show, and I think that, you know, young AD carry and Ray is watching someone that's been around for multiple years in the wildcard scene is going to really have to take some notes off him, because he's just having such a stellar tournament.
Look, that's a perfect way to put it. And the thing I love most about this Lyon roster is you mentioned White Lotus. He's really been the star of the show, but every single player on that roster has stepped up when needed be. Like looking back at day number 1 or day number 2 when Arce got the double kill on the Tahm Kench, Jarrell going off on the Nah, you name it, these guys have done it.
Yeah, and Jarrell used to be a little bit of a weak link at the wildcard tournaments. I know he's always been quite good domestically, but, you know, he used to get picked on. But, you know, when you have a look at their jungler is also very good in Odeon, you know, Saya in the mid lane. I think they have a good top to bottom team. I think that, you know, they can play towards any of their roles, and White Lotus and Saya have been the ones stepping up, but you're right, Jarrell can do it at the moment. So I really do think they're the team to beat now. In saying that, I really want the rematch in the semi-finals of of, Oceania versus Lyon, because I think that would just be incredibly fun to watch. There's already a little bit of a rivalry there.
Look, and it just makes the games even more exciting. We're going to have a look at the current standings on the ladder right now. As you can see, Lyon up on the top 5-0, completely undefeated. Then ANX sitting on that 4-1. INTZ, Chiefs, and Dark Passage all at that third place, currently on 3-2. Rampage coming up first of the day, number 6, 2-3, looking for a win to tie that score up. Then Saigon Jokers and KMV, unfortunately, at the bottom of the table, sitting on 4-0, 0-4, and 0-6, respectively.
Yeah, and the Chiefs versus Dark Passage is going to be today, so that's a kind of double win for either of those teams. I mean, a win for you, a loss for the enemy. If the Chiefs are able to pick that one up, it will mean that everyone above them pretty much has beaten them. Everyone below them they have beaten, so it kind of locks them into that 3rd or 4th place spot, in saying that Dark Passage really do need to hit back and get another win on the board. Rampage in a weird position because they're going up against Lyon and then Oceania's Chiefs. Oof. So if they win both those games, they will probably at least get into a tiebreak situation and kind of prove that they deserve to be in the finals, because, if you are able to beat the undefeated team in game number 1 and then the current 3rd place team in game number 2, that is only going to be good news for you. So we'll have a look at how they go, because Rampage, they're the team that was hyped up coming into this. A little bit of nerves, I think, earlier on in the tournament. They have beaten the 2 teams below them, which is kind of what you have to do. Yep. But now, next 2 games, you have to prove that your finals worthy.
Look, and they showed some great things. They busted out the Lee Sin in that game number 1, and I'm really hoping to see it return, because Tussel's other champions that he played, the Hecarim, it wasn't that great. They tried like a little Hecarim Nami cheese with the movement speed, and it didn't just work out for them. So I want to see them. It feels like they're just struggling to find their identity a little bit. And I feel like they need to go back to those roots that really got them those wins.
Yeah, and it's really weird, because when you have scaling lanes, you kind of pick an aggressive jungler to keep them in it. They did the opposite. They had a scaling jungler, so they picked really aggressive lanes and tried to give Tussle space, but it just didn't work, because in the mid game, they kept getting collapsed on. The Nami was pretty much fish food the whole time, so I really don't... Yeah, I thought that comp, in theory, it's one of those comps on paper where you're like, this could work, and then it gets in game and you're like, this is god-awful.
Well, we're going to have a look at the schedule for day number 5 and see what epic games we got ahead of us. We got Lyon taking on Rampage. So we're going to see if Rampage can actually bounce back from a little bit of a lackluster performance as of late. But Lyon 5-0, they're there for a reason. It's going to be a hard-fought battle. Then we got a massive title fight. INTZ taking on Albus Nox, Luna. Both of these guys coming off huge wins as of yesterday. So looking to carry some of that momentum into today. Then KMV versus Saigon Jokers. Both these guys sitting on 0 wins actually. So finally, they're going to get a win under their belt at the IWCQ. Then we see Dark Passage versus Chiefs. You mentioned such an important match. Both these guys sitting on 3-2. So kind of a make or break moment for either of these teams. And then Saigon Jokers once again up against INTZ. A very hard-fought battle.
I think INTZ actually have a really hard day ahead of them, because, Albus Nox, they play a weird tempo game. Yeah. They are very much in your face as soon as they get any of that advantage. And then to go up against Saigon Jokers, I think it was one of the Chiefs members, they were like, it's like a robber's in your house, and he could be behind any door, because they just take all vision away from you, and then they just try and repetitively set up ganks. And they did incredibly well against the Chiefs. They've done it incredibly well against a couple of other teams. So, Saigon Jokers, I really do think that they're better than their scoreline currently says they are. And we'll see whether that, the increased tempo gets to INTZ, because if they fall behind in both these early games, it's going to be hard to climb back into.
Look, I completely agree with you on that note, because every single one of their games has been so close and so competitive that when you see them down there without a win, you kind of scratch your head and think, surely they should have picked one up by now, but everything just seems to go wrong for them past that 30-minute mark.
Well, the problem is if you keep taking team fight, you give the enemy an opportunity to get back in. You might get an advantage, but you're giving one back, and they're very back and forward games. So I do think that that's what it comes down to. If they maybe get a small advantage, then, just slow the tempo down, rotate around the map. It's not really what we're used to out of Southeast Asia. We are used to very bloody games, but you feel at some point they need to try something different.
Look, we'll have to see how they perform later on in the day, but our game number 1, it will be the undefeated Lyon taking on Rampage. Rampage, they haven't been looking too crash hot as of late, but they were able to pick up 2 wins, so you've got to give them credit for that. But they're going up against a complete powerhouse right now. All 5 players of Lyon seem to be absolutely on point, so it's tough to kind of point where Rampage can really attack this roster.
Yeah, I don't think they can attack the roster at all. I think that, it all starts in draft. What you have to do is you have to get the game plan that you want, whether it's 5v5 team fighting or whether it is, heavy counter jungling. But as you go through the roster, I mean, have a look at it. They're just absolute machines there. I mean, Odie, 29.5 KDA, White Lotus 14.5. That's crazy.
It's absolutely nuts. Look at them sitting on 5 wins, 0 losses. Of course, you've got Giral on the top, Say in the mid, and Arce on that support. So these guys, they've been playing out of their mind. But when you have near a 30, like I think he was on, what, 60 just the other day? He's only died maybe 3 times, it feels like.
Yeah, that's really, as I said, that's really something, especially because he plays a lot of initiation.
Yeah,
so
always in on the ground.
It's not like he's playing, I don't know, Elise and they're just running pick comps everywhere. They are playing a lot of Gragas. So I'm really impressed by this lineup. I said it day one, I think, or day two, I love Lyon. I really do appreciate what this team is doing. And Rampage got their tasks set up for them.
Look, they're 2-3 at the moment. Paz in the top, Tussle in the jungle. Want to see him bring back that Lee. Sinroki in the mid lane. Marin and Dara will be rounding out on your supports. You see Dara been playing a lot of those tanks, the Alistair, the Taric, and the Braum. Unfortunately, not working out for him all too much, but it's good to see them picking up the Taric because we have seen it work wonders in some scenarios.
Yeah, we certainly have. And, you know, I want to see them go back to Taric. I want to see them team fight heavily because I think that Lyon is one of those teams that will give you 5v5 team fights if you want them. I mean, they're very confident in their 5v5 team fighting ability. So if Rampage, you know, lock something in along those lines, I'm hoping for more of, you know, a Rek'Sai feel, try and track Odie around the map, get to about the 25-minute mark on relatively even terms, and then try and take it to them around the Baron, around the Dragon, because they go there time and time again. I think that's a way to maybe take it to Lyon, but they've shown that at that game style, they are the best in the business in IWC right now. That's why they are undefeated, but eventually you have to look for those small cracks and see if you can take these team fights off them.
Look, Lyon, Rampage only really have one choice, and it's to go for it. If they are able to take out Lyon, it's going to expel a lot of doubts in their mind. You mentioned if they want a shot at making those playoffs, ultimately they're going to have to beat out these teams, and it has to start with Lyon, because right now 5-0, these guys looking to be the front runners of the entire event. So if Rampage want a shot at making it to Worlds, they've got to beat them. As we jump in to the pick and ban phase, Lyon taking on Rampage.
Yeah, on the other side though, Lyon need to keep winning because, you know, right now they're 5-0, but if they lose a game here, you know, go back to 6-1, lose one more, all of a sudden you're against the second or third team, and you know, you don't want to get ANX, you don't want to get INTZ. Both of those teams are incredibly hungry. Really, 1v4 in Lyon versus the Chiefs is exactly where they want to be. They don't seem worried about the Oceanic squad at all, so it looks like that is going to be our top 4 right now as it stands today, and Lyon need to keep winning to make that happen.
Look, you're exactly right here, and what a better game to do it. They've been looking pretty much impervious all tournament long, so coming up against Rampage, we know that Rampage can offer us some good games. They've had some great ones, they've had some not so great ones, but first game of the day, we'll have to see how they play in Lyon. Instantly picking up that Trundle, they ban away the Rek'Sai, Vladimir, and Gragas on their side. Of course, Rampage took away the Gangplank, Cassio, and the Gnar.
Huh, that's huge. So Trundle, they really don't think that there is an answer to it in the top lane. Trinity Force users generally do well against Trundle, however. So, you know, if you go something like Echo, and you build Trinity Force early, you can generally duel him. Used to see a lot of Sheen Poppy first, back when Trundle was a big pickup.
We'll have to see what Rampage do answer with that one. They go with the Shen, so we have been seeing Shen kind of answer these split push threats and doing a damn good job of it as well. Have to see if Paz is up to the task, because we know Giral, especially in his game against the Chiefs, can constantly get in that backline and be an absolute menace.
Yeah, it certainly can, and you know, I respect this. I think that the way I describe the Chiefs versus Lyon game is Lyon had control the whole time. I'm not making any excuses there. But it really was one team fight from tipping in the Chiefs' favor. One thing they lacked was a hard engage. They couldn't really get onto anyone and blow them up. They had to use the double speed ups to try and get the Vlad Shen into the back line. And that is a weakness. It makes the comp a little bit linear. But if you execute on it well, it also does an incredible job. So I like the fact that Rampage had a look at it. They were like, we like the Shen. The Chief showed that it can work. However, we're going to grab an Alistair. We're going to give it some hard engage, and then see if we can get something similar going.
Packing a punch here for the Rampage squad. We'll have to see what Lyon answer with. They will actually go for the Nidalee jungle as well as the Braum support. So Nidalee kind of a hit-and-miss champion here, especially on paper as well with their spears as well as the results in the tournament so far. So we'll have to see if Oddie, who's been playing phenomenal all tournament long, especially on those hard engaged champions, now into a bit of a burst one.
Yeah, and this would be great because if Oddie can prove that he can play like both sides of the coin, you know, hard engage, also early game farming junglers, that would really give Lyon another string to their bow. interesting game to bring it out against already with such a big front line. I mean, Nidalee historically has struggled against teams with strong front lines. You know, she does get a little bit destroyed by hard engage herself. And if you're just throwing spears into, you know, an Alistair into a Shen, it doesn't do all that much. In saying that, Lion's front line themselves is already pretty formidable.
Definitely, that will see what Rampage can do to kind of shred through there, or maybe some mobility to avoid the spears. But Jin, he's kind of been, oh, there it is, Lee Sin getting locked in. But back to my point, Jin, he's kind of been the main AD carry of this tournament so far. Albus Nox has been having a lot of success on that one, and other teams kind of following suit here. So we'll be seeing that picked up for Marin. But Tussle back on that Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin locked in. However, I'm going to just jump over to the other side. Mustache lane's still open. So, you know, I'm not sure if I like the Jin pick up this early in, because it's not as strong of a lane as what is that, you know, Mustache bottom lane. So Lee Sin, going back to it, matches early game pressure incredibly well versus Nidalee. Now that the Tiamat build exists, does farm equally as well. You know, it's not like Nidalee is going to be able to take multiple blue buffs in this game, is what sometimes you do as a Nidalee if you want to farm up heavy. Vladimir's taken away, so that's not going to be an option. So I really do favor Tussle's chances. It's also really hard to invade Lee Sin, because if he ever catches you, he does 100 to 0 incredibly well. So, you know, all of a sudden Oddie has to be incredibly careful going into Tussle's jungle. But same can be said vice versa.
Well, Tussle did a great job on the Lee Sin in game number 1, ending it, I think, on around 8-2, single-handedly killing the Jin in multiple times. We actually see the Lucian opposed to the Ashe being picked up for White Lotus, but his Lucian has been amazing, to say the least. And also that Lissandra in the mid lane, so a lot of hard CC coming out of that mid lane champion.
Yeah, call them 500 comps. I mean, this is a typical 500 comp. They've got 2 big frontliners, and they've got 3 carries at a kind of 500 range, where if you play within the 500 range, they do so much damage, and because there's 3 melees already, that is going to be a good thing. In saying that, this would be a fantastic pickup against such a comp, because there is no way to really shut down what Syndra brings. And just so much damage. And also the CC. Now that you can throw out 3 balls, it's really important to note how well Roki can do in this game if he plays well. And one more time, it looks like they're running a team fight into Lyon. Teams seem to think that this is their weakness. Obviously, we don't have the same access to scrim results as they do, but multiple teams running it into them, it looks to be the case. A little bit better of a 1-3-1 out of Lyon, you have to say.
Sure.
But as far as 4-1 goes, you know, Rampage can match them and the team fight will be there.
To see if they can actually make that Syndra work. Very strong champion. A lot of burst potential. And you mentioned that huge stun from range where we got the match up. It's going to be White Lotus taking on Marin. And looking at that KDA, heavily stacked in the favor of White Lotus. He's been doing an impeccable job, especially on champions like the Lucian with that added mobility. And his positioning is already incredible. Just being able to reposition, it seems there's really no weaknesses to this guy's playstyle.
Yeah, there certainly isn't. I mean, White Lotus, as I said, he's really stepped up. He's doing great things. I actually would have given it over to Tussle or Roki. I think that they're the 2 keys right now. Marin is a good player in his own right, don't get me wrong, but he just needs to survive the lane. Let Tussle do his job. Let Roki get a little bit snowballed. Because at the end of the day, if you're a Jin, if 4 balls go out from the Syndra, you're not going to live through the burst combo anyway. So I don't think it's up to Marin to really stop that man. And Arce needs to be on point on Braum if anyone is going to live through these team fights.
Look, I'm just predicting that Syndra Ultimate coming out being completely blocked away from the Braum, and Broken Hearts and Shattered Dreams coming out from Roki here. So, like you said, that Brom's going to be a huge part of the team, whether or not he can make or break defend any lives. That so much damage coming out. Tussle can get in the backline with maybe one Dragon Rage, completely disrupt the fight. But you said this Lion squad, people seem to be picking team fights into them, so they must know something that we don't. But they do have that very strong 1-3-1, as you said. They've undefeated. They've got a very strong sense of mind. They're never getting cocky or overconfident. You heard in the interview, they still treat every game like they are the underdogs and that they have to try their absolute hardest to win this.
Yeah, I mean, they went 1-6 last wildcards. There's now 5-0. They're definitely a team that has been on both ends of the IWCQ. And watching them treat the tournament really seriously and with a lot of respect, I'm enjoying it a lot. In saying that, Rampage is the first time that that they've represented Japan. Of course, Dead FM all the times previously. And they're looking to really push for it. Dead FM weren't really able to get it going in any of their runs. So Rampage, they want to make a name for themselves. They want to have some international success.
Rampage are coming off a win from yesterday, so it's going to be on them to carry that momentum over. It was a first game as well, so see if they are up and awake bright and early, ready to play, because they got a very tough game ahead of them.
There are a couple of mean beards on the Lyon lineup.
I'll agree with that one.
I like them. I'm not going to lie. Maybe I'm a little bit biased in this regard, but
maybe. Got quite a mean beard yourself, Spawn.
I wish it would go. But, they're doing a great job there in that department. Want to have a look at the comps again, just a little bit, because there really is... Alistair and Lee Sin are the only two forms of really hard engage, and Lee Sin's so conditional. Just looking over at how they need to execute on this one, Rampage, Dara needs to be able to get onto the back line somehow with Paz. And when I look down the lineup, that is incredibly hard against a Lucian, against a Lissandra. So watch for that as this game progresses.
We're going to have to see if Syndra can get out those long-range stuns. We're jumping into game number 1 of day number 5 of the International WIldcard Qualifiers. Lyon Gaming currently 5-0 undefeated, looking to take out Rampage and add another notch to their belt.
Yeah, there certainly are. 2 Strength of the Ages junglers coming out, as Arce nearly gets face-checked by 3 members. But we're all good. Mountain Drake first up. And an SKT skin running around Summoner's Rift.
I've seen a few of them, the Kalista and the Alistar, making an appearance in this tournament so far. So always good to see these guys are being a little bit fancy here, but I really want to see how Oddie plays this in Italy, because we've seen him on these tanks, these initiation junglers, and this is so far from that. So I want to see his pathing. I want to see where he places himself in this early game, if he can really make Tussle punished.
Yeah, that's really the question, right? How much work can Italy get done? I always say she can farm healthy or she can farm fast. And in the past, we've seen a lot of fast farming Nidalees. Start the spear, get the Gromp going, move on to the blue buff, go straight to Raptors and red, and just, put the jungle on power farm. And it looks like double camp starts here as well. So we've seen this a lot. Just, battle lines drawn up on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, people respecting that double the melee supports no range coming out here. So usually see the harass when there's either a Karma or a Bard supporting that AD carry. So they will be just going back to lane with getting that early level 2 Oddie. Getting Spear second to ensure he gets a nice fast clear tussle. Starting red buff, actually.
Yeah, starting red buff is a little bit unique. I mean, you can't get a topside level 3 gank. Looks like he wants to invade or go for an early kill in the mid lane. He's already in. Show me the mid lane.
There it is, first blood, immediately Tussle comes up clutch. Shame we missed out on that one, but I'm going to guess Syndra maybe hit a nice stun and Tussle straight on the
No, not at all. I don't think. He didn't have level 2. I mean, that was just a level 1 gank there. So he comes in level 2, W's to a ward, gets 2 auto attacks down, and then nails the Q. I mean, you don't really want to flash away from Lee Sin that early, so I can understand why the flash was held. And that's just a really unique gank path coming out of Tussle. He also burnt his flash as well, so is worth it, because now that is a repeat gank. Can definitely get in there and get another one down.
Already in the bot lane, Arce forced to use all of his potions, actually.
All right, let's take another look at it. So Lissandra pushed up. That's what you have to do. W's in. All right, flashes after, gets the execute. Really nicely done. That's actually perfect setup there from the Lee Sin. Only flashed after the first flash had come out. He has picked up a trackers. This means he's ganking early. If you don't go with the trackers, if you go with the Tiamat, you have to farm because you don't have enough wards to really ward up the jungle and gank at the same time. But when you go with the trackers knives, that means you can repetitively get into lanes with that gap close on your W, pretty much guarantee some kills if flash is not available.
Look, Rampage, they seem really confident on this Lee Sin. They know what types of plays they want to make, getting straight from red to mid, now getting that trackers. I really want to see where he chooses to gank next. All the lanes seem to be doing relatively well on the side of Lyon, though, except for maybe that top missing out on a few CS, but Tussle just taking away his Raptor camps, going to be having that true vision now, smiting it, so should be able to get into a lane for free soon.
Yeah, you can see that he's actually going with a heavy gank path. He's smiting Raptors every opportunity, wants to be able to get in there. Lanes are reversing and being pushed in. This is going to be a counter gank opportunity, however, mid lane for Oddie. Here we go.
Oh, Roki just gets obliterated. The takedown goes through the flash, and he stayed way past his welcome there.
Yeah, he certainly did. And all of a sudden, Oddie looking for a camp here. Tussle has been spotted out. Doesn't need to go pick up all that farm because there is a lot available. That's unfortunate because he was setting up for another gank, but we've said this time and time again that Oddie looks to be one of the better junglers here and really punishing some overextension out of Roki, and Roki now hugely far behind.
Look, so far, both of the junglers making their presence known in that mid lane and getting themselves a kill apiece. Something we're not used to seeing with the current meta. It was usually mid lane was just left completely alone while everyone focused on the other lane. So finally, the mid laners are forced to check their positioning and second guess overextending.
But have a look at this. I mean, sure, first blood went down, but it's already reversed. 200 gold in favor right now of Lyon. It was a little bit bigger, and lanes are pushing back into them. And there's a 7 CS discrepancy in the mid lane, which means that Negatron has been picked up. And now Merrin being stalked out by Nidalee one more time.
Oddie's in a great spot if he's able to hit this spear. Alistair just has to stay by. There is the dash in. Exhaust immediately. The flash comes through. Oddie flashes on top of that. One more auto attack should do it. White Lotus comes in. Actually attacks Dara there. Could be in trouble. Is able to relentlessly pursue in. Gets the kill. And Dara forced to watch. But Oddie already making his mark on the game.
Yeah, certainly is. And you know, that's another time that they kind of thought that Oddie was in the brush and they had a ward available. Just burn the ward instead. They used 3 summoner spells trying to escape. And it amounts to absolutely nothing, Rogi. So at the end of the day, Lyon, one more time, get that early game snowball rolling. This is what the Chief said, is that they're an early game squad, that if you can just survive the early game, you can out-team fight them late. But at the moment, it looks like it's nigh impossible to do. Their early game is just so damn potent behind this superstar jungler.
Look, we have not been giving praise lightly to Oddie. He definitely deserves it, and credit where credit's due, already making 2 very impactful kills mid to bot straight away. And poor Merrin and Roki, unfortunately, the receivers of those deaths. We'll have to see if Dara, spotted out by this pink ward.
I mean, bottom side is completely warded up. That means that Lysandra can just play towards that side of the map. Going to have... Ooh, and a teleport burnt actually top lane out of Jarrell. That's interesting, because generally you don't want to teleport versus the Shen. I mean, he doesn't really demand a teleport anyway, because his push is incredibly poor. But if he teleports back now to match, that's actually in Paz's favor, because he's always going to have the Stand United to be able to take it to the bottom lane one more time.
Have to see what they're planning on here, but straight away a 3-man gank in the mid lane. Roki with no flash available and on a very immobile mage in Syndra. Can't seem to get himself to safety after that one.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to call it early, but at the end of the day, Paz didn't even burn Stand United there. He was just that dead without summoner spells. So this is one of those games that, you know, we said it was going to be hard for Rampage. They got a good composition to be able to take it to them. They got a fantastic start, but just since then, it's all been this Nidalee. And it's going to be a pretty tough ask, honestly, for Rampage to climb back from already about a 1,500 gold deficit.
And you mentioned earlier just how much this Lyon Gaming squad value that vision. Just 3 of them, pinks in inventories, but we're going to have a look at how Roki died here.
Yeah, so another time, I mean, Roki just gets absolutely lit up. Everyone's in the mid lane.
Yeah, there was no hope of surviving that. Lysandra 6, Braum and Nidalee just standing by ready to secure the kill, and has the cleanse, but it wasn't available at the time, so maybe be able to avoid a similar gank in the future.
Yeah, but just needs to play towards the top side of the map. I mean, there is absolutely no vision control on the bottom side. In fact, there's just no vision control at all coming through from Rampage.
Only got 1 pink.
Ooh, this is what I'm talking about. Face checking in it.
Oh, they could be in trouble. There's a Shen ulti coming down. Merrin gets obliterated before it even happens. Paz can't make his way in the fight. Tussle trying to pick up one onto White Lotus, but he gets himself a double kill.
That is an absolute disaster coming out. I mean, it's a 4v3 essentially. Paz lends a shield, but at the end of the day, it does not matter. Now 6-1. Dragon going to be picked up. 3,000 gold, and Lyon just look absolutely unstoppable.
Look, there's a reason these guys are 5-0 at the moment. They're playing on a whole different caliber right now at all different types of speeds, and Rampage just can't seem to keep up. They did a great job of getting themselves that first blood, but since then, Oddie, he's just been running rampant around the map.
Yeah, it certainly has, and you know, we already credited Rampage for putting together the draft they needed. But there's one condition. It's being able to get it through that early game. And it looks like that is not the case at all. And I'm just going to call out Tussle. When the Nidalee is heading towards your bottom lane, let's take another look at this. You take out the Nidalee because there's no way there's going to be enough burst damage, really. I mean, the ultimate should have gone over to Merrin, not over to Dara. But Nidalee should have never made it into that fight because Tussle should have tried to take the 1v1. Lee Sin with the jump should be able to beat out that Nidalee. Instead, just gets absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, things are starting to fall apart here for Rampage. They need to hold it together if they want any chance of beating out this Lion squad who've been doing so well at punishing any early game disadvantages the other teams seem to accrue. But 2-0-3 onto Oddie already. Picked himself up that Hunter's Potion, so he's constantly going to be topped up. You can see that goal difference already on top of him. 700 over his jungle opponent already. 1,000 in that bot lane. Things are going from bad to worse.
Yeah, White Lotus is actually a machine. I mean, he is just playing so incredibly well. When you have a look at how much gold he's ahead, and then, better yet, the items that it is, he hasn't gone boots or anything like that. He's just gone straight for the Yomas. Right now, his raw power is off the chart. And Oddie actually is going to steal away a blue buff here, so it goes from bad to worse for the Syndra player. Now maybe looking for a gank into the top lane as Tussle. But, you know, realistically, that's going to be a hard gank to go for as well. And what the heck? There's already an Executioner's Calling picked up in the top lane. So Paz wants to be able to kill his lane opponent. I mean, big part of Subjugate is the fact that you get the life back. I guess that's one way to counter it.
He really wants to deal with this Trundle. Doesn't think they have an answer for it elsewhere on the map, it seems. So
I wonder if that means it's going to be an aggressive Shen build. I mean, we've talked about it a little bit, but Trinity Force on Shen right now does seem to be pretty efficient, as Merrin just cops half of his health from, you know, a quarter of a culling.
Yeah, he just gets culled down to about nothing. Tussle maybe looking for a back entry into this one. It will get spotted out if he chooses to jump over that wall.
I mean, they've already pinged him out, so that's why they're not pressuring the turret. This is very telegraphed from Tussle. So he's going to have to go back. Doesn't have the flash. If you have the flash and you can go for the big kick, maybe you look for it. But they don't know where Oddie is right now. They've done a great job of pink warding up that side of the jungle. And now, because he is farming out with Deadly Flourish, Merrin's actually just pushing the lane.
Just look how lit up the entire side of Rampage's jungle is, and he takes away the Scuttle Crab with the spear as well.
Yeah, so...
Oh, my lord.
Oddie is definitely putting on another clinic. 2-0-3. It doesn't look like he's in much danger of dying this game either. Currently at 3,000 gold lead, so, you know, Rampage, they're keeping it close. It's only 12 minutes in, however.
Rookie, unfortunately forced to go for those level 2 boots early. Get that magic pen. Of course, on the other side, Say has already completed his Abyssal Scepter, so kind of negates some of that with the extra magic resistance here.
Yeah, and you know, it's not a horrible build path to go for.
Sure.
Magic pen into Morellonomicon. But the problem is he also had to go on Negatron Kate, so, you know, he's going to even extend what is a weak point for a little bit longer. You generally want to go for Morello into something like a Rylai's at the moment on Syndra. Treat her a little bit more like a control mage until you get to the incredibly late game where she turns back into an assassin. Oddie doing another good job of counter jungling right now.
He's making his way on in. A nice ward from Rampage will spot out any further attempts at aggression, but you can see Tussle up in that top side. Paz is there as well, and if they want this Executioner's Calling to pay off, they need to start...
They need to kill him.
Yeah, they need to kill the Trundle, or else it's just a waste of gold.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And you can see that they're maybe looking at it right now. But once again, they know that top side of the jungle right now is controlled by Oddie. If a counter game comes up, then Italy's just going to double kill one more time. So they're a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger on it. Instead, it looks like Paz wants to try and bully. White Lotus is continually freezing up this bottom lane. There's just pressure everywhere. And, you know, Oddie, not one to...
He doesn't like to shy away
favorites. Yeah, he distributes the love evenly, Rogi, which I like to see out of my junglers, right? It's not bottom lane, mid lane. It's, you know, something for everyone.
Look, he can make any gank work, essentially, and trying to make something happen in the top lane, but Paz smells something awry, decides to back on out of that one. No reason to be anywhere overextended. Tussle going to get spotted out once again. Every time he walks into this bot side river, there's no way he's not getting seen by some vision, at least.
Anytime he walks anywhere. I mean, he's
I
going to
know.
start clearing out some wards, but that is such a value pink ward. It's just been there for an incredibly long time. And now they spot him heading back into topside jungle because, you know, they had all the exits warded, so they know exactly where he is right now. Credit to Paz, he's stayed relevant even with a funky build. But at the end of the day, you know, he's still 800 gold behind because of the way he chose to itemize.
It's going to be quite rough. Rampage looking for a way back in this game, but you mentioned that they have that team fight that's really stronger. So do they just farm up, wait for a dragon to come, or can they try and push their advantages elsewhere, Spawn?
I mean, right now they're looking for a pick, maybe some vision denial. Oddie has been spotted out, so that's an option, but he's 2 levels up.
Yeah.
They need to really secure not getting caught for first turret here. There's not really any way in. I mean, you've been spotted already, mate, and that's half your health. And Saya's got the inside track as well, even without the teleport. That's a second spear. And, you know, they're going to have to give up the turret. This is actually horrible news right now for Rampage, because the idea is stay in lanes for as long as you possibly can. Instead, they're just going to take an Infernal Drake right under the noses, and they even burn the alley ult.
Yeah, Marin, Dara rather, forced to use that defensively. Oddie solos himself out the Infernal. Tussle was recalling in vision, so they knew that was completely safe and looking to get themselves that early gold for the bot lane turret. And there's the Marin and Dara lane recalling out of that one. So White Lotus picks himself up a massive pot of gold off that one. And if he wasn't already far ahead, he's going to skyrocket himself even further.
Yeah, he's massive at the moment. I mean, they're 6,000 gold up nearly as a unit. Wow. They haven't camped any of the lanes at all. This is one of those really rough games because I want to say that there are ways that Rampage can get back in and, you know, maybe generate a pick.
Yeah.
If the map opens up, you can have a look at, you know, playing with vision. But at the same time, everything right now that is being done on the map is just being done to a higher level by Lyon. So, you know, unless Rampage really up something in the mid game, they're in a lot of trouble here.
Tussle forced to retreat on out of there. Dara's there as well, just to give him a peace of mind. But all that trouble of putting down those deep wards instantly gets cleared away by Oddie, thanking to that true vision from the Raptor.
And have a look at the blue versus the red in the map. 4 pink wards on the bottom side of the jungle. That's how they secured first turret. And now all of a sudden they're moving it towards the top side of the map. You can see Trundle heading down bottom. Recalls coming out en masse. I mean, they're looking to just rotate White Lotus, who is the strong member right now. I mean, he's pretty much an item and a half ahead of Marin at only 16 minutes in the game. Marin's gone back and just finished up a Yomu, so it's, you know, 1,700 gold difference between the 80 carries right now.
Yeah, this is looking quite rough for the squad of Rampage. Like you said, they need to try and look for some picks or anything really, but everything that Lyon has done, they've done correctly and executed phenomenally, so it's going to be so difficult to find any chink in the armor right now. Roki may be looking for something. He is on that Syndra, and you can never count out the burst damage that a Syndra brings to the team, but once again, another tower down in favor of Lyon. White Lotus and Arce picked that one up.
And Lyon are really ballsy here because, you know, at the same time, they just didn't stop. I mean, they're continuing to push through. Saya's up there. They're looking for a turret dive on the tier 2. Okay, if you don't want to defend the tier 1, that's fine. We'll keep pushing through. We'll actually just go for your tier 2 turret. And you can see that they've pushed up the entirety of it. It's not going to have any deep freezes. Now, all of a sudden, jungle control ceded over to Lyon, and they're just playing this step-by-step picture perfect.
Tussle can't find his way on in, and why would he? Because there are 4 members of Lyon just invading the jungle and taking it down by brute force. They get the side lane towers now, maybe looking for the mid one, but they see a Rift Herald.
Yeah, exactly right. And you just give that one over to Nidalee because she's going to be able to jungle even quicker with it. As I said, there's not really all that much Rampage can do right now, but buckle up.
Saya might be in trouble. Still has the ultimate to keep himself safe should he need. Dodges out the 3rd shot. The 4th one comes through, but a massive attempt by Rampage. A lot of resources expended. That was Stand United as well as Curtain Call, and Saya, no summoners burnt, no ulti burnt, walks on out.
Yeah, that's one of the times that as a Shen, you're like, please interrupt me so I can just stay to farm this wave. But doesn't get interrupted, costs himself a big wave. I mean, Paz was the only one that was really staying even in this. And going even against the Trundle kind of isn't good enough because he does eventually just outscale.
You can see Oddie's picked himself up that Rod of Ages now, so 18 minutes in the game. By 28 minutes will be fully stacked, but that gives him just so much health and mana to play with. And we said this guy likes to be on the front lines of the fight, and what a better item build to go for it. Roki might be in trouble. White Lotus makes it look easy, takes him out.
Yeah, I don't even think there's a might be in there. I mean, White Lotus right now, 4-0-1, 190 CS. He's 50 up at 19 minutes. He's on the clock. Merrin is not, and Roki pays the ultimate price for it. Another turret looking to fall in this mid lane. I mean, he's a full item up, and it's a black cleaver at that. So mid-game build well and truly online right now for White Lotus, and as I said, I don't know if there's a better man to have it.
I'll say trying to find something onto Tussle here. Does get caught out, though. Now, Tussle just completely obliterated by White Lotus. He's doing so much damage right now, but it's a 1 versus 3, and they're going to be running away from him, actually, because here comes Oddie in the back line. He's fine. Marin Gerald's in the back of that one. Marin, he goes down. Dara gets a nice knock-up, goes for the flash over the wall. Sia comes on through, in onto Paz. There's a Glacial Tomb, and there's White Lotus taking out Oddie.
And pretty much a delayed ace at only 19 minutes into the game. They're going to knock down another turret for it. Mid lane also not long for this world. It's an 11,000 gold lead, and this is a one-sided affair.
An absolute whitewash coming through right now. Lyon, they see any structures on the map, they take them with ease. They get that bottom tier 2 mid. Tier 1 looking to already pressure the mid tier 2. White Lotus going to back off after getting himself a lot of gold and a lot of kills, and tower number 3 goes down after that fight. White Lotus picks himself up a Zeal.
And one more time, I said don't be impatient. You don't need to push the tempo of this game, because at the end of the day, you have a little bit of scaling, and that's the last card you can draw upon. But no team comp ever in League of Legends is better at 12,000 gold down at any stage of the game. So right now, Lyon just absolute complete control. They already had the Drakes in their favor. Next mountain's going to spawn in only 20 seconds. And Rampage, yeah, you better ward the Baron, because your back is against the wall.
I was going to say Rampage is the chair in that recall right now, because Lyon are completely knocking them down without a fight. Tussle, he's a stranger in his own jungle, and how could you not be when Oddie's playing phenomenal?
Rift Herald to White Lotus. Okay, well, you know, he's playing really well. Why not? At the moment, he's got a Zeal. He could probably duel anyone 1v1, so, you know, chuck him in a side lane. That's an interesting call, but Oddie doesn't really need it. He's already 40 CS up.
It looks like we'll be getting themselves a third dragon of the game. Will be an extra mountain under their belt. Should help with the inevitable Baron that they could take at their leisure.
I don't even know if they have to take it. I mean, they don't have incredible Baron damage already, so
True.
I think that you just have a look at top lane turret, continue to siege up, look for a turret dive if necessary. I mean, if anything, they'll play with the vision around Baron. They've already done such a good job of vision control. And, you know, these are the things that I like pointing out. How do they get these early game leads? Well, this time around, it was all about knowing where the counter gank was, because you could see how confidently Roki was playing in the mid lane, so they go for the early gank, get that back in the favor of Saya, and then it was about controlling bottom side vision. I mean, even though they're an early game lineup, the way that they set it up very much is through a very good understanding of a game. So that's why I really like this Lyon lineup. They play the game properly. They don't cut corners. They set up their vision control. They don't dive unnecessarily. They wait for you to get impatient and make mistakes. And time again, that has occurred at this IWC tournament. And they've shown that when they are playing their game, they are the best team.
Look, it seems to be an absolute winning recipe for them. Complete understanding of the game and how your opponents play, because Oddie is constantly in the right place at the right time. You mentioned, oh no, mid got killed. We'll just kill mid. Gums bot, get some kills there. Make sure that Gerald, because Paz, he went for that Executioner's Calling, so instantly Gerald's thinking, he's going to try and kill me. They're going to try and dive me. Whereas Oddie's up in the top, taking away the red buff as well, and 3 members of Rampage just forced to sit and watch.
And really, Paz is the only one that went equal in his lane. So you understand why Oddie went up there and shadowed it last.
But yeah.
Now Baron has been kicked off, but they're not actually going to commit to it.
Maybe just looking for a pick with the Syndra. There comes in. Glacial Tomb instantly destroys. White Lotus is godlike.
That is really unfortunate. Well, that is as well, but
proves he's not a robot.
Tussle was available, had the ability to get out of that one, however, didn't pull the trigger on it soon enough, and, you know, comes over the wall and gets destroyed. So he's just going to block this one out. There's no point even firing bullets at this stage.
Yep, just going to get smited away. Oddie and the gang secure that one. Lyon in a very commanding position, as if they weren't already.
I mean, and even when you have a look at it, the only play to be made at that stage is, across map. Syndra disappeared into Fog of War, down near Raptor Camp. So all of a sudden, Gerald just backs away, doesn't push his luck, recalls. He's going to go back now into the wave with extra item purchases, as well as the Baron buff. It's just the little things that Lyon is doing at the moment. Any other top laner kind of would have stuck it around. Maybe it's a 50-50 that the mid laner shows up, you actually fall down and die. All of a sudden, you can't execute with the Baron buff. They really do play the game step by step, very methodically. And that's why their setups always look so clean, because they're not cutting these corners.
It's going to be a very big challenge to anyone to take down this Lyon roster if they keep playing this well and just perfectly paced. You mentioned every stage of the game, they're making the correct decisions. And a lot of teams are struggling to keep up that level of consistency, but not Lyon. Merrin forced to pop the Ghost Blade just to respect Saya, and how could you not right now?
Yeah, exactly right. So all of a sudden they zone them away. Merrin right now has got 2 items. Say is working on item number 4.
White Lotus uses a culling, takes him down very, very low. Merrin has to walk back to the fountain after that one. Roki doing what Syndra allows him to do, I guess, picking up those minions, buying himself some time, but the cannon minion are going to start sieging away on that top lane inhibitor turret.
Yeah, and really now they've got the 3-1-1 set in. They can't defend any of the turrets. I mean, they have to pick a fight on one of them. But turret's already fallen down. Maybe it's too late.
I think it's a little too late for that one, as they might be losing bot lane tower. No, everyone from Lyon actually rotating up. They want to play this one out as a team, get that inhibitor to help them secure the rest of the map in the mid. Saya and Gerald get that mid lane tower starting to go to work on the inhibitor.
You have to fight eventually, Rampage. At this rate, they're just going to take your whole base at 17,000 gold. Here we go.
Oh, Paz has been snared up. There's the ulti from Dara. He knocks away White Lotus. Curtain Call comes down, but White Lotus, he's so damn strong, but still has to respect the burst potential of Roki Syndra.
So they back away in the end, but Rampage, they pull the trigger. Oh,
Saya does get stunned up. Can't get knocked back into the fight. Does get the kill in the process, but now he sees Merrin. He's so damn strong, able to ult himself. Gets a little bit of health back on that one. Culling coming on in. It's just shredding through Paz's armor.
Yeah, that's a tanky member right there. And I mean, they're going to knock down the 3rd inhibitor. You need a fight before the first 2 fall. And it looks like right now Lyon are going to make it 6-0.
Oh, Spear's just coming through, taking them. Is Roki. He can't seem to find a minion to defend him from that one, and barreling down the Nexus. 2 towers remaining. There comes Saya. He uses a Proto Belt to get on in. Does get the kill onto Syndra. Paz going to get stunned up. One more auto protection to him, but Merrin, he's in the thick of it. The exhaust gets him down, and now Paz not looking long for this world as White Lotus, once again, an immaculate performance. 9-0-4 as the Nexus falls. 6-0, Lyon remain undefeated and remain the dominant force in the IWCQ.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, when you have a look at it, the Nidalee didn't die. Love hut to the screen there out of Saya. He was the one that died at the end. And, White Lotus one more time, absolutely godlike. So, hats off to the Lyon lineup. The more I see them, the more I like. I mean, you just look at the intricate details of what is going on. Pointing to the Lyon as well. Very proud team. And they should be right now. They're definitely putting on a performance. And Latin America in the past have not looked strong at the IWC tournaments. But right now they look like an absolute powerhouse.
No, when they came into this event, there were a lot of question marks and kind of shrouds surrounding these guys. How are they going to play? You mentioned last IWCI going 1-6, a very abysmal performance, but this is a completely revitalized roster. The addition of Oddie seems to have worked wonders. Saya in the mid lane. White Lotus, now their AD carry, has been playing out of his goddamn mind, and the only team that could maybe is there hope for Albus Nox Luna, sorry.
Potentially. I mean, they're also a really good team. I think that the top 4 teams are reasonably close. And, I think that the standings actually do a pretty good job right now. I think as we take a look at some replays here, this is the first blood as Tussle comes in. I think that, right now, Lyon definitely showing they're the best. ANX, they look to be a clear-cut best. And then, it's out of 3 members, as this was just all kinds of bad. I mean, when you go 3 for nothing in the bottom lane and White Lotus is just able to dance around the entirety of your team, that's not going to ever end up well. But out of Dark Passage, the Chiefs and INTZ, it looks relatively even right now. And if the Chiefs beat Dark Passage today, they look to be the best of that bunch, I guess it's fair to say. But there are definitely 2 teams sitting at the top for me right now in the CIS region, as well as now Latin America North.
Look, you can see Oddie, it doesn't matter what type of jungler he's playing. He's seeming to play the map to perfection. Saya with a great pickup on that Syndra. We've seen him play other things as well, but making that one work for him. And just looking at this squad, there's just no weaknesses.
Yeah, there certainly is, and I'm really happy that we saw Syndra this game because I've been saying it the entirety. I think that she is probably one of the top 3 mid laners now that Aurelion Sol has been disabled. Syndra, you know, Lysandra, as well as that Talia. Vladimir is in there, but in my opinion, he should just be banned more often than not. So we'll see exactly how this tournament continues to progress, but that game was an absolute whitewash. I mean, Lyon should take a bow because that was honestly a great performance.
Look, they played it perfectly from the word go. They got so far ahead just off the back of Oddie's pressure. Mid, bot, top, soloing out dragons, and their vision control seems to be what allows them to do that. Anytime we looked at their inventories, 4 to 5 pink wards across the board.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's what it all came down to. The bottom lane vision control just allowed him to play up and aggressive, and you could see that Tussle continually smarting wolf camps. He was just playing around that incredibly well, going through lanes, making sure that he had the correct pressure set up.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, more IWCQ action. And welcome back to the International WIldcard Qualifiers. Rogi and Spawn here, going to be getting you guys into game number 2 pretty soon. But before we do that, let's wrap up game number 1. An incredible performance out of Lyon, once again cementing themselves at the top of the standings.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, Rampage, they put together a really good team fighting composition. They had the Syndra, they had Alistar, as well as Lee Sin and Jhin, you know, Shen in the top lane to really stop that 4-1 from getting set in from Lyon Gaming. But at the end of the day, when you fall behind that fire early, don't care how good of a team fight comp you have, you're just not going to win the game. And, you know, they did everything right at the start. They set up some early game pressure through Tussle's Lee Sin. They got first blood one more time, but they just weren't able to regain vision control, and White Lotus picks up another MVP for himself.
Look, once again, this guy is insane. 9 kills, 0 deaths, 4 assists, 253 farm as well, 13 KDA. He was playing very incredible, but it was all off the back of Oddie as well. Oddie, he seems to be kind of the guardian angel, the man in the shadows, helping his team get ahead, never receiving the praise. But when you have 40 KDA, I think that speaks for itself.
Yeah, well, he's going to have higher because he didn't die again, so it just keeps getting better and better. I think that, White Lotus definitely was outputting a lot of damage that game. The pressure he puts on in lane gives Oddie space to really roam around the map and, create these plays. And, when it's really easy when your lanes are ahead and you have to counter gank instead of ganking. I always say this, junglers are just allowed to set up vision control, stalk the other jungler around Summoner's Rift. Their 2v2 is going to win anyway, and then just counter gank the 3v3 or the 2v2 in mid lane. It makes your job really easy, especially on Nidalee. Being the first one in, if you have to pounce before, anything really happens, it's going to be bad news. However, he was always the second one in and always able to make it work.
Look, that's the thing, right? There's no way you can establish that much of dominating vision control without your lanes also doing well for themselves. And once Oddie gets that vision control, they don't seem to relent it at all. Lyon constantly pushing it forwards, making sure they have it in the right spot. You mentioned when they're focused on bot side, the entire bot side jungle's lit up. When they're focused on top, they instantly transition that, so they know exactly where they want to have the vision at that precise time.
And that's why, teams can keep saying they're not great at team fighting, that's where we're looking to exploit them, whatever. But if you go into a team fight blind, you don't have to be a good team fighting team. I mean, you're going to get a pick at the start of it, or, you're going to get the objective for free. You saw time and time again that, they never really team fought that game. They went for a pick and it snowballed into 4 kills and they were able to pick up 3 turrets off the back of it. But they were never looking to hard draw up, 5v5, tanks in the front, damage dealers in the back, let's run at each other as a unit. That never really happened.
Yeah.
And I mean, lots of regions that does happen, but for whatever reason, Latin America North right now just look to be jockeying for position, fighting for every inch of territory. And then once they have it, they just don't give it up.
Well, their advantages were clear from the start. It was that these guys can snowball a lead. It's whether or not they can get that lead, but they seem to consistently. And a lot of teams can say, they just snowball an early lead, but a few teams can struggle when they get that advantage, not knowing how to utilize it or where to execute properly.
Yeah,
but
not being able to close out.
They've
been able to close out time and time again. And this time their siege comp actually was pretty poor. I mean, 500 range on everyone is not going to allow you to knock down turrets, but instead, they just took these small skirmishes. They had deep vision. They threatened to dive on Lysandra, force people away from the turret, and then were just able to take objectives through what was a really nice early game. So really do like their early game, like their vision control, but at the end of the day, their late game is also pretty damn good. So I'm not really seeing all that much weakness in Lyon at the moment. Interested to see whether, ANX, if they get another crack at them or something like that, that they'll be able to get it done.
Look, and these guys have been playing impeccably. We can't say it enough. And look, when you've got the Culling and Lysandra in the back, but of course, once again, we've got Hingers standing by with an interview with our winners, Lyon Gaming.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm now joined by top laner for Lyon Gaming, Dural. Congratulations on your win. You're now 6-0. Talk about how you've gone from being one of the underdogs of the tournament to now being favourites and, one best of 5 away from Worlds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're the number 1 favorite. I think there are still many people that think that Albus Nox is the number 1 team, or maybe even INTZ. But it just feels really nice that we were able to redeem ourselves from the last wildcard, that we went 1-6, now we're 6-0, maybe 7-0 tomorrow, and it's just really nice to accomplish that. Hopefully we make Worlds, and that will be amazing for LATAM.
What does it mean for your region to be able to put a team like you guys into a world tournament like this and achieve such success?
It's history, man. I mean, we've never been even slightly close, and now we're doing really well, and it's just so new, so much new for the region. They aren't used to this, and I don't know, it just feels really nice to give back to them because we have a lot of support.
Yeah. Speaking of your supporters, is there anything you want to say to them? Either your English fans watching or your home Mexican fans watching. You want to say?
Yeah, not only Mexicans, we got Peruvians and Argentina too. All Latin America is really proud of us, and they're supporting us.
Yeah.
and just I'm gonna thank them for the support, and hopefully we make it, man. Hopefully we make it.
Yeah, congratulations. Well, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us, and I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks again, Hingers. Great stuff over there. And Lyon still so humble despite being an unstoppable force right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, that's what happens when you start at the bottom and then you finally make it. I mean, and that definitely has been their journey. And as he said, just feels too good to be true right now. They're very thankful of their support. And they should be. They have some absolute fanatical supporters. I mean, when I sent out that tweet, I mean, the amount of hits that you get when you do tweet about Lyon Gaming at the moment, it's honestly inspirational. So I think that, you know, they're a great team. I actually really like seeing exactly what they're doing. I got to spend a lot of time with them at IWCA as well. They're really genuinely nice guys. So, you know, honestly, I can't wait to see them play a best of 5 because I think that they could be a really great wildcard team.
Look, and when you have such avid supporters, it must make the victory seem all that more sweet when you're getting nothing but praise from your regions at home. So props to them for being
they
able
copped
to
a lot of flack in the. They copped a lot of flack last time. So you know they definitely deserve every ounce of praise they're getting right now.
No, you're exactly right. And the fans are so passionate about the game. So when the team is doing well, they want to be the #1 voice on the Reddit, on the Twitter. But when the chips are down, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. You know, last wildcard, I'm sure that their fans weren't all that nice to them, and you know, even going into this one, but you know, picking up a victory over INTZ day 1, and that really set the tempo for how Lyon went about the rest of this tournament.
But once again, congratulations to Lyon Gaming. But as we're moving into game number 2, Albus Nox Luna taking it to INTZ. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. INTZ looking so dominant on yesterday's performance. But guess who also did? It was Albus Nox taking away 2 victories.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, whenever I look at these two teams, I just get chills because I get to watch Revolta run into PvP Stayhorse. And, you know, these two junglers are so damn aggressive when it comes to fighting each other. And, you know, there's matchups everywhere. You would have to say the biggest advantage is probably going to be in the top lane for INTZ. You know, when they have Yang going up against Smurf, you would expect Yang to be able to get the better of it. I love him as a top laner. But the bottom half of the map, I mean, Kira versus Tockers, and then, you know, Macau and Jockster going up against Miracle and Licrit. If Revolta isn't able to impact that bottom half of the map, I think that INTZ will struggle a little bit in this matchup because Anox has looked a little bit better this tournament.
Well, that seems to be kind of the ongoing trend when this Anox squad is playing. It's the bot lane just completely destroys the enemy one, whether it's with the Bard, Brand, or seemingly just the Jhin. And Miracle has been playing a ton of Jhin. Everyone's just letting it get through the pick and ban, and he's just, that team's just first picking. They're just straight first picking Jhin.
You legitimately need 5 bans against this team.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're taking away Bard and Brand every single game, there are so many power picks right now that you have to let something through. And, you know, when that happens, all of a sudden, even they're getting 2 power picks on the red side at the moment. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Nothing really making a difference against this Albus Nox Luna team. So whenever I look at it, you kind of have to look at an area of, if you're against a strong team, you have to look at an area of the map that you want to take advantage of. And I really do think that that's top lane this time around. I want to see if Yang gets Gnar, because, you know, having target bans is a double-edged sword, because all of a sudden, if they're not taking away the OPs, you have to choose which OPs you're taking away. And, you know, on the blue side, which is where INTZ is starting, it could be an opportunity for them to really get their hands on something like a Gnar, something like a Gangplank, and take over.
Look, they had a very, very strong showing yesterday, completely taking apart Dark Passage one limb at a time. There was really no answer for that. So if they can play a similar game to that, I have very high hopes for them going into this.
But historically, Oceania has beaten Brazil, who's beaten Turkey, who's beaten Oceania. There is definitely a 3-way circle there. So whenever Oceania beats INTZ, it's just like, yeah, this is exactly what we expect. But whenever Brazil beats Turkey, you expect that as well. I mean, historically, they've just been able to take it to them. So, you know, whilst it was a good game to watch, you know, INTZ, they definitely should hold their heads high because of that. I think that, you know, that's one of those foregone conclusions. The team that they have struggled against the last IWCI was this back then hard random squad, you know, now Anox squad. They lost to them in the semi-finals, denied them a shot of even getting towards Supermassive. So, you know, save Supermassive that heartache there. And, you know, hard random fell just short. So this time around, they want to make Worlds.
Look, Anox have been looking so good, and we mentioned how they just pulling all these ridiculous bans. Licrit, he's such an asset to this team.
Yeah, and that's him up front there. You know, he's
the lead man on the show.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, to his right is Kira. That's a pretty good right-hand man. I agree. You know, Licrit is leading the charge here. He's a very good support player. play some funky stuff. That's what I like. But I like the fact that it makes sense. I like that in a turret pushing meta that, you know, when you get rid of that creep wave and then you're able to get down all that harass, when, you know, you have these big frontliners and you have to be able to blow them up. He is playing, you know, aggressive, but smart and calculated at the same time. And I think that just describes the whole lineup. I mean, Anox in the past, they've played around some funky comps, like the Anivia comps, like Vladimir comps, but they've always been able to get it done.
Look, and that's the thing, right? They can play these crazy non-meta picks, but the team, they play on the same pace. But of course, we've got to be looking at INTZ first. 3 wins, 2 losses at the moment. You got Yang up in the top, Revolta in the mid, Revolta in the jungle, sorry, the superstar of that team, Tokas in the mid, Macau and Joxa rounding it out on the bot lane and support.
And, you know, we keep calling Revolta the superstar, but he really hasn't had a great tournament so far. I think that, you know, Yang and Macau kind of have been the two shining lights. Joxa has also had a pretty good tournament, but you want Tokas, you want Revolta in particular to really step up this game, and they're going to have to if they have any shot against you know, the CIS team, because ever since last IWCA, where they kind of came out of nowhere, they kind of had Lyon's birth like a year ago. They really have been impressive.
Look, of course, and the team we're talking about that is so impressive. It's Albus Nox Luna, 4 wins, 1 loss at the moment. Smurf is your top laner. PvP stays in the jungle. Kira on that mid plays a lot of Malzahar, as we can see. And speaking of plays a lot of something, it's a miracle. 3 Jin games. I don't think he's played anything else. And FLICKR, he's got that nice round Brand, Bard, and Taric.
Yeah, it certainly does. Probably the only support player that can boost hair as fabulous as Taric's as well. That would have to take some maintenance. In saying that, you know, a Miracle hasn't really had to play anything apart from the Jhin. Kira's playing everything at the moment, a little bit of Malzahar as well in there. But, you know, if Vladimir gets left open, he'll take it again. You know, his Talia is also very good. So I don't think they have any champion pool issues. I think Smurf's one of those weird ones. He can play split pushes, he can play team fights. He's going to have his work cut out for him, but, you know, PvP Steos is also a good jungler. So on paper, once again, Albus Nox Luna, they're so hard to say, you know, another team should look to come in and attack, or, you know, out and out stronger than anyone on their lineup on paper. But INTZ, they've shown in the past that they can get very close to this lineup. Yeah,
that's the thing. It seems like teams want to attack those off-meta picks and maybe make some advantages, because there's a reason that Brand isn't played on the international stage everywhere in the world. It kind of works in this, and it's because the rest of the team can facilitate that and make sure this brand shines.
Yeah, well, what multiple other teams have tried to do, the Chiefs included, I mean, they let it through, then they do something with it. I mean, they lane swap away from it. Or, you know, at the end of the day, they try and play towards the side lanes. You know, Brand, Jhin, that sounds like a really easy to gank lane.
Yeah.
Oh my God, when we turret dive them, they won 100-0. It's like, what the heck is going on? So I understand the theory, right? But we've seen it in practice. And, like, you know, it's just like flight. The first person that ever tried to fly probably crashed into something and, you know, burned. But at the end of the day, you know, you have to keep trying against all these picks that, you know, you haven't really got all that much experience against. You have to just keep throwing the curveball and seeing if you can come out ahead, because, you know, they've showed that they've practiced with the Bard. Now someone has to prove that you can beat the Bard.
Well, that's the thing that INTZ do have in their advantages. When they went up against a team that would take the Fiora and really use that as their kind of linchpin here, they were able to dismantle that. So hopefully, if they can take away the Brand, can take away maybe the Jhin.
But there's a difference, right? So split push is really easy to play. Split push is like, you guys group, wave clear only, and I'm going to split push and win the game. And that's literally how Dark Passage were playing, right? So they're playing that way, not because they're practiced at split pushing, but because they have no other options left. Their communication is just not good enough with the 2 subs on their lineup. So that's easy to pull apart, right? Okay, we're not going to give them a stronger 4-1. All of a sudden they have to group. Now we take them apart. Anox's squad literally relies on communication and teamwork to win. So what do? Like, I don't know, insert a language barrier there somewhere? Like, there is no hard counter to that. I mean, you can take away whatever champions you want as long as they get a 5v5 squad, as long as someone doesn't DC. They still have the same strength going on to Summoner's Rift. So, you know, I don't necessarily think that they are as exploitable as what Dark Passage was yesterday.
Do you think that maybe we could see something like a lane swap being initiated here that the likes of Saigon Jokers pulled off?
Not by ants. If anything happens here, it's going to be like at a really aggressive portion of the lane. INTZ, when they first came onto the wildcard circuit, would really do a good job of just picking a good side of the map to challenge and go hard at. I don't think they're going to lane swap anything.
We're going to have to see what they end up doing because not many people have been able to deal with this Albus Nox squad. The only loss they have is from that annoying split push Fiora that was able to get into the Nexus and take it out, and straight away the brand ban comes through.
Hey, too much credit's being given to that Fiora. It was all the 0-7 Ash, in my mind, that set up that play from Dark Passage. The bait came in, Smurf took it, and then just got absolutely destroyed.
I like that 14% brand ban. That means that Albus Nox have played 14%. That's 14% of the games played have been by Albus Nox. Also taking away that Jhin. First ban of the tournament, actually. Not going to get that in the hands of a Miracle. So understanding there's more than just Brand and Bard that you have to take away from this lineup. Looks like Gangplank with the last one for INTZ. Of course, Cassiopeia and Siva. Albus Nox's choice of bans waiting for their last one here.
Yeah, and it just shows that they really value the Gnar here, so we'll see whether Anox get rid of that. You know, I keep going back to that I think that the Bard is actually stronger than the Brand because it does just as much damage in the hands of Lecrit.
Well, one of the issues we saw, Lecrit, he seemed quite out of practice of the Bard when it was finally let through. Constantly, they're just going to first pick it straight up INTZ. Yep. They do not want that in the hands of Lecrit.
And I kind of think that was given over because you can kind of trade the Gnar for the Bard, make them make the hard choice. But as soon as that was left up, they had to take it away. See whether a Taric comes out, although Taric versus Bard is a really hard matchup. Generally, you play something like a Karma into it.
Yeah.
Or a Braum, because Braum wrecks the Meep Slap and doesn't let the Q go through, Cosmic Binding. As Kira has a big yawn on stage and is frowning now.
He's looking at a ban list and he is not happy. He's like, why do they do this? Let us get Brand. If it's over and we pick it, we win. That's their game plan going into every game until shown otherwise. But that allows Albus Nox to get two very strong champions here if they decide to lock in that Shen as well as the Rex. Unfortunately, Shen didn't work out too well for Rampage in the last game, but let's see if Smurf can make it happen. Yeah,
and this is really cool because, you know, we used to see a lot of Shen Hecarim, and it was because Shen would get onto the backline, guaranteed. Hecarim would take him there. You cannot keep him out. Rek'Sai, also really hard to keep out. I mean, Tunnel, Flash on Burrow, there are just so many tools to get Rek'Sai onto a backline, and has the CC that when Shen does get delivered, if done properly, can layer and chain incredibly well. And as I said, the game plan behind Anox is like, it's nothing to do with champions. It's just about how they work with teamwork. So I really like that this is the combo that they're going for because all of a sudden, big beefy frontline, everyone else can play damage, and we know that Lecrit likes to do it.
Well, let's see what damage they have left in their arsenal. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what INTZ go for in this second rotation of their picks. First picking that Bard. Haven't seen it on Jokers yet, but I'm sure every support here is well-versed in a myriad of champions.
Yeah, I think that you have to take Vladimir here, but then it also leaves Karma open, and I think that Karma would be a really good support right now for Anox because all of a sudden you get a speed up that's not available through a Siva, and it would help them out. Kira is a great Anivia player, was seen as one of the oldest counter picks to this new Vladimir, if you can play it well. FLICKR was playing it a lot, not to liken Kira to FLICKR, but for this one champion I will. He's a very good Anivia player. Showed it all IWCA, all of IWCI as well.
It was an absolute treat to watch, and it's been great as well. We've kind of seen that reimagined in his Talia play. His walls have always been on point, but the Malzahar seems to be the safe choice. We've seen him play into Vlad before and do quite well.
Yeah, well, the reason that is like percentage health, you know, equals shove, all the good things that can come out. Ash also joining it, so great initiation in this comp. Really good CC. Maybe lacks a little bit of damage, but as soon as Kira gets online, that should be recovered. Big chuckle coming out right now.
Yeah,
we saw a Varus 80 carry in the LPL, so don't be surprised if it does get locked in. Actually, be really surprised against the lineup they have. But in saying that, it has been played internationally, so if it's been played in the LPL, it can be played anywhere. That's the rule, isn't it?
Well, look, the LPL, bit of a trendsetters here and there, and they do like their fringe picks.
It was played in game, like pretty much the final game as well, so that was interesting. Cogmore's not something we've seen a lot of.
True.
We're seeing a lot of popularity internationally. Twitch and Cog 2 hyper carries that can really, if set up well, get going. In saying that against an Ashe, brave pick.
Yeah, definitely that, but we've seen Ezreal kind of do quite well, but also have a bit of trouble here. Going with that Echo in the top lane as well. And once again, Albus Nox leaving that last pick to FLICKR, to the support, to the real carry of this roster. And like you said, two men with glorious hair as he locks in the Taric.
And I really don't like the Ezreal for that reason. That's what I was going to say. All of a sudden, their lane isn't all of that. Like, it's got a great until first shop. They should be able to bully. But after that, wave clear just isn't there for the INTZ lineup. And it just opens the door for the Taric because all of a sudden it's a shoving lane for Miracle. And, then FLICKR can just scale up and do what he does best late game. And now you're making pretty much two squads invulnerable. He's going to give it to the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai Shen's going to be invulnerable on the back line. And then the front, when they dive the back line, and then their back line going to be very safe. I think that's a little bit of a miscalculation coming out of the INTZ lineup.
It looks like we're going to see a battle of the supports, but when FLICKR's on the team, you always have to step up if you're in that opposing role here. It's going to be Joxer taking on FLICKR.
Yeah, and Joxer's got his work cut out with Mikal. Yeah. I mean, going into this one, they said that they have proven that they're the best team, best bottom lane in Brazil. Really looking forward to seeing if they can prove that as they go toe-to-toe against Miracle and FLICKR.
It's going to be a very tough battle. We know that FLICKR, time and time again, we've been singing him words of praise. But on this Taric, not the hyper carry that he's normally used to, but in one of his games, they were constantly just trying to dive this Annex bot lane, and Taric ulti just coming in perfectly, denying all damage.
Yeah, really does. He's, as I said, he's a really good timing-based player. And, Taric definitely fits in that wheelhouse. INTZ have a good scaling comp. I mean, if they get to late game, I keep saying this, if they get to late game, they're going to be fine. It's just getting there that's a problem.
Alrighty, guys, jumping into game number 2 of day number 5 of the International WIldcard Qualifiers. INTZ taking on Albus Nox Luna. And already we see a little bit of shenanigans maybe coming out from Anox.
Yeah, this is nice. I mean, they know that the Bard can be aggressive level 1. Has been spotted out now.
Gets the stun onto FLICKR, but Kira's passive helps him through that one. Should give ample time for INTZ to make their way in onto the top side of the jungle and get some wards down.
So they'll at least know where PvP Stehos is starting. It's very fair to say if he doesn't go to the Krugs, he's starting red buff. General rule. Oh, that's brave, Talkers. Yep, no, good. He got it. General rule is if he goes to the Krugs, he's going to look to one side clear and gank top half of the map. If he goes red to Raptors, to something like the Gromp, then he's going to do a bottom side gank or an invade. Just because Rek'Sai does clear incredibly fast and healthy on AoE camps due to the Q. But looks like heading towards potentially the Krug start.
You can see Miracle went for that Warlord Bloodlust, so knows that he's going to be taking a lot of harass in this bot lane and wants to be able to sustain himself back up. But looks like neither of the bot lane is actually going for their camps.
The best thing about the Warlord Bloodlust on Ashe is the fact that you can go IE into double ZL as FLICKR actually battling.
Just straight up brawling right now. Is going to take a stun coming from Joxter though.
So a lot of the damage went to FLICKR versus the damage that went to Mikal. So that's generally in the support favor because he gets to start. He actually started a refillable potion. Okay, that's not in their favor because refillable potion only has 2 charges. And that is very unorthodox out of the support player of NX.
Quite peculiar. Just see what he ends up. Is it if he'll go into a corrupting or if he'll just hold on to it for a while?
I think you just hold on to it because you acknowledge that you're going to take the harass and you want to be a pushing lane, right?
Makes sense.
Maybe they're just looking for quick recalls, get double longswords, come back into the lane, really start to bully up. Because as I said, as Ashe gets recalls in, should be able to take it to Mikal and Joxter. But as of right now, as is Bizarro bottom lane.
Both hitting level 2 around the same time. Joxter's going to start up a farm of heals and FLICKR bonding them.
I wonder if he runs any magic mana regen, because that would be one explanation to it, right? You only need to use it if you take incredibly bad trades, as Joxter looking to mess with the Rek'Sai just a little bit. PvP Stehos actually taking his blue buff. Generally, if you're against a pusher like Vlad, you want to give it over as early as possible to Kira, just so he can match the push, because you can see right now he's already being punished because he had to take Q level 1, and W or E is definitely the preference. I start W against Vladimir all the time, just because, you get some auto attacks out onto the creeps and you get some Voidlings going. But this is going to turn into a rough lane. I mean, if anyone knows it, it's Kira. He did a number on the Chiefs in their first game.
He does quite a good job on that Malzahar, but Malzahar quite easy to do a good job on. Just chuck down your ulti. It's whether or not you can kind of survive this lane, like you said. Vlad's going to have quite an easy time pushing him out, and a low mana, low
this
level.
is a good gank. All of a sudden, Yang, he's being shoved in on. He should know that something is coming. This is one of the standard gank paths of Rek'Sai. And the taunt missed just then, so, right now, that's a dead giveaway.
We still might go for it here. Knockup comes through, but there's a parallel conversion. Gets a double stun Yang. Just going to walk himself to safety.
Yeah, that's really nice out of Yang. I mean, he probably would have been in a little bit more trouble if it landed there, the taunt, but it didn't. Now we have a gank coming in the bottom lane.
Oh, Miracle just forces a flash, but the flash comes through, stuns onto Revolta. Joxers can't find something. One more auto attack should do it. Who's going to get it? First Blood goes over to Macau.
And that's really nicely done from Revolta. We already said that, he has to be active on one side of the map. All of a sudden, PvP Stayhouse goes top lane, telegraph gank, avoided by Yang, and they pick up the first blood on the AD carry.
Look, great stuff coming out from INTZ, seeming very switched on, understanding their win conditions and how to achieve them. So for the first time in what feels like a while, Annex on the back foot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they're 800 gold down. That's going to be a free tier coming out of the Ezreal whenever he wants to go back. PvP Stayhouse doing actually a good job of counter jungling there, but Yang, actually, because he preserved the flash, I guess it's fair to say, can just teleport back into this lane. With the couple of rings, is going to be incredibly healthy and hard to gank now.
No recall yet for Smurf, so got to be careful. As
Smurf should take this opportunity to recall. One of the reasons is that Echo, now that he has this amount of, sustain built up through the rings, is a huge shoving top laner. And, when it gets underneath your turret, as Shen, it's actually really hard for you to follow up a gank because you don't want to leave that farm. So the more of these that are being thrown out, the rougher it actually is for Smurf. He's not really going to be in any threat of dying. It's not about that. It's about the threat of just being shoved in over and over again and not being able to help out the rest of your team.
River control in favor of INTZ. You can see Joxers just scanning up and down there, looking for any wards lying about, and Miracle, no summoners in the bot, no exhaust.
Kira's in trouble. His shield's gone. Low on mana. Has to back away.
Yeah, he knows it.
I mean, he warded over the wall and was immediately spotted out where Revolta was. Now PvP Stayhouse going to try and contest.
Revolta going to smite that one away. Gives himself the Wolf Spirit here, so that's going to keep eyes on Stayos in his own jungle. Revolta shouldn't have much trouble walking his way on out.
And that's nice, because you want to be shoving in as a Bard. Ezreal right now getting harassed down. All of a sudden they know whenever Stayos is on that bottom side of the map. They can't do any cheeky pathing around those wards, so...
Yeah, he'd do well to just bleed the Spirit dry and just sit on it and wait for the timer to run out.
Yeah. Completely agree. I mean, just take your Gromp, empty out the bottom half of your jungle and disappear into Fog of War again. So you have to say, great job so far by INTZ. I mean, 1,000 gold at only 6 minutes in. Definitely nothing to scoff at.
No, they're doing really well. They
know that Stayhouse is caught here.
He might be in trouble. There comes Revolta. Does get the knock-up. Jox is actually going to come through the stun. Vladimir is under tower, so he can burrow himself to safety. Kira's level 6 now, so they need to respect the Nether Grasp.
But one more time, he just gets forced out. Smurf is being consistently shoved in. Whenever he goes back to recall, it's going to mean he misses a lot of farm from Yang at the moment. So just across the board, really, INTZ getting these small advantages. And all tournament long, we've said early game small advantages will eventually turn into something bigger because these wildcard squads... They're not the most patient of people, Rogi. I mean, they do like to be ahead and force the tempo. And when that isn't the case, I mean, it's because you're the best in your region. When you come here, you're not used to honestly playing with an early game deficit. It does become hard. Revolta actually takes second blue for himself. Oh, this is a good move.
Yeah, here comes the Shen ulti in the bot. Taunt comes through onto Jox. There's a few more auto attacks. Exhaust goes down onto Miracle, but that's an exhausted Bard. Miracle picks up that one, but a lot of resources expended for just a support.
Yeah, hugely in the top lane. All of a sudden is PvP Stayos that has to try and defend, and he has only got himself a Tiamat, so he honestly cannot do it.
Yeah.
Smurf going to have to teleport back to this lane. So whilst they get a kill out of it, he loses pretty much 11 CS. And is going to be in a deficit against Yang.
That's quite rough. We saw as well Kira actually trying to make his way down, so that gave Tokka some free time in the mid. And look at the CS discrepancy there. Getting himself further and further ahead, 20-something plus, and Yang does find the bad end of a trade, but it's fine for him. He's got a corrupting potion and 2 rings.
Yeah, exactly right. Also, he's just Echo. So Echo can just ult himself back to lane. Doesn't even need the teleport right now because of the shove advantage. He can honestly just walk there. They're looking to actually invade on a blue buff here.
Now would be the time to do it. They are quite strong. They do have the gold advantage, but
Malzahar has to walk the long way around. They also just have the Gragas ulti that you can just kind of peg at it.
So they want to try and do it. They avoid that one. The sun comes down.
Opportunity was there.
FLICKR actually got it.
Has flash. Could have maybe looked for the flash body slam engage, but decides to back away. They deny even more farm away from Kira in the mid lane. He's in a world of hurt right now. Hasn't got a second blue, so the big denial there. And it does become about this Ashe lane. All of a sudden, back to equal footing. Really need Miracle to start exploding on Ashe and bridge some of the weakness that's going to be elsewhere on the map.
You're wondering if FLICKR had mana regen on that with a blue buff. He sure does now, so they should be able to keep themselves topped up should any of the Ezreal Bard poke come on through. Bard's still only level 5, so no Tempered Fate available just yet. Well, of course, Miracle and FLICKR both have access to their own ultimates.
Yeah, 100%. Yang's starting to miss out on a couple of trades here, however, in the top lane. As you can see, Smurf really starting to bully, using that W passive incredibly well. However, in saying that, a lot of the damage that comes out of Echo is when your health gets lower. So if he can whittle you down, he starts winning out on the trades.
Looks like he did the ultimate trick to get back to lane, so he didn't have to expend teleport.
Yep, fantastic. This is why I like Echo into Shen. The argument for Shen is that you can stop the third proc on the W. So you tank the Q. As he dives in, you get your W down. You can't get the auto attack. Then you trade incredibly well against him. On the flip side of that, Yang should have recalled there. On the flip side of that, if Echo ever gets an auto attack first, he can just throw out the Q and really start to whittle you down with that passive. Stayhorse looking for another gank. Once again, very telegraphed, but
Smurf making his way on in. Yang does have summoners available. Flash
got him.
Oh, it does land, but that forces the ultimate. Now Yang might be in trouble. Still has a flash of his own. Goes through. Stayos goes in. There's the minion wave to block the Prey Seeker. Can't find it. Yang plays it very well.
And all of a sudden, Kira's being kind of caught out in the river. Does get a lot of damage down. Ultimate coming into the top lane. Stayos going to avoid that one. But Kira gets cut off from even more minions because he tried to help his top laner out.
He's really trying to make this Mal's roam work, but it's falling himself further and further behind. Tokka's doing a great job of just constantly pushing in this wave, keeping his CS discrepancy quite high in his favor.
Yeah, 100%. And good disciplined play out of Yang. Doesn't actually teleport back to the lane to save the minion wave, although now Macau in trouble.
Gets hit by the ulti. FLICKR flashes in for the stun, but that's going to force a flash of Macau's. But here comes a teleport actually from Yang in the bot, and a magical journey through the wall. Shen comes on in through FLICKR, gets the ultimate down in time, but that's 5 members of INTZ in the bot lane. Tempered Fate does lock them both up. FLICKR might be the sacrificial Taric for this one. Miracle survives, but that's 5 members.
And that is why you walk back to the lane, because all of a sudden Yang gets into that lane, gets a 2-man stun. It's layered perfectly with the CC. Now they can look potentially towards something like the Dragon, although it looks like they want to zone away for the first structure bonus because 2 members returned.
Oh, doesn't look like they want to give it to him without a fight. Miracle might be in trouble. Forced to sidestep. A lot of ultimate abilities coming in. Yang comes on in, gets the stun, gets the E, and once again, INTZ playing this early game to perfection. Kira, he doesn't want to give it up without a fight. Here comes Stayhos. Where is the rest of the team? It's a 3v5 right now. They do have the turret. They want to force them back. Yang, he's going on and he's found Kira. He's found the stun. Has he found the kill? Revolta's got it. Now Smurf in a world of hurt. Revolta just walking his way on out. FLICKR, he's walked back from the base. Can't find a stun. Yang gets himself another one, and now FLICKR in a 1 versus 4 under tower. They're looking for the tower. They might be looking for the kill straight after. He's trying to stun them up. He gets one. Can he look for a second? But Tokka's just going to take him down.
Yeah, it certainly is. In the end, it is a huge victory for the INTZ lineup. I think it was 2 for 6.
Yeah,
somehow. I mean, a respawn's coming in there, Rogi. So hard to track. But ultimately, it's a 4,000 gold lead, and the first structure bonus does go down.
Look, that was rough. And Anox did not want to give that tower out without a fight, but at that stage, it felt like they just needed to cut their losses and say, hey, all right, you out-rotated us, it's fine. But they just pushed that, and it ended up costing them.
Yeah, and I mean, look, he gets a trade. That was kind of cute, but when you give a kill over a Vladimir versus a kill with a Taric, I mean, I know where I would want to be. All of a sudden, they free up this mid lane, so Ezreal can just go to wave clear duty against what is a pretty weak Malzahar at this stage of the game. Everything's kind of looking up because a 1-3-1 set in. I think Vlad can honestly 2v1 the bottom lane. He's an absolute monster, although he's gone double magic resistance.
Fair enough. Well, he's 30 CS up over his opponent right now, so instead of deciding to get his AP scaling even further, just wants to eliminate all doubt in his mind.
Which part of the fight are we going to see? All right, this is a kind of final iteration. Yang sees an opportunity to get Kira, nails him. Of course, that execute damage coming out is just so high. Great flash body slam out of the Gragas there, and that means Revolta is going to be able to live. They keep going on the back end. I mean, Smurf gets taken down, and then it really is about focusing out the turret, and then Lecrit kind of challenges Jox to do a 1v1 in the midst of 4 people and wins somehow. Joxer probably should have just walked away, but still a great play coming out of the INTZ lineup.
Look, and you mentioned it was, what, a 2-for-6 respawn came on in through, so INTZ in a very commanding position, 3,000 gold in the lead, got themselves that first structure bonus as well as 4 kills up. Didn't get themselves a dragon off the back of that as they were quite low.
Did you see the basketball movie with Will Ferrell where they invented the alley-oop?
Yeah, it's like he was the son of a jazz singer or something.
Yes.
Oh, what's the name of it?
I can't remember, but
Anyway.
whenever they go for the first alley-oop, the referee's like, foul, double foul, no travel. That's what I felt like on the back end of that team fight, because like 6 people died. I was like, is that an ace?
Yeah.
Ace plus 1?
It's a hexakill spawn.
Yeah, it's a hexakill apparently, but one person didn't get it. So
That's it,
yeah. I was looking for a word, but nothing came.
Oh, Yang is doing an incredible job on this Echo. 115 right now. Has the Stinger belt, actually. So going to be going for that Trinity Force first.
Yeah, exactly right. And he's definitely in a position to grab a Snowball Trinity Force. Also, you know, whenever you grab some early kills on that Dark Seal, it means that the potential of when you're incredibly tanky, you go towards the Mejai's. Works out nicely. Did have to sell a ring to get the combined cost. I kind of hate the increased combined cost.
Yeah.
It used to be 3. That was
3
the best
gold.
feeling when it was only 3 gold. Now, of course, a little bit higher. So every now and again, you have to run back to lane with either triple components or, you know, just sell something to be able to pick it up.
So Miracle really struggling on this Ashe right now. He's been allowed to play Jhin all
bad
tournament
ulti.
long. Tempered Fate not going to land. Shadow
Actually,
Dash
really
gets into
nice, though.
safety. Joxers might still look for the stun. He's up against the wall, finds it, but can't
Here
seem to
comes the
get
Echo.
too much more. Yang just out of range.
Yeah, that was so close. And they knew that that was going to happen because all of a sudden they were setting up on the bottom side. So good job for Smurf for not overcommitting to that turret. You can see that Rek'Sai tunnels are available if Stehos wants to go back towards the top side of the map to help out. Instead, it looks like maybe a Rift Herald going to be a look at, although, you know, Tokka's on the other side of the map. Tokka's is a weak link, we were saying, for this INTZ lineup. Against Kira, who for me was the best mid laner in the tournament. Kind of having a really good game.
He's having a great time so far, just completely outlaning him. And it's all on the back of maybe a gank in the mid, though. Kira does use a flash. Ghost, rather.
Joxer kind of mind games him there. You auto-attack first, and then you throw out the Q. Instead, he just throws out the Q, looks for the meep slap instead. Maximum damage, but does not come through. And no one responding right now in the bottom lane. Now Smurf.
Stehos flashes his way to safety. Smurf forced to ult just in case.
I was going to say Smurf's in that hard position where he has to recall, but instead he just has to ult Stehos, which is even worse. So no global pressure right now coming out of the Shen for a couple of seconds.
And this is why we call Revolta a superstar. Look at the plays and pressure he's been making across the map as INTZ set up for a fight in the mid lane, maybe.
Ooh, Ultimate actually burnt. Lecrit wants to turn this one.
Oh, can't seem to find the stun. He's so low. Tokka sees this as an opportunity to go back in, but the exhaust and the ultimate from Kira, who I think flashed immediately to cancel it, so maybe pushing his buttons a little too far.
It was actually Tokka's.
Oh,
He has a QSS.
QSS'd it.
Second item QSS comes up trump for Tokka's. So Kira flashed in to be able to lock him down. Exhaust, everything expended on Tokka's. And he was just like, I'm actually a tank Vladimir, guys. I have no idea what you want out of me. So that was nicely played. And he's not going towards Hextech Proto Belt either.
No.
He's actually going towards a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. So very much a tank Vladimir. Joke paying off. Score when really only the Ashe is the AD damage threat.
Yeah.
You can go for a build like this. He's just going to live forever.
Ended up paying dividends already as Kira couldn't seem to lock him down for too much longer. They get themselves the mid lane outer turret, so that extends their tower lead by another one, and they're looking for that top. And Smurf, you mentioned he's in a bad spot where he's forced to recall, and then he had to use ulti, so now he's forced to recall in an even worse spot.
And now Stahos is in trouble.
That tower is not healthy enough to defend. The stuns just get layered on and on and on, and Yang picks him up.
And that's really nice play, actually, out of both Yang and Jockster. You can see that they're very practiced with this Bard, because a couple of times, they've nailed the fact that, as soon as Yang throws down that stun, Jockster uses the ultimate first, and when they come out, they're stunned up. And they also had Revolta throw Miracle through a cask into also an Echo stun earlier, so they're very used to playing with the Echo Bard Gragas combo, it looks like, this INTZ roster.
Should be an easy secure on this Rift Herald as we're nearing the 20-minute mark. They've extended their gold lead by even further, 4,000 at the moment. INTZ, they're really starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, certainly are, and all of a sudden they can play around top side of the map. I mean, that's nice and easy because Dragon isn't available. They take away all the camps. Now they'll rotate their vision line. You presume towards Dragon, push up mid, push up bottom, look to secure another free objective. And one more time, one thing these IWC teams are fantastic at doing is playing with a lead and shutting out vision control. You can see all the deep wards one more time for INTZ this time being set up.
So how much longer do Anox need before this tank line is healthy enough to provide the front line that Miracle and Kira need?
That's really the big question, right? Because once again, there is heavy AP damage on the side of INTZ, but really because Macau is accelerated 3-0-4, that becomes a little bit longer. Because normally if it's in an even game, you're like, okay, build up some magic resistance. You can see, Smurf going towards it. You presume that PvP Stahos is going to go towards that Cowl as well as his next item. All of a sudden, we can look to fight when we have our Spirit Visage on Smurf as well as a Cowl on PvP Stahos. But because this Ezreal pretty much is approaching a Blade of the Ruined King at 20 minutes, there's going to be a 3-item power spike. That gets delayed because all of a sudden you're looking at Randuins, you're looking at Dead Man Plate to really be able to make that viable. So unless Kira can catch out Macau, it's going to be a hard team fight to win.
And look, and we can see Miracle still just sitting on that Runans at the moment.
The other thing that's important to note is that Jockster actually went for the QSS instead of Macau. What that means is if Macau gets ultied, Jockster ulties him. If Jockster gets ultied, he can QSS out. So there's really no good options right now for Kira to be able to lock down.
Smurf and Yang just trading blows back in here, but Smurf, he's had a rough time. He's just been in a constant state of, I have to recall, I have to teleport. Yang, stop pushing this top lane, but Infernal Dragon has been taken here for INTZ. They get themselves another advantage here.
Yeah, certainly do, and they're going to go towards Mountain. So I think that's the second game in the row. I want someone to do the math on it. Mountain, Infernal, Mountain. That has to be such low percentage for 2 games in a row.
No, it's good, though. It enables them to excel their lead even further, opposed to just a bunch of Cloud Drakes here. So it's good for INTZ, bad, of course, for Anox, who their structures have been falling quite fast.
The aesthetic Drake, Cloud Drake, of course, it gives you some...
some cool little lines.
Yeah, some tails. As you can see that Macau, Revolta, and Jockster trying to siege up this mid lane. Actually doing a nice job of staying nice and safe.
Oh, perfect timing on the Arcane Shift. Gets himself to safety and doesn't even need the racing stripes that the Cloud Drake does. He's fast anyway.
So, proving the point. I mean, now stuck in a 1-3-1. Claw's well and truly set in, and because they're pushing up, I mean, there's really no wave clear problems. You can see 2 levels difference between Kira as well as Tokka's. And ultimately, because Tokka's is just a tank, he can just sit here, and they're going one more time.
They want to fight this one. Revolta does get knocked up, stunned as well by Tarek, but they don't really have anything to pressure it now. Tokka's, once again, forces the lane up, and Kira, he needs to be with his team, but he also needs to catch the waves, but he's just falling further and further behind. 60 CS at this stage.
Yeah, 100%. That's what the story is about, right? The fact that they looked for the engage there, but all of a sudden it's just this chip damage that's being placed as the deep vision in the jungle. Ultimate going to be thrown out here. Miracle gets chunked. Stahos goes in, but Tokka's is here first.
A nice double stun. Crit throws down the ultimate. Here comes Shen. Can he get in the fight? A beautiful explosive cast. Knocks him all away. The disengage from INTZ is real, but now they want to fight. Revolta gets for the body slam.
Oh my God.
Tokka's over the wall. Can't seem to find the kill on Miracle. He's very, very low, but Tokka's just darting in and out of the fight. The respect for the Nether Grasp. keeping him at bay, but he's got the QSS as well.
Rogi, that's a 4v5. Yang's just like,
Oh,
guys, why are
no.
you fighting? I'm sitting top lane trying to take a turret. They're going to get 2 instead. So Toggers burns double summoner spells over a wall, just misses out on a kill. But at the end of the day, the ship sailed. 2 turrets go down.
This is looking so damn good for INTZ. 8,000 gold in the lead and corralling the members of Anox around like sheep to a cattle dog at the moment.
Yeah, and once again, this is why you don't write teams off in day number 1. INTZ, I mean, after they lost the Lion, everyone's like, this Brazilian team always chokes. If they beat Anox, they're equal second one more time. I mean, and Lyon's definitely shown that they're the superstar team to contend with. If Anox drops this one, that's against Dark Passage, that's against INTZ. All of a sudden, Chiefs and Anox, especially if Dark Passage win the next game, a little bit of trouble.
That's exactly right. And who'd have thought we would get here right now? Because every other game, Anox have been looking dominating. This seems to be the first time they've really been challenged, and INTZ seem to have the answer. They ban away the Jhin, they ban away the Brand, they take that Bard for Joxer, who has been playing it to utter perfection right now, constantly getting those beautiful cosmic bindings as well as the clutch Tempered Fate. So,
and once again, this tournament is really about coming first and second.
Yeah.
I mean, you just want to make it to Worlds. From there, you can boot camp really hard, look to have a good, successful World campaign. So INTZ, because the Chiefs are right behind them, they don't have the head-to-head, actually pretty much securing with this victory the fact that they're not going to have to play against Lyon, which right now is pretty much like winning the grand final in itself, because that team looks freaking awesome.
look, they look absolutely incredible, and INTZ, they're playing up to that standard right now. They've been able to get themselves an early advantage and use that to secure so many other resources around the map, nearing a 10,000 gold lead at only 25 minutes in. Anox forced into a bad position. It was fight or flight, and they're flighting right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. They fought a little bit earlier, however, which didn't really work out for them. Yang steals away a blue buff, and you can just see QSS has picked up across the board. Now Blade of the Ruined King finished up by Macau. So that question of, when can they fight is going to be at least another 10 minutes, realistically, now that it's a 9,000 gold before Anox can look anywhere near a team fight.
Miracles at least got his Infinity Edge, so he's going to start outputting some damage, and
he's a full item behind. I know that Ezreal's item build is cheaper, but that's a little bit ridiculous.
He's completely finished his Muramana as well, so we'll have that bonus damage on Q, as well as Bork, as well as the Frozen Gauntlet and the Ionian Boots of Elasticity. 1 Q lands, it's just going to follow up with 1 before an auto attack can come out.
Yeah, it's certainly the case, and you can see that they're playing with vision really well. I mean, they've got their vision line all the way pushed up. Revolta's swept multiple times, and now they're looking for the pick. They might actually just start this one up, realistically. I mean, Stehos finally coming in, but still only a bait.
Looks like the Prey Seeker not going to find anyone, but the Farsight Orb does reveal 3 members in the pit right now. Prey Seeker onto Macau, but INTZ, they're playing the patient game. They don't want to...
2 members have just recalled, however.
Do they have vision on? Another Prey Seeker comes on
I mean, I think you just started up. They can see the Ashe in the top lane. They can see Malzahar mid.
Yeah, they're going to get vision of Shen in the bot soon, and there they go.
Yeah, they've started up. I mean, Tockers now just plays goalie. He's only looking to keep people away. It's already at 5,000 health.
Well, Stehos, he's trying to make his way on through. Here comes Kiri, here comes Lucrit, but everyone goes through the journey right now, but there's an ulti over the wall. Revolta, he's going to fall. The Tempered Fate keeps him safe for now, but Joxer goes down as well. Smurf in the back, doing what he can. Yang as well, trying to get in on a Miracle. He's taking him down. He's got a sight set onto Kira now, but Tockers, he may go down. Can he get another Q off? No, Smurf takes him down, and this is looking good for Anox. They're winning this fight so far, but Yang and Macau, the carries,
there's just no damage left. All of a sudden, I mean, it's just going to be Ezreal looking to rip through them.
A taunt comes through. It's immediately QSS'd away. Don't think they have the chase potential to take out Macau, but Anox, they answer with a very convincing fight.
And you see Lucrit put his hands in the air as he's recalling, take a bow, because he nearly just carried that team fight from a 9,000 gold deficit, and they get 3 really key shutdowns there. So it is going to slim that lead back to about 7,000, and Anox showing that with this team composition, they still have fight in them. Gold going over to the appropriate members. All of a sudden, Randuin's nearly finished up. It is a GA for PvP Stehos. As we have another look at this, they started up, they go over the wall, and this ultimate is just perfect because Stehos lives for just enough time And they're able to kill 2 members before the fight really even begins. Tokka's going down really is the icing on the cake here. But another Mountain Drake is going to be picked up regardless by INTZ.
There will be a third one on the way, so if INTZ can get another one under their belt, that Baron will be done even quicker. But Anox, again, a great fight. But after the dust has settled, they are able to get themselves a few more items here and there, you can see. Miracle forced to pick up that Executioner's Calling just to deal with the Vlad healing. They were able to kill him in that fight, so there are still prospects for this Anox lineup.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as we said, you know, give it 10 more minutes. They should actually be able to go 1v1 because Ash certainly does put out the damage late game. INTZ is still looking for the fight.
Revolta's up quite far. Tarakoldi's off cooldown, Smurfs. At the bot side. Yeah. Stand United available as well as Teleport. No TP for Yang this time. He did a great job in that last fight of completely denying Miracle any damage output. But he got the ulti off. So did Kira.
But for the first time, really, it looks like the Anox team is starting to push up, get back some vision. They don't have the quickest Baron, although, you know, that's only because Kira is behind the clock. As soon as he gets any items, they're going to be able to rip through that. He's just ADCS down.
Spooky Ghosts were used by Joxer to try and catch out anyone, but it feels like INTZ, they've slowed down.
Oh, misses the Tempered Fate.
They've slowed down, but their foot is still on the acceleration, just not at as fast pace. I'll get there. Smurf just going to be solo pushing out that bot. Does have the ability to join his team, and I feel like INTZ, they just want to wait for Yang to get that teleport available.
Yeah, that's probably the case. You know, they're also looking for some item break points. LDR would be fantastic here if they could be able to grab it on Macau. As well as a Void Staff would be really needed right now on Tokka's. I mean, they can still probably blow up the backline, but when you have a look at Miracle, even picking up some magic resistance for himself now in the form of that Hex Drinker. So it's getting a little bit harder to execute upon, and this is what we said. Given the fact that Macau is the only person with any AD in this lineup, pretty much you can stack MR and just kill him.
Well, just look at all the Quicksilver sashes that INTZ have bought themselves. That's one on every single member except Macau. So he's got a target on his head, and Kira's going to be zoning in on that one. But if he stays far enough away, just pokes with Q, they'll never really be a threat.
And now maybe this time they can regain the vision control that they were looking for earlier. They need to be more patient and not move this time, although it looks like they've caught Stehos.
Oh, he might be in trouble. Does have the Guardian Angel available. Revolta with the barrel knocks him back in. Ulti from Smurf is coming through. Can he get any of the clutch taunts? Not going to find it.
They don't even get the GA in the end. Stehos is just a little bit too tanky at this stage of the game. However, they have chunked out the jungler. They know that the ultimate is on cooldown, and they will burn through this Baron with double Mountain Drake.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're going to have to use a Hawk Shot or a Scouring Orb to find something. There's no chance that they're going to get this one away, down to about 1,000 health. Smite it away. Actually, Joxer picks that one up, but chunk out the jungler, get the Baron, sound strategy.
Yeah, it certainly is. They didn't overcommit on it. I mean, they had a lot of flashes available, but in the end, as soon as the cast was down and Stehos lived, they just let him walk away. But all of a sudden, you know, they've got the Baron buff. They've got minion waves prepped. Probably look to go bottom, I would assume. No Void Staff coming out of Vladimir. Oh, I really don't agree with that, Talkers. I mean, when you have a look at the lineup, there is just so much magic resistance. Locket, Spirit Visage top lane, Hex Drinker, as well as GA. You're really not going to be doing the damage that your team needs.
Definitely staggering their builds here for that magic resistance. You can see Macau finally picking his own QSS up. So Joxon maybe could have gone for the Macau's Crucible instead, but opting for a QSS of his own, I guess, when he has the gold to play with.
Macau's doesn't stop suppression, unfortunately. Just stuns, so that's why he's going with that one. As I said, he's just looking to ult it out anyway, I believe.
They have a lot of answers.
Yeah, they certainly do. They have about 7 answers at the moment.
Going to be making their way onto this bot lane in a tower. Baron-empowered minions. Unfortunately, the Voidlings are no match for INTZ and their powered-up play here.
And, you know, even though Yang has done a terrific job, he has been pretty evenly matched from Smurf. Smurf has done a good job around the map of really getting going.
10,000 gold down, 11,000 actually. Keep in mind that Anox, they haven't even got themselves a tower yet. And that's 6 towers in favor of INTZ.
Yeah, it's about to be 7.
Oh, Steos does get stunned up, but the focal point is that tower. They want to take it down. LeCrit can't seem to find the stun. The next wave should be enough in the top. In the picture-in-picture, we see these guys just 1v1ing up there, trying his darndest to get some damage down on this tower is Yang. He does have the siege minion to help him out, and there's nothing Smurf can really do about that because Yang's playing bodyguard.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Tokka's walked mid lane up as well. Kira had to go respond to that. Now he's back.
Yep,
but that should be turret falling.
There it goes. Macau picks that one up with the help of the minions. Now that's an open inhibitor, and there's no way that Anox are looking to defend this one as INTZ, they walk themselves out.
Yeah, exactly right. So inhibitor goes down. All of a sudden, they only have 2 waves to play with. Going to look to march the mid lane up at this time. Macau gets chunked. This might be the fight.
Oh, he goes low. Stun coming in through. There's the ulti from Stay Host LeCrit. He gets the ulti off onto a few members, but that's a beautiful Tempered Fate completely shutting down the backline. Stay Host trying to find the kill on Revolta. He gets it now.
Yang's
Macau
still going
in
top.
full retreat. Yang, he wants to get that top lane inhibitor, and now they've realized what's happening. And that means that they want to turn around and fight. Tokka's getting the constant slowdown onto Smurf. This should be a free inhibitor for Yang.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. So even though they take away Revolta, still, I guess, winning out on that exchange here, INTZ. But now Yang caught out a little bit.
They're not in the top lane with him. You're in the top lane with him. He's just brawling them right now.
Absolute monster. So at the end of the day, they walk away, double inhibitors down off the Baron buff. They're going to be able to grab themselves the Mountain Drake. Really nicely played one more time from INTZ. That's going to lead into pretty much a 41-minute Elder. With triple Mountain and single Infernal. That's not a bad
no, it's a good mix.
hand to be dealt.
It's a good little lucky bag that they got.
You know, the Volcano, 3 Mountains and an Infernal.
That's exactly right. It's a little bit of lava, so maybe a dormant one for now. When they get that Elder, might erupt for them after that one. But that just means that any objective, if there were towers remaining, I would say any towers here, but they've only got 3 left.
Yeah, exactly right. But what they do have, they will rip through. Still looking for their first turret here is Anox. We keep going back to it, but 12,000 gold lead. If you give him 8 turrets, that looks much smaller at this stage. But
it is what it is, right? They're not finding any way to even leave their base right now. They're being pushed by 2 waves of super minions, and INTZ grouping as 5 in the mid lane, looking to get themselves that trifecta of inhibitors.
This is smart from INTZ. I mean, the longer you leave this, the easier it is to just stall out the game and use those double inhibitors as pretty much free farm. So instead, marching straight back up mid lane. They won't overcommit until the creeps are back in the base. You can see that Tokka's is actually marching them in now. But the idea is definitely right from INTZ. They've done a better job at executing this time around.
Good stun on to Stay
Oh, Macau gets chunked again.
A lot of damage for his troubles. Does have the Blade of the Ruined King, so find some jungle minions, heal up. Might be an ideal plan for him right now, but he's making his way back in, getting about 60 to 70 health right now per auto. Yang, he's gone in onto LeCrit.
Half health him. Far out. That is so much damage coming out of Yang at this stage of the game. You can see LeCrit kind of scratching his head, wondering what went wrong there.
Trying to work towards a frozen heart right now, but he's still quite a bit of gold off. Smurf delegated to top lane cleanup duties, and super minions starting to make their way in the bot lane. Tokka's holding a good flank position. Here comes Steos. Immediately gets body slammed out of the tunnel. Ulti coming through from Smurf, but look how low Steos already is. There's a Tempered Fate. It's hit Steos. It's hit Miracle. That gives LeCrit enough time to get the ultimate off, but they get the tower. Tokka's in the back line looking for something.
Kira.
Kira back into the fight. He's trying to find an ultimate. Can't really do it. He's stunned up. He's going to get taken straight down here. Yang picks up that one. Miracle. No hope of survival. And look at INTZ. They're firing on all cylinders. A double kill for Yang. He's looking for another one. Macau just straight up 1v1s LeCrit. No surprises there. And INTZ completely shut down Anox.
Yeah, they certainly do. And that means that the top of the tables are getting very interesting, Rogi.
Oh.
37 minutes, but it was a very one-sided affair. INTZ definitely showing up to play. You see Revolta finally for the first time with a huge grin on his face.
Look, and they deserve it. They played so damn well from the word go. That Ezra, I don't even think he died that game. I'll have to check back later, but such immaculate play from all 5 members. It was kind of a shaky Baron fight, but at that point they had about 3 mistakes before they were actually on par, so they make half a mistake and then just skyrocketed from then on out.
Yeah, 100%. You know, that Ezreal really was just too safe. So INTZ definitely walk away with a very clean victory. I like the Ezreal pickup. Said it at the start of the game. They had a lot of consistent damage out of other sources, and late game he was always going to come online. So respect to INTZ for picking that one up, and a much needed win against Albus Nox. I mean, Albus Nox would have loved to walk away with that. They're pretty much already guaranteed for playoffs, I think. Although we can go into some weird 4- and 3-way tie situations now. But the start of this game was just so damn impressive. I mean, getting Macau snowballed certainly was a good thing.
Oh yeah, the Revolt did a great job of constantly being in the right place at the right time, and this is kind of where it all went wrong for Anox, trying to fight 3 versus 5 for this tower, 6 for 2, I think.
Yeah, what you haven't seen is LeCrit died a while ago. He's already walking back. And then Miracle died, and then everyone else dies, and LeCrit dies again. So certainly was an interesting fight. I mean, he does win the support 1v1 right here. Which is always a good thing, but apart from that, I mean, not many other positives.
Now, I wonder if he was Brand, if he would have killed them all there.
Nah, I don't think so. He didn't have his ultimate available.
True. Look at that. This is the fight that Anox actually came back in to make it look a little bit more competitive, but sure, they were able to kill the tanks, but look at Yang. He's just doing absolute work. Miracle, I don't think, got off a single auto attack, only volleys at that stage.
Yeah, exactly
Kira,
right.
He'd already done his job, so he goes down.
And Macau, you know, at this stage of the game was absolutely massive as well. So even though the tanks survive, I mean, if this had been a protracted engage, like if they keep going here, Macau probably just kites them all out and, you know, goes to town. You can see that there is a reason that they all back away. Macau was an absolute monster at that stage.
Look, and the Tempered Fates constantly locking down Miracle. Even with the Taric ulti, it felt like they were taking damages. Revolta, Yang, such a good front line. Gave so much room for Macau to really spread his wings.
Yeah, it certainly did. And, you know, one more time they alley-oop into the parallel conversion. So just got to say that this Gragas Echo combo certainly looked fantastic. Yang was able to go 1v1 with the Gnar in the Chiefs versus INTZ game. And, you know, even was able to shut down Alwind in the Dark Passage game. So I think that it's very fair to say that Yang is quickly showing himself as one of the best top laners in this tournament.
Look, and that's exactly right. But now the top of the table is super competitive. Maybe the most competitive we've seen the IWC in quite a long time. These guys all fighting for that coveted top 2 spots.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, Lyon had a step ahead of everyone. Ha-ha! I mean, I think they're nearly untouchable now. They're, what are they, 6-0?
6-0. They do have Albus Nox as their last game. So,
but Albus Nox is now lost to couple. So, you know, I don't think anyone can catch them because that's
6-0, right?
Yeah,
that's the dream.
6-1, that's all you can end. So at the end of the day, I think that that's a really well-fought play game for INTZ. Helps Lyon out a lot in that regard, and looking forward to seeing if INTZ can continue this trend.
Look, and what an incredible showing from INTZ. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we've got much more IWCQ action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Day 5 of the International WIldcard Qualifier. My name is Sifa. I'm being joined by Raz as we gear up for our third game of the day. But before we jump into our next one, I want to take the opportunity to reflect and look a little bit back. Of course, INTZ pulling out, I would say, a surprise win. They've had a couple shaky performances in the last few days, but looking very clean this time around.
Yeah, I mean, after their first day of games, there were a lot of questions of whether this team really are meeting their expectations. But that last game really started to prove that they ramped up. I know yesterday's interview, they really were talking about the fact that they went back to their hotel. They had a major conversation about what was going wrong and that they just needed to play their INTZ game, their INTZ play style, which is just go hard, go aggressive. And we saw that confidence with their bot lane dive this last game.
Yeah, bot lane dive, and additionally Yang in the top lane just felt like such a force. Whereas in some of the games where they've lost, he's been shut down. He felt like he really prospered early, and despite multiple aggressive ganks being sent his way, he always managed to get out alive, which I thought was really impressive.
Yeah, exactly. He played incredibly smart. He noticed whenever Shen was just pressuring him or walking at him randomly, that he's got to respect that Rek'Sai pressure. And that also comes down to the fact that in the bottom lane, Bard ended up putting a great ward on that blue buff, always recognizing where the enemy jungler, where PvP stay host was. So if he's going to be topside, then that's exactly they played towards that pressure.
And of course, we were talking about Yang a little bit earlier, and here he is, your MVP for that game, a 13 KDA and an absolutely just a monster. Really one of the big factors in that bottom lane dive that we were talking about, and you can see how good it is when you get a lead on this champion, and both, how good it is when Yang gets to play something where he can show off some of those mechanical skills that he's known for.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, if they got that amazing bot lane dive off, and he was so far ahead, the moment he starts, A, he gets his Trinity Force, B, he starts going towards his tanky items. Yeah. He just feels like he can just jump right in.
And I think that's what makes Echo so terrifying, right? Is that there's so much more guaranteed, utility coming in from the Shen. But if Echo ever gets a lead, I mean, he's guaranteed to kill your backline. You're never going to stop him from doing that. But on top of that, he's going to be able to win out in those 1v1s. He's just such an oppressive champion overall. And so it feels like a risk. Sometimes it feels like a risky pick in terms of, like, if it doesn't snowball, it's just never going to do as much as the Shen does. But when you see INTZ have this much success, you can see exactly why it's a popular pick, exactly why it remains at the top of kind of the top lane meta picks.
Yeah, exactly. And the biggest threat you can get off of an Echo on top of that, especially if he has a lead, is just presses his W towards the backline, hits his baseball bat, strikes him out. Of course, the backline has to respect that pressure in and of itself. The zoning tool of his zone, his field, is incredibly, it has a lot of pressure. So Echo is an amazing champion. Yang played him to its T, and it just showed with that result.
And aside from just the Echo, when we look back at this game, what do you think really went wrong for Albus Nox? Because this is a team, once again, that's looking to fight for the top of the standings. They're very close in the thick of it. Really the only team that feels far and away now is Lyon Gaming. Everyone else, it seems like, can secure this top four between the Chiefs, between Dark Passage, between INTZ. It's a very close-fought battle. So what do Albus Nox need to do in their coming games to kind of plug some of the holes or maybe patch up some of the things that went wrong?
See, that's a really good question, because I feel like the group stage is a perfect time to experiment, though some teams are feeling the burn trying to experiment when there's only those one games. There's so little games that really do define you, but at the same time, a lot of teams tried to leave the brand open. They got burned, no pun intended, though now that it's out there. They left the Bard open. He got the exact same result. So now they're just stuck on it. You ban Bard, you ban Brand, and on top of that, we even saw the ban on Miracle's Jhin. And so we just saw the comfort picks that they rely on. The moment you take it away from them, there is a lot of vulnerabilities coming out of them.
And I feel like the whole game was set up for them to play very reactive. They had a Shen, and if without priority in the lane, Shen's not going to be able to really support too many people. And additionally, Malzahar, while it is an insanely powerful pick, feels really limited in what his options are in the early to mid game, whereas Vlad, never has to lock himself down with that ultimate, always mobile, always free to move around in a team fight. Kira, as a very strong mechanical player, Vlad doesn't seem like a pick that really fits his style, or at least that's how it seems to me.
Yeah, his style is fairly open. He does go towards a lot of random other picks that he hasn't actually showed in this tournament, so that's a positive for him, but at the same time kind of shows that he is a player that still has a few question marks on him. So with this team, they have a lot of time. With this loss, that's actually fairly impactful because this win was needed for them to secure that playoff position. Now that they don't have it, they do have to go all out in their next incoming games. They still have that last game with Lyon. So if they can take a game against Lyon, they're secured that final playoff pick. Otherwise, they still have to go for perhaps some set of some tiebreaker games.
Well, it's going to be interesting, too, especially when we look at kind of the impact of these coming wins. But to hear more from INTZ after a really commanding win, let's send it over to Hingers, who's standing by in Brazil.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm now joined by Macau, whose team has just picked up another win. Yesterday, you said that if you guys were able to play your game and play the aggressive, confident game, you'd be victorious, and that's kind of what happened today, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you feel like going forward, you've picked up new steam? Like, what has been the mental difference between the first half of the tournament and now?
Basically, yesterday we were kind of, if we lose, we're out. Yep. So we said, if we're going down, if we're going out of this tournament, let's go the INTZ way. Let's play aggressive. And that's what we did yesterday, and it worked. And here we are today again.
It must feel pretty good to be able to turn things around for your fans as well, right?
Yeah, it's really good. Like, the Brazilian fans are really amazing, and they cheer a lot. So being able to pay them back, it's really good.
You've still got to face Saigon Jokers later on today. Give us a bit of a preview. What are you expecting from that match?
What we know from Saigon is that they play basically control mage mid, and then they just protect their ADC. Yep. It's like their star player. So we'll be working something to deny that.
They're also really focusing on group fights, and they like to brawl. Does this mean we're going to see a bloodbath in this game tonight?
I hope we're able to just neutralize them on early game, because I think they're not that strong early game. So I hope it's a clean game.
Excellent. Well, congratulations again on the win. That's all from us now. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hingers. Always good to have that insight, and excited to see how they're going to match up against the Saigon Jokers when they play later today. But speaking of the Saigon Jokers, we got to leap into our next matchup. They are, of course, going to be facing down Kaos Latin Gamers. Now, Kaos Latin Gamers, a team that has been down and out, a team that has looked, honestly, one tier below the rest of the composition. But this is their last shot. If they can find a win here, they get to redeem themselves, at least in the eyes of their region, in the eyes of their fans. And honestly, it's pretty important for Saigon Jokers to find something.
Yeah, Sifa, one of these teams have to win a game, and this is going to be it. So, Saigon Jokers.
I was trying to phrase it in like the best way possible, and you're like, yeah, this is respect. I mean, you got to call it like it is. Call a spade a spade. I respect that.
Exactly. So both of these teams, of course, not reaching their expectations, to say the least. I think it's a little bit worse for Saigon Jokers, simply because they've had a lot of competitive games. They've gone through quite a few with leads, but at the same time going even with a very scaling composition at times. And I feel like a lot of their team fights, they do misplay, which is fairly interesting, simply because they are a team that love to fight. That should not be.
I mean, it seems like they're more experienced than most of the teams when it comes to fighting, so we wouldn't expect that. And on the opposite side, I feel like there's an immense amount of pressure on Kaos Latin Gamers, because when we look at the team that came in before them for IWCI, Isurus Gaming, they actually put up a pretty solid performance. But now it's sitting over to that roster. You can see there's the bands for you. The one we got to keep your eyes on, as always, for me at least, has been Julio Stito. While not always the most consistent player, he is definitely a force to be reckoned with in the jungle, but the whole roster, Element, Julio Stito, Plugo, the Fox, and Bear. Fox and Bear as well, showing us the strength of the Ezreal Karma lane. As much as I may not like it, there's a clear reason why I am no longer a color caster.
Hey, now you're going too hard on yourself. But Karma and Ezreal, they're great poke. We see it every single time that one of the major weaknesses of Ashe and Jhin are the fact that they are immobile in their lanes, that they can't really look to dash out like Lucian can. And so one of the problems is, sure, they can shove the wave, or at least Ashe can shove lane fairly easily, but you're going to be there's going to be a little bit of a push and pull in terms of shoving versus poking, and they're going to get firmly poked out of lane.
So the big question for me, looking at the way that the meta has kind of developed here as a tournament, internationally we saw so many utility AD carries, Ashe, Sivir, Jhin, the occasional Lucian when you wanted something more aggressive. Why do you think that the Ezreal is rising up in this tournament? Do you think it's comfort for these guys, or what does it bring to the table that the Ashe, the Jhin, the Lucian, all those other picks may not?
two responses to that. I think the major reason is just simply matchups. I think they're trying to find proper matchups against Ashe, proper matchups against Jhin, although that's fairly easy. Reason why Lucian's coming up quite a bit, quite honestly, is not only the matchup with Lucian Braum, but at the same time, they do want some flexibility in their picks. They want to be able to outplay mechanically when the need arises. And I do believe that with Ashe, you do not see as much abuse on her ulti as you do in other major regions. So there's less value in terms of how to use that pick. But with that being said, not only is it the matchup itself, but once you scale up with Ezreal, once you do get out of the laning phase with it, it is a major force to deal with, especially up against a Taric pick, which Taric, yeah, sure, his team fighting is incredible, like we saw in the last game. He can team fight well, but he's going to get poked down, and the sustained damage going through a fight, going through that ulti timer, is not going to last for that Taric.
And really interesting to see, too, as well, because you bring up the Taric, you bring up these bottom lane supports, and without Ashe being a primary pick here, it does feel like it affects the support pool as well, because Tahm Kench has been very high priority across a lot of different regions. We're not seeing it as prioritized here, whereas Karma has been a pretty popular pick, and does this just feel like the result of Ashe being off the table? Tahm Kench is now just much less priority because you don't need that Devour anymore, or is it just Tahm Kench kind of feel lackluster in the hands of some of these supports?
Yeah, I mean, all stats, all priorities, just kind of thrown out the window, really, because when you start talking about Bard, Brand, support, like all these, when you start seeing so much in the bottom lane, and it just comes down to preference and what experience in your own region, anything can happen.
Yeah, but you can see the team, as we mentioned them earlier, Element, Julio, Stito, Plugo, the Fox, and Bear, and they've been mixing it up in pick bans every single game. I don't know if they've been struggling to find a team comp that works for them, or just really taking the time to experiment. But they've tried a lot, and they're going to need to finalize on one last composition here, as this will be their final match in the group stage. Once again, looking for that final win. Saigon Jokers have a few more chances, but for Chaos Latin Gamers, it's looking like all or nothing. Now, they picked some weird stuff, Res.
Yep.
We've seen Kalista, we've seen Kennen in a non-Gnar lane, which I'd say is a little unique.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they're going to do it, because they're going to have to match up against the Saigon Jokers, and these guys have been relatively consistent in what they've been trying to do. A lot of aggression, a lot of strong early performances, but never quite able to pull away the win. Ro, Hanyan, Warzone, Celebrity, and Sue.
Yeah, exactly. Saigon Jokers do tend to go towards one set playstyle. Warzone does love his Vladimir, even though recently he has changed it up quite a bit. Lavita was in there for a little while, so of course the statistics are kind of dispersed out. So they do go for one style, one identity. Meanwhile, Chaos Latin Gaming, they're a team that they're not too sure how to play out their style because they don't commit to anything. So whenever they there was that one time they picked Kennen, and they picked it blind. They had no idea what they were. Honestly, I had no idea what they were looking to do. And so when they had these picks, at least play towards them. I'm not against Kalista. I'm against Kalista if you can't play around it properly. I'm against Kennen if you can't set up TP wards properly. They're just not really setting up as well as the other teams around them.
And it's really interesting because you can see a struggle across the board to really find priority, to figure out what they want to do in picks and bans, because we saw so much early jungle priority on that Nidalee in the first few games that they played. I think 3 out of their 4 first games, Nidalee was the first pick, really wanting to lock that down, but it never really did anything. And we saw a constant shift in picks bans. The Ezreal Karma, the most recent iteration, Alistair Kalista, another bottom lane. It feels like the team's identity just isn't there at this level of composition. They're trying so much, trying to figure out who can carry. They're shifting that priority around, but nothing has worked out for them quite yet.
And the major focus for me is Julio Stito, because they do pick good matchups for him. We saw the Kindred pick, which we don't see generally, but when we do, Kindred is fantastic if you have shoving lanes to be able to skirmish any jungler you're really going up against. And of course, as you said, we saw Nidalee picks where he should be able to walk into the enemy jungle and just start smacking them, but he is farming passively. He starts to get out shoved and even out pressured in matchups that should be going his way. So they just need to start playing better.
Waiting to see that improvement. If they're going to pick the Kindred again, we want to see his best Condi impression.
Good Vladimir ban. I really do love that. Warzone, that's just his comfort pick here.
Taking that off the table, of course, Warzone, putting on a clinic in the early stages of yesterday's games. Talia, Cassio, also off the board. So a lot of mid lane focus here from both sides. Some respect over to Plugo, but he's also picked some interesting stuff. I don't know how viable it is to ban him out, but maybe looking for some comfort for Warzone.
That might be a good thing if you are literally egging Plugo on to go towards let's say a Ziggs pick. I really do not want to see Ziggs from him. And even though both teams here are 0-4, 0-6, they haven't found a win. Saigon Jokers have put out a better performance. So right now, Kaos Latin Gaming are up against, I don't want to say juggernauts, but they're going up against a team that they are favored to win.
The sad thing here is that it's just, unfortunately for Kaos Latin Gamers, this hasn't been their tournament, and it feels like every team is favored above them. They are the underdogs without a doubt in every matchup. And while it's not where you want to be, it may relieve some of the pressure.
Yeah, that's a good point.
However, Greg is going to be the first pick, so once again, priority on the jungle for KMV, but Saigon Jokers with a quick response to their own, Echo and the Karma locked in.
That's a very good look towards Karma. Of course, it is a flex pick. It can go mid. It has gone mid before. Saigon Jokers in their own region, they've actually gone towards a protection comp for Kog'Maw. So that's definitely something that we should be able to watch out for with Celebrity. So if that is a Karma, it could just go straight mid if they see a proper matchup for whatever Plugo picks.
They're really taking their time here on this second rotation, halfway through the clock and counting down. Now the thing about KMV, we can be critical of their performance, but I am always excited to see what they're going to pick because they have so much such a unique selection that they try to bring to the table. This time around, though, it's looking a little bit more standard. Gangplank for that Echo top lane matchup, and the Braum going into the bottom lane. This is meta standard, and I'd say that's something that we haven't seen from KMV quite yet.
This is the first time in a long time I've seen Gangplank escape bans. So now it's going to be an interesting interesting game to see how Element plays with this champion. He is going to be in a bad matchup, of course, but let's see how he weathers the storm and if his ulti is going to be impactful. He doesn't have to commit his TP, which I've been very critical of him. His TP usage throughout the tournament hasn't been very effective. So this time he doesn't actually have to use it.
Yeah, I mean, a good opportunity. We doubled the globals. May prove to be an advantage, but picking up another global on the side of Saigon Jokers with that Rek'Sai, a bit more map mobility to move around. Additionally, the Lucian pick coming in, maybe hoping to deny it from the Fox. Maybe just looking for an aggressive bottom lane. However, I like what they've done here. Mid lane and support, potentially the final pick.
Yeah, and Warzone has played Karma, so that is definitely an option. They are leaving everything on the table, waiting for Plugo to show his hand and see what they can go up against. I do love Rek'Sai in the hands of Yan. He has been a really the best performing player on Saigon Jokers. So his pressure early has been incredible, especially on Rek'Sai. So he's going to be able to scale into the later portions of the game.
Oh, give me the Vayne. The Fox, of course, played this to win out in his local region. Don't know if he'll pick it today.
Yeah, that would be an interesting time to pick Vayne.
Ooh.
He's going to do it.
I'm not supposed to get hyped over hover-overs, and this is why, because it's going to be a Sivir.
Yeah, the man is a tease. And we should have expected that.
I did. I mean, I wanted to believe, Raz. They've mixed it up, but this time around it feels like these guys are playing a little bit more standard. But there's still some of that win lane, win game in the comp that we've seen from them in the past. This LeBlanc coming in here.
Yeah, but now you got to expect the Karma to be going mid. That is a good matchup for him. So with that support pick being left down, 100% that can be anything. And it definitely should not be a Leona. Leona is the worst champion you can possibly look.
Why, Raz? Why must you shut me down every time I want to see something ridiculous?
He's probably hovering the worst possible pick you can go into Sivir and Braum. Not only will you not be able to catch onto Sivir with that Q stun if you do hook onto her, but then Braum will just lock you down and you'll get killed. But yeah, he does favor Alistar. Overall, I do like the composition coming out of Kaos Latin Gaming. Their scaling is fairly good. They do have the ability to roam outwards if Gragas does free up Plugo. There's a lot of gank potential in the mid lane, so Warzone has to watch out when he's on this champion.
Of course, the Alistar, the final lock-in. We got a lot of raw engage power coming in on the Saigon Jokers. Echo maybe not the best thing to start the party, but Rek'Sai and Alistar more than happy to do so. I don't know. Looking at these two drafts, what are really the win conditions for both these sides?
Well, we have an all-in on Joker's side. It's a good protection for Celebrity. It's funny that the last interview we saw with Macau, he did mention the next opponent he's going to go up against is Saigon Jokers, where they do actually utilize their composition to go towards those skirmishes, go towards those fights, but at the same time, help out their Lucian, help out their AD carry. In those fights, they're going to be relying on him. The Karma is definitely going to be looking to shield him up quite a bit. But then, of course, preferred matchup here is Ro, because simply because Echo's going to have a lot of priority in his lane. He's going to be able to skirmish out Gangplank, so I do really want Saigon Jokers to focus down this top side, get a few ganks on him, and get that pressure snowballing. So in those team fights, those necessary skirmishes that they're going to have later on in the game, Ro's going to be just zoning out that backline while Celebrity does all the damage.
I mean, excellent potential spot to be, but it's all going to kind of hinge on this early game now. Will this be the first time that KMV can find and hold on to a lead, or will Saigon Jokers take them down in the final match? Keep in mind, everything is on the line here for Chaos Latin Gamers. If they want to find a win, this is their last chance. 0-6, their current scoreline, as we get into their final game of the group stage.
A lot of playmaking potential on Chaos Latin Gaming side. They have a Gangplank, sure. His ulti is going to be doing quite a bit in terms of just whenever LeBlanc does have freedom in her lane. It's going to be hard, of course, because the matchup is difficult. But that's going to be up on Julio Stito's side that's going to be on him to be able to free him up in that matchup. And so that bot lane dive is definitely possible. And then when the team fights do start towards Dragon and Baron, they have a lot of ways to attack. They're going to definitely be flanking Celebrity on all sides because Plugo, and then of course Gangplank ulti, and Sivir hitting the front line. Really, Saigon Jokers have to play the team fights smart. And that's been their difficulty throughout the entire tournament, is that the fights they do pick, even if they get leads off of earlier skirmishes, they can be a bad thing because they can easily lose it for the same reasons.
All right, well, there's a Lucian going to the top lane, Raz.
Are they doing this again?
And an Alistair. And
okay.
This is starting to look...
I didn't mention it earlier.
They lane swapped last time we saw them. They sent that AD carry top. They sent that top and support bottom lane. But this is the evolution of the 6-16 lane swap.
So
Raz, what is going on here?
Okay, so just to mention this, if you guys haven't seen the Saigon Jokers game yesterday, where they were going up against Albus Nox Luna, they definitely lane swap. And right now they are shoving out this bottom lane incredibly hard to zone out the... They know that Chaos Latin Gaming side, they've lost this entire wave simply because they did start that Krug camp. And now they have to push in an extra wave to get into this tower. So now that we're in this lane swap, they're already behind in tempo. Element has to ditch out entirely and walk towards Gangplank. But it looks like, of course, he is going up against Alistair. Alistair isn't going to be able to zone him out all too well.
Really needing that level 2 faith. And Chaos Latin Gamers here. Local loyalty staying strong despite the poor performance of the team thus far.
And just to brush up on what their idea is going into this, because what the patch did change is that the first blood gold on tower, first tower gold, is going to be incredibly risky to play around. So they want to actually dodge out the matchups here in favor of holding on to tower. So at 3 minutes in, just expect the support and top laner with the jungler to be able to crash on tower once Chaos Latin Gaming do so. Now it's going to be interesting to see what Ro decides to do. He's already getting crashed on.
Really interesting. Surprised to see this going out. Of course, you can see a lot more damage being dealt to this tower. No fortification buff, but Saigon Jokers may spend a little bit more time on the bottom side just to kind of limit the damage that can go down. Julio Stito. A little bit of a fumble there on that body slam, but it's okay, buddy. Nobody saw it.
No one saw it. Vision definitely did not get shown on him. So it looks like what's going to happen here is Gangplank is going to be rotating to this lane so he can get the standard lanes going for him. Perhaps they just actually looked at chip down this turret. So right now, Saigon Jokers have to send an extra person down. Alistair is going to be that person.
On the way, but Gangplank's down as well. There's 4 members of KMV now on the bottom side of the map. Lucian being left to free farm. Julio Stito moving in to pressure the jungle.
This is a good move from Chaos Latin Gaming. They do have to dive, but Alistair is going to be there for it. Rek'Sai is going to be there for it. If all 3 are there, They can't die, but Rexar is
in the
far
mid
too late.
lane. The Ignite's going down. While you're talking about the macro, the micro is going to win the day in the end. But Sue's going to drop as well. Flash, 1 shot, 1 kill coming in from Element, and it's a bloodbath here. KMV picking up 2 quick kills.
Yeah, so already a disaster for Saigon Jokers. They are not playing their own lane swap well. They have to be able to at least get Hanyan there when the wave is crashing. They didn't. It was just 2 people. They're committing to this now.
TP now coming down. Fox does use the spell Shield Warzone now here on the bottom side. Bear locked up. Element moving forward. Has to be careful. Here comes the Rek'Sai. Element now set to fall. He is going to get burned down in the end. Ro happy to grab that one. Samhyun pushes for more, but it looks like they are just going to be able to back off.
Yeah, really, really interesting. They definitely needed to get that kill to make it worthwhile for Warzone to utilize his own TP for it. They're going to shove this wave in. Not be able to challenge this tower. They are both melee. It's not going to happen. Unless if they're looking to dive.
Oh, the Fox gets knocked up. The chain CC is going to come in big, and Bear potentially in trouble. Now pushing for more as Element TPs onto the bottom side of the map. And I was wondering what this game was going to look like on the 2 bottom teams of the tournament, and it looks like Bloodbath is the answer.
Saigon Jokers have just decided to just throw the kitchen sink at Kaos Latin Gaming. Just throw them off. And this is the best way to do it. Celebrity have actually put up a freeze in the top side of the map.
Oh, Element ignited. Bear potentially in trouble, does get knocked up. In come the barrels. Sue taking so much damage, does punt Element back. Bear now in trouble. Element now knocked up. The damage just keeps coming.
Yeah, and they have to back away again. Meanwhile, Sivir is walking into the wave.
Oh.
She's far behind here.
All right.
Okay.
Rek'Sai's out. I think they're going to stop killing each other
Yeah, I'm going to try.
for a couple seconds here, Raz.
One of the major strengths of this all is that Lucian is just passively farming topside. Actually has a freeze going for him here. So anyone who gets sent top, not going to have a good time. Right now, Sivir is just a little bit behind. She just walked back to the wave, and now she's going to be challenging this turret. So I don't think this bloodbath is done just yet. Saigon Jokers definitely need to protect that tower.
Plugo sidestepping his way out of that Soul Flare. Julius Tito now onto the bottom side. Well, looks like we are set up for more blood here as Sivir and KP start to push in. Samhyun waiting in the bush. Coming over the wall. Not in range of the headbutt pulverize. No flash for a Rek'Sai flash knockup, so Saigon Joker going to have to hold back on the aggression, but Ro not afraid to get in there to pop those barrels.
But the Fox has been sharing experience with Gangplank and with Gragas at some points. So she's level 4. Meanwhile, Lucian is at level 6 and has 10 CS on her. They need to be able to make use of this, either get a dive going for themselves or actually kill the tower.
I'm just going to call it, Raz. You said that Saigon Jokers were getting outplayed in their own lane swap. Do you feel like that's still true?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to happen. That's a 5-man dive looking to happen here.
Oh, Echo moving forward.
No
Could be
wave.
in trouble. Ro, no level 6. In goes Sue to try to stop the action from happening, but Plugo gets knocked up. The chain CC, is it going to be enough? Elements pulling back. No kill traded in exchange. Rek'Sai is so low. Here comes the Karma. Plugo in trouble, and he gets dropped down. At the end of the day, it's only a 1-for-1, but there's 4 members strong on the bottom side.
Yeah, but Karma's here now. That should be enough.
Turret set up. Sue still only level 3. Warzone clearing what he can. In goes the Alistair. They have to be careful. Shield
can't
coming
push
out
him
from the
off.
Karma. They're
Karma
buying
has
more
no
time.
mana. So right now they can continue to do this. Karma has no mana. If Echo can get there on time, perhaps they can save the tower. But with how long this has been going for, Celebrities is getting far, far ahead.
I was going to say, the last time we saw a top Lucian in competitive, it did not look quite so good. But Celebrity with the quick roll change here as he spends a bit more time on the top side. Now, the gold, unfortunately, not moving in the favor of Saigon Jokers, and Celebrity seems determined to keep this frozen. Just wants to free farm up. And, I mean, what do you think is the thought process here?
It's just dive versus passive farm because the AD carry is not going to be there for the fight. That should be in favor of Chaos Latin Gaming, and it has been in favor of Gangplank because not only has been sure he can't actually go topside with how far the wave is currently pushed in, but he's actually just been getting a lot of the kills from the dive that's been happening.
Yeah, of course, 22 to 35 doesn't look good in the CS department, but the 2 kills backing him up. I mean, it's pretty good in Element. Only 8 minutes in, he's got 2 pieces of that Trinity Force. Now,
Plugo's in a good spot as well because this was actually a poor matchup for him, but him having the ability to not only take down Karma with him, so Karma has to respond and actually look to roam around. But at the same time, he's getting himself some kills.
Oh, Warzone in trouble, trying to get something, but Plugo's going to grab that kill. Good gank pressure coming in. The Fox, though, he's in trouble, does get knocked off, and a Culling cuts down the Fox.
Now, this is actually worst case scenario for Kaos Lyon Gaming. Because even though their 2 side lanes, or at least their 2 solo lanes are working well for them, Celebrity is so far ahead of the Fox that it's fantastic. He's level 7 to the Fox is level 5, and he has, of course, a massive CS advantage. Now they're actually looking to fight for the first tower gold.
Maybe able to race it down here. 3 members versus 3. I think KMV are going to get this, or are they? Lucian going to have the opportunity to proc that double tap. It is a race for the first gold, and they're going to get it. Despite everything, Saigon Jokers even up the gold score after an incredibly chaotic first few moves.
Now, here's the question. Was it an even trade? Because even though the gold value went over for Saigon Jokers, losing your mid tower means that you lose a lot of priority, especially since you are going up against the LeBlanc, able to roam out to both sides, and on top of that, at least now Julio Stito is going to be able to go into both sides of the jungler.
Julio Stito already been a pretty big threat onto Warzone in the mid lane with that successful gank, making sure that they could get that tower. Overall, though, the gold is dead even, and the question is, how will this control be used?
It actually even gives the Fox a little bit more of an opening.
Oh, Engage goes in, Gangplank ult comes down, but they're not even going to need it as KMV pick up that kill. Nice quick gank going in, and that's the control of mid lane you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Now it gives the Fox the opening, since he has such an wide open lane, to be able to farm up at the very least 2 free waves with that tower down. So sure, they lost first tower gold, but they actually opened up the map a lot more for them by gaining that mid tower, and it gives Sivers some time to herself.
Oh, Element going to get knocked back here, and here comes the cut down from Celebrity. They're going to make sure to burn through Element real quick here. Honestly, it's just been rinse and repeat onto these kills for Celebrity, but KMV are always getting something back, and just looking really solid right now for KMV.
Yeah, they're just trading back and forth, back and forth, back and forth on side turrets for kills. This game's pretty bloody. Not going to lie.
I mean, we almost got to kill a minute. We're 12 minutes in. We need 2 more kills in the next 30 seconds to balance that out. I don't think we're going to see it, but we'll see 2 more towers drop. The tier 1 on the top side is going to go down, and KMV moving into the Dragon Pit.
Now, Saigon Jokers, they have both side towers. This should be a great thing for them. They were only able to trade out 1 side tower and a mid tower for it, and a dragon. And it's an Earth Dragon at that. So it depends now on how these teams are able to use it. Kaos Lyon Gaming should be on a better position, with LeBlanc having 1 more free wave to shove out in mid lane. She should actually be able to now protect both lanes. You can't protect this, though.
Element. Nice flash out to avoid the headbutt pulverized combo. But he's just going to leave. He knows he's going to get div. Except, oh, wait, here's the team there to back him up.
This should be a constant. Right now, Karma is so far down her lane to protect from this. Plugo will always have mid priority here, especially with Gragas.
Julio Cito trying to make his way in.
I don't know about that one.
A little bold there.
He tried.
Maybe thought he had the flash on that body slam in, but...
He checked a little bit. I was like, actually, I don't have flash.
All right, guess we're just going to throw the ult. Scares him.
Yeah, thought he can get the
Makes
flash
him
from Warzone.
nervous.
Realized Warzone also did not have flash. Either way, this should be a good position for Kaos Lyon Gaming. Even though they are even in turrets, they have a dragon up, and at the same time, mid priority rules overall, especially with a LeBlanc who can definitely swiftly move over.
Oh, Celebrity moving in into the Fox. Great situation to be in, but Bear more than happy to block that out. And this is the style that, Macau was talking about, is that all the resources are just being funneled into Celebrity. I mean, the man's got just a barrage of long swords.
He's just
he's a one-man armory at this point.
Definitely a wholesaler of long swords.
I don't know how that works with the guns thing, but I'm not here to question the League of Legends structure. But Sue is trying to knock down Bear. Celebrity in trouble. Celebrity now set to fall. Overextension coming in. Saigon Jokers a little too comfortable on the top side. Sue waiting for the team to back him up. Here comes Samhyun, but the teleport coming in as well. Ro, is he going to get the stun down? Looks like it. Nice start off to the fight. Warzone is right behind them, but here comes Plugo as well. Ro has to be careful now. They try to back off, leaping back, getting a third stack just to run to safety. Plugo knocked up. Plugo not going to get dropped down. He is, however, going to grab the kill onto Rowe.
Plugo's got the rest. They can actually chase this down, but they choose not to. Oh, that's probably why. That
is probably why. Karma looking pretty strong right now. Nothing to burn down through that lineup. Plugo still staying on the front line, getting cheeky with Samhyun and buying time as Gangplank starts to push up on the mid lane, but KMV have just been one step ahead this game.
Yeah, definitely, and that's because Saigon Jokers are playing too much down the line. For whatever reason, Celebrity did not have any HP, but he had about 30% HP. He probably realized that, hey, you know what? Oh, actually.
Oh, hi, Plugo. Would you like to pick up a kill on the Rek'Sai? I think yes.
I guess that's the
answer.
Definitely a yes. But yeah, Celebrity was trading HP, going for hard trades on the Fox for whatever reason, even though he knows KMV has full priority over mid. They can just walk in as a team and just go for a kill. So he definitely paid the iron price for it.
Yeah. Saigon Jokers looking to get this tower for free. Not looking to pay any price for it. However, it's not going to go over quite so easy. So paying the iron price may be the story as we get further into this game, but it's 15 minutes in, and there's a 2K gold lead in favor of KMV, as well as that Mountain Dragon. Celebrity continuing to be a strong point for the team, but may not get the opportunity to go in. Here comes the Echo. On the hunt now, Burned. Gotta respect the LeBlanc.
They're really looking to try and barrel down that turret. Have no reason to.
Oh, good barrel coming in. Celebrity suddenly caught in the middle of the team, and he's not going to make it out as the Plugo now on a rampage. The strongest member of Saigon cut down in an instant. Rowe getting over-aggressive here, but the team is there to back him up. Does get the shield. Julio Stito moving forward, and KMV are cutting through Saigon Jokers. In comes the Gangplank element, not done yet. Fires one final shot before he dips on out, and KMV now with a 4K gold lead.
Yeah, that's just unadulterated aggression coming in from Saigon Jokers. No reason for it. They tried to somehow dive, but it must have been mixed calls because Alistar went in for a full headbutt combo without really any follow-up, which is good, but don't go in for the headbutt pulverize anyways. Don't even look for that trade. They should have just looked. They have side waves. They could have shoved them out and looked to decide to go in and crash on mid turret. But instead of that, they just went mid. Oh. And when they went and had their side wave pushes, they tried to push entirely to that tower. So right now, Saigon Jokers do not have the answer to how to deal with this mid priority coming in from Chaos Latin Gaming.
Now we'll take one more look at this fight, and you can just see how chaotic this became.
Yeah, so of course that engage is coming through, and Celebrity gets immediately blown up, and how much resources they put into Celebrity for him to just get Q ultied and autoed for that that proc of Thunderlords, just to completely delete him, really means a lot. And the rest of them will not be able to follow up.
Just a terrifying spot to be when the Lucian that you spent so much time farming up, when you gave so much across the map, just to have him deleted by the mid laner on the opposite side. And this LeBlanc is only getting stronger. 5-1-3 the score for Plugo. And 3-0-6 for Julio Stito in the jungle. It's a good look for KMV lineup, but the fight just continues here. Saigon Jokers, the unrelenting aggression. The Fox now set to fall. They are going to grab one kill, but Warzone knocked back into the tower and cut down. They're looking for more. Samhyun, the stacks are coming in. Rowe on the backside looking for the stun. He is going to get it onto Element, but the immediate cleanse flash out. Gangplank eating the oranges to make sure it's K. Saigon Jokers, it does not matter how far behind they are. They're going to constantly look for these fights.
Exactly, and this is coming to a major cost to them. They can right now, Chaos Latin Gaming can still hold this tower. They still have Gangplank, Braum. It's going to be very difficult for them to do anything to this. Sure, they get the Dragon, but they're losing a top tower for it. It's a Cloud Dragon.
Hey, 25 movement speed out of combat will let them run faster to their inevitable aggressive attempts. Although Julio Stito maybe not willing to give this one up, and he's going to get it in the end. Rowe goes over the wall. The fight continues, though. Has Julio Stito overstayed his welcome? Rowe with the snapback. Coling coming in on the backside. Bear now set to fall, but it's his life for the Dragons and the tower on the top side. KMV once again coming out ahead.
Yeah, you know what? Even though I would not ask for you to look for a steal for it, he still gets it. I mean, it's at a cost of Bear's life, but that's a fair enough trade. And so now Plugo's just putting in extra autos. Chaos Latin Gaming are always in the proper position, and they've set up LeBlanc so well with that early on mid-tower take, where at that point Saigon Jokers didn't know what to do. They were either over-pushing their side lanes and...
Oh, no.
Okay, well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Rowe.
No, he's
ticking down. A little bit of... okay. That's got to feel bad. Yeah. Plugo, he wanted the disrespect kill, needed to throw at least one more auto in there, but Corrupting Potion really the hero for the Saigon Jokers lineup, as it does save the life. But Plugo unleashed this game, I think we can safely say. This man so frequently caught in a deficit, but when he gets these leads...
And this was just pure disrespect. But LeBlanc is going topside. This is the only trade Saigon Jokers can make. And it wasn't even a good one. But they don't even get the trade. The steal coming through with Julio Stito. And they get Bear instead. They don't show the kill, but it happened.
Oh, Stito moving forward. Samyan just going to go over the wall. Trying to make his way out to safety, but KMV building the lead. Saigon Jokers honestly giving them far too many opportunities to find these fights. And a little too hungry for these individual kills. It's that see hero, kill hero mentality that often costs teams so much.
Yeah, it's turning into see tower, kill tower at this point. Because the only tower that is available to them, and the only real objective they feel like is really impactful and important, is this mid tower. So they just keep looking to form up, group up as 5, and look to take that tower. But they're not going to be able to do it unless if they actually have shove inside. So right now, Ro is pushing on this side tower in the bottom side, which is really solid for him. He's not going to get as much damage down. Gangplank will be able to be there and match it. Could have gotten a bit of chip damage. Doesn't look for it.
Instead, decides to take the safe route and back off here. Bear spotted on this ward, and Ro going to get a little bit more CS. Down a decent margin as the Gangplank has finished the Maw. Things overall looking very grim for Saigon Jokers, but good for the hopes of KMV, who are still hungry for that first win.
See, but this is something Saigon Joker should have done a long time ago, and they're still not utilizing their strength. If Ro is shoving in that side lane, he knows Gangplank is going to be answering there. That's the time you dive, but right now they're not actually using Echo properly.
Yeah, and that was 2/3 of Celebrity's health through a Karma Shield, even with the Athene's Unholy Grail, and honestly, we're only 20 minutes in, and things look very grim for Saigon Jokers. We needed some of those plays you're talking about in the early game, and we're just not getting them. Warzone?
They just need to start figuring out how to take down this tower. If Echo is going to constantly be in the bottom lane, either he looks to just auto that turret, or just walk mid. Look for that zoning opportunity, because he knows someone has to answer then take that wave. But right now he's in a position, the Saigon Jokers are in a position where they're constantly forming up mid, just for Plugo to hit them, smack them down.
Yeah, Plugo, the one-man wrecking crew here. That lead built by Julio Stito's presence in the mid lane and a little bit of Warzone's over-aggression. But now that he's got it, looks absolutely terrifying. Has the CS lead, has the 5 kills, has the tower advantage, the Cloud Drake, just to ferry him to destruction that much sooner. Fox getting aggressed on Celebrity. He does still do a lot of damage, but Braum blocking up what he can. The aggression coming in. Gangplank ult on the backside, but it is not enough as they manage to pick up a kill. Good start for Saigon Jokers, finding the pick in the jungle.
Yeah, that could just be something they go back to repeatedly. The Fox has been in a bad position constantly.
Plugo. Not going to get the kill on the Celebrity. May cost him his life as well. Celebrity dashes forward, but it's Ro who's going to grab the kill.
Yeah, amazing shutdown there. He tried to get the last Ian, the chain, to kill Celebrity. Didn't get it. Of course, risks his life for it. Now, finally, the tower is taken down by Saigon Jokers.
Barreling down on this one. The Gangplank ult not going to connect onto anything, and they're moving forward rather the barrel shot. But now Ro is on the front lines. They're looking for more. Saigon Jokers are fearless. The bear is caught up and knocked down. Celebrity is untouched on the backside. Sivir is barreling into the fight, but it's too little too late as Saigon Jokers look to bring the gold back.
Yeah, the Fox's positioning throughout this entire game has been really questionable, making it a little easier for Saigon Jokers to get some chip damage on the mid tower. There were a few times, even in that mid lane, one pick that happened on the Fox's Sivir. He just needs to watch out. Now the game is swiftly out of their major focus. They don't have the mid tower to really fall back on. So the Plugo and the Fox have to play a little smarter.
Yeah, Plugo's still hungry for blood. It's going to be easier, of course, for him to grab those kills as he has finished the death cap. But also has to be careful. If he doesn't kill that Lucian, it's going to be pretty easy for the Lucian to cut him right down. He's got the Coling, he's got the Black Cleaver, and the Yomu's Ghostblade. So really big point of power here for the Saigon Jokers. Additionally, and almost surprisingly, Samyan doing really well for himself this game. Has the Tiamat, as well as these 2 tank items, should be a big threat. Although, Plugo not afraid to go toe-to-toe here. You can see what the magic resist is doing for Samyan's survivability.
Exactly. He could have definitely gotten popped. He's going to be able to heal up. Just has to go towards it. One camp. Get the passive going for himself. Suzak guard.
Not scared. Backing off, though. Does not see the ward go down. Does throw down the pink in the end, though. We'll spot it out and clear it out.
So this is good from Kaos Latin Gaming. They do have priority and positioning on this dragon.
Oh, Celebrity in trouble. He goes backwards, but the Gragas takes him out, and he's just going to colt down the front line. Bear blocks what he can, but the Rek'Sai is a bit too tanky. Row, too far forward, is just going to snap back. KMV hungry to make a play, but Saigon very aware of it. Just back off.
They should be able to take this dragon or the fight.
Dragon dropping lower and lower. Echo ready to go in at a moment's notice. Has to be careful, have to respect it. Infernal dropping. Su goes forward. Samyeon keeping the chain CC down. Celebrity's on the back side. LeBlanc deletes one member, but what damage does she have left as Celebrity dashes forward? Shots coming out, turns invisible for a moment, deletes him, and in an instant, the double kill for Plugo. Does he want to keep the highlight reel rolling? It looks like the answer is yes, but he misses the chains when they matter most, and the shutdown comes in from Warzone.
So that was a good fight from Saigon Jokers. They end up losing the dragon, obviously, but definitely needed. Right now, the Fox needs to make his life a little bit easier or harder to take because he was just sitting in that Echo slow for an eternity and thought he could spell shield Alistar's headbutt pulp. You can't do it.
Not going to happen. That's 2 spells. It's just not going to happen. Unfortunate, of course, for KMV. Not really wanting to lose out on that team fight. The gold lead continuing to shrink. Still 2K in their favor, of course. They fancy themselves a little bit of Earth, Wind, and Fire here. And to be honest, who doesn't?
Good question.
But a solid situation for KMV thus far. They need to tighten it up a little bit as they move forward because Saigon Jokers are clearly unrelenting. They have no intention of stopping these fights anytime soon. KMV need to play a little bit more proactively, and as you said, a lot of that is on the Fox. Unfortunate circumstance.
Yeah, exactly. So right now he's just farming himself up. Storm has a crit cloak, so
Alistar hungry for blood. Not going to find anything, but now we're waiting. What is the next move for both these teams? It feels like Saigon still so hungry to play around mid, and Celebrity taking a lot less damage there.
Yeah, KLG right now, they're in a position where they do want the Fox to get the every wave coming forward. He's actually fairly close towards his IE. If he can get it, then they can now rely on him for the incoming damage and not so heavily on Plugo and Elements. At that point, they can then group up forward towards Baron and start setting up properly because they do have positioning.
Oh, Samyeon moving forward, making sure Plugo does not feel comfortable to leap into the back lines.
Sending 3 men up top.
No vision coming down here. May just be able to burn through this tower before there can be any response. Saigon Jokers are now on the move up. No tunnels to ferry Rek'Sai in.
Oh, they are committing to this fight. TP coming down on Echo.
Oh, we'll get him a little bit closer on the hunt burn to try to ferry KMV to safety, but Samyeon is hungry for blood. Su is on the backside. Alistar, Unbreakable Will, knocks up the Sivir. The spell shield's not enough. They're looking for blood, but the team isn't here yet. The Fox is so low. In goes the Gragas cast, but it's just delivering them to Sivir as she once again gets cut down. Celebrity on the front lines, trying to duck out on the Plugo. Plugo blocking what he can with the clone. Good use there as he comes through, but it is an absolute bloodbath here. It is Chaos. Celebrity weaving the auto attacks, ducking out on the damage from the gangplank. Echo, unafraid, is moving forward. The Plugo is still alive, still looking for a way into the backline. The chains fails to connect. 2 for 1 so far in the favor of KMV as Warzone is cut down.
That was interesting. Celebrity could have definitely gotten an auto attack on Suliosito when he eat in, but he was just too afraid. There were 2 people on him, and they're still there.
Plugo wants it. He's not going to get it. Celebrity taking that one away. Overextend from the mid laner on KMV.
That's when you smell blood. Couldn't get the kill and even out the gold in terms of that. But you know what? KLG, they still get the positive off that. They got the tower and even up the fight.
At the end of the day, we look at this 3K gold lead once again in the favor of KMV. The turret ferrying that, the kills balancing out in the end. Things still looking good. And Raz, normally I feel like I have a good grasp on who is winning a game. And as we look at this replay, you can see it might be KMV, but it's closer.
Yeah, Bear really played that out incredibly well. Knew that they were getting chased down. His Braum ulti really did isolate Hanyan and Alistar, so they can actually focus fire them down. Now, Celebrity could have definitely got an auto attack there with his E going through, but of course, through Gangplank and Braum, he was definitely intimidated.
And you can see, honestly think, Oh, no, moving forward. We're going to have to wait to see what I honestly think.
I'm
they
not
keep
too
fighting.
sure. I'm not too sure what I honestly think anymore.
I don't know either, Raz. So frequently, like I said, you know who's winning. I mean, the gold tells us. The dragon tells us who's winning, yet Saigon Jokers keep going even in these fights, and I don't really understand how it's happening. LeBlanc continues to get scarier. Celebrity's scoreline continues to be lackluster, but he's continuing to put out insane amount of damage in these fights.
That's the tale of both AD carries here up until this point, and it looks like LG's focus is just the tower.
Zergan down the tower, Warzone in trouble, leaping forward. The Proto Belt comes out. Gragas with an aggressive build, but Celebrity is just culling down the backside, and they cannot cut through the Rek'Sai fast enough. Warzone drops. Celebrity still dishing out damage, but he's not able to close anyone out quite yet. Samyeon with another knock-up row, moving forward, looking for more. He finally cuts down the Fox. Celebrity still left untouched as he launches to look for more damage. Row moving in. There's low health bar. Celebrity cut down. Good flank from the Plugo coming in. KMV are taking control, but Row isn't done yet. Wants to leap forward. The Bear is low. He is going to get dropped down, and at the end of the day, it is a 3-for-3.
Yeah, and Rowe definitely could not follow up off of that. He did not have any more mana. So that was really scary. Celebrity comes up, seeing if he can try and flank off with as a Lucian. Gets immediately blown away. This has just been a bad day for him, especially with how many resources have come through him alone. Chaos Latin Gaming, they had the positioning. They got the early tower, tried to burst down Warzone, and the rest of Saigon Jokers tried to collapse, and not at a benefit for them.
And it feels like just moments ago I was talking about wanting a kill a minute, and now we're well past that point. 39 kills in the game, only 30 minutes in. The constant barrage of team fights. Hanyan, unscared, knows that he's a strong member of the team, is looking to take this red buff. The Fox not going to get that one. Should just be a quick tunnel over the wall as he makes it out to safety. Dragon now started. We've seen Julio Stito steal one this game. Maybe looking to get his hands.
Yeah, pull that out one this time round. So he actually has to work for it. He's going to try still, though. But they're going to get this fight.
Nice headbutt pulverized. They're looking to get aggressive. Plugo knocked up and taken down. This is bad for KMV. Rowe is in the backside, but he's still going to be able to snap back to his team and to safety. The Fox already slowed up. In comes the Gangplank. Alt Barrage looking for more. Sue on the front line. Fox knocked up. Element knocked up. Warzone moving in, trying to ferry the tanky members of his team into the back line. Rek'Sai backing off. Celebrity is slain Baron. Now he's making his way into the mid lane, and that is a massive swing in the favor of Saigon.
Yes, Saigon Jokers definitely have Chaos Latin Gaming downloaded. They know exactly what they were trying to do. They pulled out the dragon and knew that Julio Stito was going to go for it anyways. He's going to try and E over that wall. And of course, the moment he does it with his friends, they just headbutt pulverize. And Sue really did take over that fight from the start to the end. Every time it was off cooldown, he was getting multiple headbutt pulverize cooldowns going off him. So really solid team fights from Saigon Jokers. Really pulled Chaos Latin Gaming in for no reason. They really didn't have to pick that fight, but they did. They tried to take down that dragon.
The lust for blood from both these teams is almost palpable.
That's when you have fought so much in one game that you just know your opponent way too well.
All they know is war. There is nothing left for these two teams.
I mean, Warzone is just every single time you play. It's funny that he's named Warzone. It's literally every time.
And aptly named. I feel like their team. You got some good names.
Yeah.
Celebrity demands all the attention. That's fair.
There we go.
Warzone constantly trying to kill things.
Yeah, everything's a Warzone to him.
It's just destruction all around.
Can't really make anything off of Su, Hanyan, and Ro,
no,
but you could try.
But two. we got two.
Yeah.
Looking less like jokers and more like soldiers, with the amount of time they spend fighting. Honestly, now as we look at the game, the gold is about evened up. The Dragon's still in the favor of KMV. The Tower's still in their favor as well, but only about a 1K difference between these teams as we approach the 33-minute mark.
It's a massive wave forming up into the bottom lane, so they're just going to look to stack up on it. Chaos Latin Gaming have caught up on this idea, so they're definitely going to try and protect this. They're going to be in position. Ro, on the other hand, has a mind of his own. They're going to be trying to go to this mid tower. So Saigon Joker should not be looking to get a fight here. Should just back away and let Ro do his thing.
And they are backing away. You saw Sue move forward like, I'm ready to go.
He was positioned so incredibly far forward that was really a bad positioning for him. If they got caught out guard here in a 4v5.
Oh, Julio Stito moves forward. Celebrity knocked back to the team, but he's just going to dash out. There is no follow-up. A good interrupt coming in for Su means Julio Stito is in no man's land, but Samyan is going to make it out. Moving forward, Su gets popped. Ro now in trouble, is going to snap back out of the fight and into the mid lane to keep the push going. KMV getting cold down as Celebrity just does too much damage. The spell shield buying enough health, but Celebrity grabbing 1 kill, looking for more. Moving forward as Echo takes down the mid lane tower, and Saigon Jokers out of nowhere are in control of this game.
The one time Celebrity does not get focus fire down in the early part of the team fight, they end up winning out. Now that was really, really scary for them. They had a great positioning mid. They didn't need to start up that fight, Saigon Jokers, but they got engaged on, and it worked out well for them anyways.
Julio dash forward, uses the proto belt, may not be enough. Celebrity running for his life. Plugo trying to pop Warzone, but Warzone is going to make it out. Celebrity be playing smart, trying to dodge out on the barrel. Samyan trying to buy time for the team. Celebrity continuing to cut down members. That's the shutdown. Plugo still alive and well, however.
7-4-12. He's definitely got himself back into the game with how many kills he's gotten. Able to outplay, but Plugo's got his number.
In comes the TP. Plugo doesn't know what he wants to do. He really wants to kill Celebrity. And Warzone's on the way in looking for the snare. Snap. Ooh, clever. Fancy footwork coming in for Plugo. Celebrity running into Cole down. Clone going to make sure to block a bit of that damage. LeBlanc saved by the passive there.
Now, because of that, they're going to be able to shove right in and try to take these turrets down. Already, Rose working on this inhib.
And it feels like Saigon Jokers wanted to play a game all about kills, and KMV, while they started with a smarter plan, have just been sucked in. Ro now moving forward. Have. 1 inhibitor down, looking for a second. Ro just going to get out of there. Su slaps the ground. Celebrity looking to slap the Fox and moving in. Celebrity now popped instantly. Fox finally grabbing a return kill. Su trying to make his way out. Does use the Unbreakable Will in the end, but Warzone is running for his life. Ro just wants 1 more inhibitor, wants 1 more shot, and he's going to make... Gonna make his grave worth something as they back away. Warzone slowed up. Julio Stito on the way in, but that is a hard karma to catch, and there's a Rek'Sai moving into backup. Julio Stito...
He's definitely going to body slam and Q slow. No, doesn't have it. They're just going to run it right down mid lane. Try and get this inhib off of it.
There's a massive wave building on the top side, and they have to be careful. They're going to have to respect these supers. And the ZZ Rot. When did that even happen?
I don't even. We've just lost track of our
literally,
lives
you know what? You take a break. I'll just play by play the rest of this game because it's just nonstop violence.
It really is. So they're able to get this inhib. They have to back away. Death timers are coming out. Cannot hope to get anything more. There we go.
All right. For one brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, the map has reset.
But Saigon Jokers definitely lost out on that when they actually had a major shove. They could have actually not only got the 2 inhibs, either back away and buy or go back, or just try again for the top side turret. But Celebrity, with how aggressive he's been playing, flash ease in and get CC'd and bursted down by LeBlanc. That's when you're a little bit too aggressive.
Just stole blue buff.
Oh, there we go.
Which is going to be tough now for Plugo because he only has the 1 main item in the Morellonomicon.
Now we're starting to get the major neutral objectives out here. How's Dragon spawns? Baron's going to spawn in 2 minutes. These teams are definitely going to be able to peel back for it, and Saigon Jokers are going to be in a better position. Not only do they have control of the map,
Plugo out of nowhere.
Oh my god.
It's funny because it's always Plugo and he's always the only person and he always just leaps forward to get damage. But now the fight is on. Plugo looking to connect a few abilities but doesn't get too much damage. Hanyan is in trouble as Ro is into the back line trying to kill the Fox but not too successful yet. Stunned up and cut down before he can use the snapback. Su is now in trouble. Celebrity is still alive but he is having to run. He does manage to grab the tower. Hanyan trying to use the tunnel network to dodge out. Will miss out on the back half of that boomerang blade. Plugo ready to move in. Warzone. And Celebrity backing off. An unlikely support duo. 80 carry, dodging what he can. Celebrity going to get cut down here or not. Bear jumps forward. There's 1 stack of the concussive blows on him, but it's not enough. Plugo waiting off to the side. He's trying to look to keep the ball rolling here.
Hanyan is back in. This is incredible. Chaos Latin Gaming actually had a major advantage for themselves. Plugo puts himself in an unneeded position. They could have honestly just walked towards Baron, get vision on it, and just try and look for it, but right now, Lucian is honestly taking all opponents.
On the hunt, Burn. Celebrity dashing back. Has to respect the Sivir, though. We're at that 4-item threshold.
Yeah, definitely. Does have his moral reminder. Does have his IE.
Is back. Round 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Sivers going to be doing a lot of damage.
You can almost hear the bell ding as Plugo leaps forward for a little bit more, but he's going to get knocked up. Fox using the spell shield to keep him safe, but Gragas is on the back half. Shutdown comes in onto the Sivir. Julio Stito missed the memo because the rest of the team is out of there, and he's left in no man's land. Plugo over the wall. Samyan trying to track down the LeBlanc. Alistair looking for the headbutt. Polv. The rest of Saigon Jokers running it down the top side.
Now, Baron's up, but they're definitely going to be looking for this tower. Rowe has a lot of HP. He's going to definitely be able to tank it. They might look to siege on this, and here we go.
Oh, moving in. Sue trying to get something. Pulls back.
Every time a headbutt pulverized combos come out of Sue, he has burned to flash from this team.
And Plugo taking so much damage. Looks a little bit, oh, fine, goes in. Sue taking so much, does use the Unbreakable Will. Element now in trouble. Flash forward, Culling comes in. Bear blocks what he can. Will they be able to get the stun? Yes, onto Element. Rowe trying to get more, snaps back, pulls back. Celebrity now on a killing spree, leaping forward. Reckless, abandoned, but Celebrity does not care. But he is going to drop, or is he? Celebrity does get popped, but at the end of the day, it's a triple kill for the fearless 80 carry on the side of the Saigon Jokers, and the blood just keeps spilling.
There's no damage on Saigon Joker's side. Plugo has full mana. Can definitely look to chase this down, but he has to worry about these minions. 3 inhibs down.
KMV were set to win this game. Saigon Jokers took insane risks to give farm to Celebrity in the early game, but you can see that it was well worth it.
Yeah.
As he is making a montage here with the hopes and dreams of KMV.
I have to question now what his teammates are thinking, because they're really wondering, is it well worth it? He's kind of throwing himself and getting himself killed for free. Then other opportunities, he's just getting 1v3 triple kills. He's just going in. There is no stop sign. He has a Bloodthirster on top of it. Not only does he have a IE Bloodthirster and a Maw of Malmortius, so the burst damage coming down, he can not only tank that, but then, of course, heal right back up. So you have to burst him down. You have to kill him. The Mortal Reminder is really, really solid because you do need to get that. You need to stop him from healing up. Because he can tank and continue to press forward if the initial burst from Plugo, the initial burst from Elements, does not end up killing him.
And this is... You see Julio Stito hand on his head. He's so frustrated because this started so good. They got pulled into the bloodlust. They got baited into these fights, and Saigon Jokers have simply been out executing. Baron does not manage to get it. Julio Stito goes in, but it's going to cost him his life, and now the fight has begun. Alistair leaping back to the team, using the Gragas as a taxi. Colin coming down, Bear blocking what he can. Plugo's on the backside, but he's only hitting the Alistair.
Celebrity!
Have you overextended? The Ignite is ticking down. Snap back, uses the Mikhail's Crucible. The Fox in trouble, backing away. Such low health bars. Celebrity holding on to that heal. Samyan fighting
doesn't stop.
Plugo. Raz, you'll get to talk, I swear. Moving for more. Samyan taking a decent amount of damage is just going to be able to back off. TP is coming in. ZZ Rot Portal is laid down, and Warzone is suddenly in the mid lane. Why do I feel like this might still not be Saigon Joker's game?
That's a good question. It's a feeling I share.
Tricky barrel play coming in from Element. KMV holding on to hope here. So we approach the 45-minute mark. Element takes so much damage. Celebrity absolutely terrifying. Plugo with the potential to pop him in an instant.
They can definitely look to get both these inhibs once again. Saigon Jokers are in a position, again, to finish the game. So Celebrity, he has heal, doesn't have flash. Might be a good thing. Now he has to actually play Tempered.
They're in position for one more fight, or so it would appear. Echo consistently throwing out the parallel convergence. Third inhibitor now falling. On the hunt, burned. Both teams backing away. Gragas moving forward. Maybe looking for an opportunity to engage. Unbreakable Will is going to be popped. Cannon Barrage goes in. Rowe with a great double stun. Warzone
really
still on the backside with Celebrity. Colin coming in, keeping the fight going. The Rek'Sai getting
Celebrity
cut down.
got caught.
Celebrity shut down. One shot, one kill from the Gangplank. KMV holding on to hope in that exchange.
Julio Stito's positioning there was excellent. There was no opportunity for Celebrity to walk in because Julio Stito was right in the middle between Celebrity and the rest of his team. So while Saigon Jokers once again engaged, they didn't get a look at the setting of the team fight. So Of course, when Celebrity actually looked to walk in, Juliocito went for that body slam, ultied right into the middle of his team, and got that shutdown. Celebrity had no follow-up damage going forward. He simply could not damage anyone. He didn't have his ulti up. And so if he doesn't have his ulti up, he has to commit. And he simply could not do that.
Elder Dragon now on the board for KMV. They're going to be able to cut this one down quick. And with the 3 dragons already backing them up, this will be a huge boon to their team fighting power. Is going to drop in their favor. Warzone getting cheeky. Poking out the Plugo here. Plugo going to be able to walk away.
A lot of damage coming out of Saigon Jokers. They just need to actually play backwards. They can't look to dive in. They simply cannot unless if they are in a good position. So let's just take a second look at this. Of course, Sue uses ulti, and they look for an all-in engage. Warzone and Celebrity legitimately are being zoned out by Gragas and the Gangplank ulti. So that was a really poor re-engage from Saigon Jokers. They really needed to look to peel back, and they had all the reason to with how many inhibs that were down. They simply just need to play a patient game. That's just been the story for Saigon Jokers throughout the entire tournament. When they have the lead, you can simply sit on it.
No, Raz. No, you can't. You have to kill people.
You just have to kill them. What are these guns used for?
Oh, Juliocito potentially caught. This could be massive. Celebrity trying to cut him down, but he is incredibly tanky. Thornmail, a massive boon. Lucian, no armor penetration items. Out. Oh, he's full crit build now.
Okay. All right.
He sold the Black Cleaver Yomus.
I mean, he has the gold. It's much better this time around once the game goes on for this long to then have a lot of crit. It's just inefficient gold-wise, but when gold is not a thing anymore...
Oh, gold is no longer a thing for him.
Yeah, then he can just definitely reinvest his right into crit.
Plugo poking down row. Randuin's burned as if to say, don't chase me.
Ooh. See, that's what happens when Sivir has a lot of damage. When he has a lot of crit, she's able, the bouncing, the ricochet, 100% will do damage in and of itself. Doesn't have to actually be there.
Bounce crits, all bounces crit. Truly terrifying to play against. The critichet.
And that's the most threatening thing for Celebrity right now. The most threatening thing could be, of course, Elements in his barrels. That right there, that's pretty threatening. Warzone has no HP.
On the hunt burned. Defiance burned as well.
So yeah, not only is Gangplank threatening, the burst from LeBlanc is threatening, but at the same time, you don't even have to get damaged by a Sivir auto attack. You just have to get damaged by a ricochet going through certain minions or certain tanks that'll get straight towards you. So Saigon Jokers definitely got outscaled at this point in the game, and they need to be able to take fights, and it's hard to take fights. They've gotten to a position where they have taken all the inhibs, and Chaos Latin Gaming have all the reason to group up in their since they're all together in the base. It comes down to shepherding as many super mains as you possibly can.
They're shepherding one right now. He's low health. He'll probably die.
Yeah, 100%. It's a dead one.
3K gold lead doesn't mean anything because gold, for the most part, is irrelevant this late in the game. We're 47 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen, and Saigon begin another siege onto the base of Chaos Latin Gamers.
They really need to separate Row from the rest of the team.
Oh, Juliocito getting a little over-aggressive there, taking a lot of damage in response. Ult coming in. They got to keep their eyes on the Gangplank, though. Barrel chain, that's so much damage. The Fox now on the front line, but he's overstayed his welcome. One more misposition from the Fox. Snapback from Echo. Row set to fall. The GA ticking down. Celebrity untouched. Unstoppable at this stage. Row now jumping forward as the Fox is down. The Bear is down as well. That's 2 members dropped for 1.
What was...
Celebrity flash out.
All right. Well, through the fire and the flames, Chaos Latin Gaming.
That's an appropriate song.
Carry on.
To describe this game.
It really is. Love the fact that I thought of it. But, yeah, the Fox, what was he doing there? Well, I don't even want to see a replay. I really don't. If we end up seeing this replay of the Fox walking in through his front tank line, I'd be upset.
Patience has been not a factor here. All 3 inhibitors are dropping right as the mid one comes up. So
So
No
right
wave
now,
to
Chaos
spawn.
Lion Gaming need to protect these inhibs, but they don't have the resources to do so. The Sivir and Bear is down, so right now they need to play patient. They can't force a fight. Definitely not an uneven number.
Yeah, Plugo and Celebrity flirting with disaster as each one of
guess
them
we're gonna
can
see it anyways.
one-shot the other.
So right now, Ro should have been split pushing this bottom lane, but it doesn't matter. This 5v5 is going to be happening. The Fox smells blood, walks forward, flashes forward, of course gets headbutt pulverized and locked down. He flashed forward away from his tank line. So then they don't have any damage. The rest of the damage is simply just Plugo. So, of course, Celebrity now sees an opening to walk in, do as much damage as possible, and that's just the result. The Fox needs to play behind his tank line. Or at least play behind your LeBlanc. Let the LeBlanc do the work. He can actually just decide to use his W to do the damage. It's literally what it is. All right. Chaos Light and Gaming are definitely going to be able to look to see if they can fight here. But 3 inhibs down and a Baron buff. This has to be it for Saigon Jokers. Of course, they will lose these 5v5 fights if Chaos Latin Gaming play it properly, but if they split up, Chaos Latin Gaming, if Saigon Jokers, if Ro goes towards bottom lane, if Rek'Sai's top side and the rest of the team is mid, they can actually just shepherd these lanes in properly and not take the full-on brute force poke from Gangplank.
A lot of damage going down. Gangplank not struggling too much to clear these waves. Su getting a little cheeky here. On the hunt now, Burn, Su potentially caught out. Coling comes down along the backside. Samyeon looking for the knockup. Is just going to leap out. Ro moving in. Potentially a bad fight here. But Saigon Jokers, that's a 3-man knockup. They're looking for more. Ro leaping forward into the middle of the team. Is going to snap back. Celebrity unable to do damage. Minions barreling in. Minions cutting down the base. This could be the last stand for KMV. Are they going to be able to turn it? Ro is so low. Celebrity still alive and healthy. Celebrity still not phased. Hanyan consistently on the front line. Julio Stito, he's going to get caught up. He's going to get cut down. GA ticking. LeBlanc looking for a way into the back line. Warzone helping Celebrity leap forward. That's 2 inhibitors down. They have to cake him down. They do.
Down.
They cut down the Lucian. They're moving forward. Element looking to bring them back into this game. Is he going to get it? There's 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 dropping for the 1 on the side. But the super minions are barreling in. Karma and Echo are just going to back away. And KMV hold on one more time.
Oh my god. And honestly, Saigon Joker should not have won that fight. They tried to go in for another 5v5, but the super minions came in at a perfect time. Were able to take aggro coming from Chaos Latin Gaming, because if they didn't aggro onto the actual waves crashing in, then they would have lost their towers, simple and clean. So that was the opening for Saigon Jokers to walk in once again, but then Celebrity was left alone with LeBlanc once again. Great from Plugo. State of mind to be able to delete Celebrity, who was healing back up every single time. Every single time he was brought down low, he of course used his Bloodthirsters throughout the entire fight to heal right straight back up. And now he can actually use Sheen procs on top of his crit because he has a Trinity Force.
It's 6 items here for both AD carries, and none of those items are boots.
Or GAs.
Or GAs.
GAs would have been pretty nice for them right about now.
No, damage is the answer. Damage and flashing past your tank line, Raz. There's nothing else.
Only destruction.
An insanely close game here. KMV still really need to pick up this first win. Saigon Jokers trying to make a statement.
I'm actually surprised I don't see more Zerat's portals coming from Chaos Land Gaming. They really do need more force to be able to shoot these waves right back at Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where you sell an item, buy a ZZ Rot, place it, and sell it again.
They do
Buy
need
another
more.
item.
Right now, top lane is going to be crashing in. Mid lane is going to be crashing in. They have a lot of waves going to be crashing in on Chaos Land Gaming. And Saigon Jokers, if they're smart here, they can run in with these waves. They can really use them and not look to force this fight, because Chaos Latin Gaming have gotten to a point where they can actually fight them.
Chaos moving forward. Gangplank Cannon Barrage coming down. Celebrity zoned away from the fight. Su and Hanyan in trouble. Sivir doing a lot of damage to this Rek'Sai. Hanyan has to be careful. He's just going to leap over the wall.
They actually could not fully commit. Ro was looking to threaten the Nexus itself. So they're trying to play a smarter game here. Now they have to deal with these super minions. Rek'Sai is right back.
ZZ Rot Portal buying them a little bit of time here on the bottom side. This inhibitor now set to respawn. Will do so. Julio Stito isolated and alone. Keep your eyes. Alistair goes in, is not going to have the ult, and is just going to get cut down. Hanyan moving forward, Rowe moving forward. Celebrity still untouched, but I don't know if he's going to be enough as they continue to move forward, continue to look for more. Hanyan knocked back as Plugo goes legendary, and the inhibitor will be up, but it is not enough for KMV to step forward. They have to protect their Nexus. They have to protect the base. Elder Dragon just 18 seconds away.
That was a really good Braum ulti from Bear to really separate the rest of Saigon Jokers. Alistair had no business to be headbutt pulverizing, but he's just been doing it off a cooldown. Every single time is up, and looks like Julio Stito is... Oh, there we go.
Running away. I thought it was the old wait and bait, but Gragas has a lot of armor.
Yep.
Lucian has no armor penetration, so it's the one person Celebrity didn't want to see in that bush.
I mean, he can take him on 1v1, but he definitely did not know where the rest of the team were. He's going to be trying for something.
It's a game of hide and seek here on the bottom side. They're trying to bait for the Elder Dragon.
TP coming in. They're going for the Nexus.
Oh, going for the back door. But wait, there's 3 inhibitors up. They're going to have to cut this one down quick, but Warzone is on the way in as well. The backs are coming in. They're trying to buy time. Saigon Jokers, they're going to get the inhibitor for free. Warzone now moving out. Celebrity now waiting in the wings on the bottom side. The Fox burns the ult. Celebrity dashes away. And ooh, cut down. That's the late game Sivert scaling they were waiting for. Fox with a bit of revenge.
That's a bit interesting. Now they have to look to defend now that they don't have Celebrity. They tried to just go for the inhibs and then back away, perhaps. I would have thought they would have go inhib and then Nexus, but
it's not going to end.
It's just a constant
Bees are
game.
coming out. Alistair maybe looking to cancel them. You can't see it, but you can see Alistair on the top side of your screen.
It's smart simply because they're stopping Chaos Latin Gaming from walking forward, from getting an inhib. They simply could not get an inhib because they have to protect 3 of their own.
As a caster from Europe, I have lived this before, Raz.
Oh, welcome.
I want to welcome you to the late game struggles of closing the game when everyone is 6 items. This is 55 minutes in. This is everyone, every single member of both teams at 6 items, supports included. Well, except for Braum, interestingly enough.
Yeah. He's trucking along trying to get his last Zeroth's portal. Definitely needed at this point in the game.
Gangplank has 2 Infinity Edges. Yep.
Sometimes you need a 3rd Infinity Edge. He's doing a lot of crit. It's definitely 100% by now with that Phantom Dancer. So every barrel that comes through, it's going to be doing a lot of damage. If you're Celebrity, if you're Warzone, if you're anybody, honestly, you're going to be destroyed by it. So we're seeing a lot of... Looks like we're going to... They're just trying to farm up, perhaps, up until the point where they can...
what are they farming for? Raz, enlighten me.
Well, let me lay down a fact for you, buddy. Braum still needs to farm, buddy. You know, he needs to get to his... No, but honestly, they're just trying to shove waves desperately. Saigon Jokers, they do have the inner...
Celebrity finally buying armor pen. The fight now poised to break out. Julio Stito moving forward, trying to steal this Baron, but it's got way too much health for him to make an impact. Celebrity throws down the culling. The team fight is breaking out. Rowe dishing out a decent amount of damage. Bear blocking the front lines. The value of that Braum shield is insane. Samyan getting cut down. Element now on a rampage. Alistair set to fall. Celebrity is overstepped. That's the double kill for the Gangplank. He's looking to double down as he tries to make it 3, but the Fox is going to grab that one.
And they're walking straight towards this inhib, trying to pull Chaos Light and Gaming away from their actual base.
They're buying time. Warzone moving in to break the inhibitor.
Is he just going for the Nexus?
What is he doing?
He's trying to go for the Nexus.
He's going for the Nexus. There's a TP coming. Gangplank's on the way. Warzone trying to make the hero play. Is this going to be enough? There's so many members. Warzone, will you be the ex-Paco? It doesn't look like it, but you will get popped.
They left the Fox. This is smart. So they just left him to actually clear this base. There is 48 seconds on Celebrity. They can actually just end the game. He's actually shepherding in a wave. And he does a lot of damage.
36, 35, and counting down. The Fox should be able to solo close this one out. I think this is going to be the game.
Yeah.
Chaos Latin Gamers and the most hard-fought victory we have ever seen are now poised to close out. On the hunt burned. The team is on the way in. This should be it. Towers chipping away. Yep.
They really clawed their way back into this one. They had the team fight composition. They've got Sivert to that 600 CS point in the game where they can actually just honestly burst them down. Burst anyone. Burst down a tank.
And that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. You just witnessed a massive bloodbath, an absolute slugfest. But at the end of the day, that's what it took for Chaos Latin Gamers to find a win, and they're taking it I would say with smiles on their faces, but they honestly just look overwhelmed by the insanity that was that game.
They just want to try and not think about the game. I mean, they got the win, so let's try to think about the standings for them. Nice, the first win for them. Yeah.
1-6 to close out the group stage. Not right where you want to be, but happy to make an impact on the standings.
And it really is just an experience for both teams here in Saigon Jokers and Kaos Latin Gaming. They came here ill-prepared, but at the same time, they came here all they wanted to do. Well, sure, they wanted to get the world, but being able to now go back to the region, realize that there's still a lot to work on as a team, but also at the same time, the staff as well, to just kind of figure out what went wrong throughout this tournament. What did they come in with? What did they prepare? And what did they miss out on? Because there was a lot. And as we look into the replay, it just came down to the fact that Kaos Latin Gaming, once time and time again, were able to look for the team fights that worked out well for them.
I think when we look back on these replays, we can see the insane mechanical execution coming in from a lot of these players and the large amount of mistakes coming in as well. This was a messy and bloody game. At the end of the day, it's a win that KMV can be happy with, but maybe not one they can be proud of. Had the strong early lead, threw it away once or twice to Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, exactly. And it just, honestly, the Fox, once he started to find himself in the proper position, and it just came down to, sure, Hanyan tried to go in for flanks, but at this point in the game, he was just not tanky enough. There was no identity of tanky enough, because Su and Hanyan, they were just getting bursted down by this backline in Kaos Latin Gaming. And once the Fox was able to deal with their backline and move forward, then that was the problem Saigon Jokers had to work with Celebrity. There were times where he was getting zoned out and times that he was simply not able to deal with the damage coming in from Gangplank, but 100% can't deal with the barrel coming in.
Yeah, Pop Goes Dilution
Yeah.
appeared to be the story of those late game fights. You're going to see them unfold on your screen. I am overwhelmed by this game.
You're not the only one.
This was insanity, and I think that is the only thing we can safely describe it as.
I mean, here's the thing. Saigon Jokers, a team that they can get their leads off of these skirmishes, off these team fights, but they actually lose it quite frequently, where they could have gotten this game if they had simply decided to put Row on another lane entirely. Once they gotten 2 inhibs, once they had the Baron buff, there's no reason to 5v5 anymore. There really isn't. You can pull numbers games, but they've decided time and time again that they can try to force these fights, that they can outskill.
They like fighting. I like watching fights, but I don't think it was the right choice. You're going to see Warzone's last desperate attempt. Spoiler.
The
doesn't
X-Paco,
work.
you called it?
He looks for it. He's hungry. Definitely not tanky enough to survive the LeBlanc plus GP combo 60 minutes into the game. I think we're just going to step away from that game is what we're going to do. Raz?
Take a nice deep breath. You know, woosah.
Let go.
Well, we did see a lot of mechanics coming in from Celebrity and the Fox. Negative mechanics from the Fox.
Sometimes.
But Celebrity really did showcase a lot.
What? I mean, like, shout outs to Kaos Latin Gamers for making it the closest game possible, for keeping us on the edge of their seats. Glad that they were able to find the win in the end. But, I mean, I just don't really know what to say. I think it's...
Well, they had a lot of problems throughout the entire tournament, both of these teams. The problems just came from the fact that, A, Kaos Latin Gamers couldn't set up certain team fights properly. They couldn't set themselves up for success. Meanwhile, Saigon Jokers, they can find that success initially in the game, but the problem was converting it to an actual win. And the reason why they can't convert it is because they don't know their own win conditions. This game, all you have to do is you have an Echo. You've had Echo a million times by now. They prefer Road to have these split pushing champions, but he just doesn't split push. He actually just doesn't be in an opposite lane altogether. And they even had an opportunity when he was pushing in the mid lane to not even look for a fight bot lane. But it just feels like they only see go. They never see stop. There's no stop button for them. And so that's always been their issue as a team. And honestly, that's not a bad thing. That's something that you can really easily fix. They've had a lot of good points throughout this entire tournament. So hopefully that they now resolve these issues. perhaps it's not going to showcase much this tournament, but 100%, once they go back home, this will mean quite a bit going back into their regional tournaments.
Well, potentially, a good learning opportunity for them in the end. You're not always going to walk away from these tournaments, these victors. It's good that they're going to have something to look back on. There's a lot of these issues that we feel like are easily identifiable and hopefully for the team easily fixable. But, I think looking at the team, looking at the future for this team, it's clear that this was not the performance we wanted to put on. We finally see Julio Stito making some amazing plays. We finally see some good plays across the board from the Plugo. Even the Fox there in those final team fights did have a few moments where he wasn't, making the missteps that we were very critical of him for making in the early game. It's just the consistency was not there, and I think that that's something that they can look for because it's clear in certain moments there are these sparks of brilliance that come in.
And this is a positive for Chaos Latin Gaming, I think. Obviously, because they got the win, but at the same time, I wanted them to step away from these overcomplicated compositions that they went for. And at the same time, every single time they brought Julio Cito with these champions, like the Nidalee picks, that sure, he's tasked to play aggressive on early, but if he can't do it, or if he doesn't have the proper setup with the rest of his team to really bring him up to succeed, or even with the Kindred picks, pick a Gragas, pick a Rek'Sai, pick something that much later on in the game, you can just play to scale, have your lanes win out, and just go in there and say, well, all I need to do is either we headbutt pulverize if my support's playing Alistar, or all I have to do is just go in for a body slam and ulti. And if that's the only thing you have to do, then you can play towards that win condition fairly easily.
I think an interesting thing to look for in their coming games and their coming regular season. They're going to have a decent amount of time off now as they've closed out their group stage performance and will not be making the top 4. But good to make the win, good to figure it out, get a chance to break, clear their heads, maybe look forward. And for Saigon Jokers, they've still got a few more matches ahead of them, and we have to wonder how they're going to recover because this is a really tough loss for them, and there's a kind of a lot on the table in their coming games.
Yeah, one of the biggest points for me, one of the biggest winners out for this are the individual players of Braum. Braum played it really well. Great from Bear.
Yep. But we're going to have to see how they feel about that win because we're going to send it over to Hingers, who's standing by in Brazil.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, I'm joined now by Julio Stito. You guys have just put your first win of the tournament together. How do you feel?
I'm feeling like it's kind of good and kind of bad because it's the first win. We were supposed to win way more, but it still feels good.
Yeah. I mean, was this what you were waiting for? A game with 79 kills and a 58-minute kind of score. Was that like really your game plan? You were like, we need to stall it out for almost an hour and cop, 40 kills?
Well, actually, no. We are very popular in our region for making these long games and winning them. But it's never the plan. Like, you're always supposed to win at the beginning, like max 30 minutes, but it always ends up this way. And we always play like 80 or 50 minutes games.
Tell me, what does it mean for your region and your fans back home that you guys have put a win on the board for this tournament?
They are, well, we call them like caóticos, but it's what they want to call themselves. We appreciate all the support they give us, but we don't have a name for them.
Sure. And now, for the rest of the tournament, what are you guys hoping to? Have you got any more games left, or are you're done now? No, you've got. Yeah, you're done now. Well, congratulations on the win, and thanks very much from us. We'll send it back to the studio. Cheers.
They are done now, Hingers. We got that. We figured that out. It was a rough road, but at the end of the day, you got to sign an MVP in that absolute bloodbath, and it was Element.
Mm-hmm.
And like the late game damage of Gangplank, this felt like the inevitable choice.
Yeah,
for MVP.
I don't know. I kind of disagree with that because although I believe late game damage, of course, he's going to be the major reason that he pulls his team right back into the game, that really you can't really siege into Gangplank anymore because his ultimate's going to be doing a billion amount of damage, theoretically. Just did the maths in my head. But at the end of the day, Bear was just on top of every engage, did disperse the backline.
And at the end of the day, I think that shield was so much for the team. And, Bear, I think, showing a really good performance there in that final game. But, of course, as we get set and geared up for our next game, it's time for us to take it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our fourth match of the day between Dark Passage and the Chiefs Esports Club. Of course, you just missed an insane game, an absolute bloodbath, an absolute joy to cast.
Yeah.
But Dark Passage and the Chiefs, I think, a lot more on the line in their coming matchup, and it's something that you looked into a little bit earlier today.
Yeah, so this is going to be the most influential game going forward. It's really going to be deciding who goes into the third place fight for INTZ, who's secured that playoff position, and who fights for 4th/5th place. Whoever loses this one actually is in a poor position, especially since INTZ has cleared it up and is going possibly fighting for 2nd place after their win against Albus Nox. So this is a major one. This is a major victory. Dark Passage or Chiefs, they have to get a win here. If they don't, they are teetering in a position outside of playoff contention.
Yeah, it's not at all where you want to be. And additionally, the 4th place slot also starting to look like a little bit of a death sentence for some of these teams, as you will be forced to face up against Lyon. And that is a team that's looked nearly unbeatable, well, entirely unbeatable thus far this tournament. And I think it's a really big question mark to see who's going to end up there. 2nd and 3rd have to be the goal here, and these are the two teams contesting for it. So a very clear way for one of them to pull ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So really what it just comes down to is Lyon is pulled in 1st place. It's going to be decided based on tomorrow's games. I think it's secured now. Albus Nox is there, obviously. It feels like it's going to be a fight now that they've lost towards INTZ. INTZ are 100%. So Dark Passage and Chiefs, they need to get this going. They need to fight in to get that final position.
And interesting, of course, you can see the Dark Passage lineup on your screen now. They've been swapping around a little bit. Amortru still starting today. So a team that struggled a little bit here and there, but was, of course, through the sheer power of Elwind Fiora, able to find that win yesterday. So don't think we'll see the Fiora again, but this could be, a pretty big point of contention for them coming forward, because Dark Passage, a little bit shaky in the last few days, but honestly, so the Chiefs have been kind of a similar story.
Yeah, exactly. So for Dark Passage, it feels a lot more based on compositions. Of course, as you said, if they don't get the Fiora, they are in a poor position where they can't really snowball off of much, and they do rely on those snowballs because they can, even though they're actively looking for plays when they're behind, it makes them fall further and further behind. But they have the right mindset, they have the right concept. We saw Immortoru yesterday pulling out the Cassiopeia, and we didn't really get to see much of him, to be honest, because really the game was decided fairly early based on that tower dive, and really he didn't have much say on it. He couldn't really move off of his lane, so all he did was farm up as a Cassiopeia. That's all he could do. So we'll get to see a better idea of whether he's really a step up from COSQ or just a step down.
Really something that we're going to need to see, of course. Mid lane talent going to be key here, because you've got some all-star mid lane presence coming in from the Chiefs, and there's the Chiefs lineup. You can see it on your screen. These guys, as you said, a couple of rough games here and there, but they've been looking pretty strong overall. And one of my big question marks is, how are they going to play together this game? Because we've seen games where Ejim roams alone, where Ejim gets caught alone.
Yeah.
And then we've seen him when he's more than happy to team up with the jungle, roam and plays down that vision, and that's really the good look that I'm hoping for.
Exactly. They seem decently strong. The fact that they went up against Lyon Gaming and were able to take them to that point, had an early lead, but of course certain pathing issues, certain small points got Audi right back into the game. Overall, they played it smart, Lyon did, and I felt like the fact that we saw Chiefs not really crumble to that pressure is a good point to them.
And of course, a lot of the reason that they have not crumbled is that new all-star 80 carry, only 17 on the Chiefs lineup. Let's hear a little bit more about his story.
Us picking up Raze has kind of reinvigorated us a little bit, and he's a different style of player than Raydir was, and I think it really meshes with our team a lot more.
I'm just really adaptable. I can adapt to any meta. I have a flexible champ pool, flexible playstyle. I just play to what is needed at the current time.
Carbon going down low as look at the crits and Raze flashes forward, picks up the Braum, King's on the fountain. Legacy still have the damage remaining. Good stun comes out of Tally as Choose. He's trying to follow up, but the Chiefs are too far ahead. King melts. Double kill for the Caitlyn. Make that a triple.
Yeah, I think picking up Quinn has actually been a huge thing for us. Even though he was a very recent change, we slumped in the middle of the split, and then coming out of that slump, we also picked up Raze and going into finals, and I think we had a really good run. We 3-0'd semis, 3-0'd finals, and he performed really well in those.
I don't try to model myself on anyone, because if you want to be the best, then you just have to improve to the point where everyone wants to model on you.
Although we say it kind of every time this is our best chance. I really think with the addition of Raze to our roster, and he's like 17-year-old kid, first game on stage was the grand final against Legacy, and he performed like completely out of his mind, like no nerves on stage, whatever, just literally straight into it, straight into the business. I'm really excited to see what how he can help us, or how he can improve our performance on the international scale. If playing in front of a crowd for the first time doesn't faze him, he's not going to care who the international players are. He just doesn't care. He's just going to monster.
I'm just confident that in the time that we're at wildcards, we'll be able to improve to a level where it's possible we can win, or can at least equally compete with the other teams.
Always good to have that insight. I'm excited to see how these guys do. Honestly, when we look at the teams coming into this tournament, we kind of expected Albus Nox Luna to be at the top. Lyon Gaming, a huge surprise.
Yeah.
Turkey fumbling a little bit here and there, but honestly, this trio of Turkey, Brazil, and Oceania is just so close in contention for the top of the standings, and really excited to see how this works out, especially with Albus Nox Luna falling down. It's these 4 teams where in the past Albus Nox would always be ahead, or Turkey would always be ahead, now fighting each other in this really close death match for the semifinals.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of international competition. It really is, because you see domination from individual regions, where Kaos Latin Gaming, they're dominating their region. Lyon's doing the same in there, and you see them really clash together, and you see this result that not a lot of people expect.
Absolutely, but now take a chance to get into the rosters here. You can see for Dark Passage starting up, it's Elwind in the top lane, Kyurei in the jungle, Immortaru in mid lane, Zeitnot on AD carry, and Rogu on support. Now, looking at this lineup, one of the big factors we talked about was communication breakdown. This is a very well-established team and organization, but this lineup does not have a whole lot of experience together. Of course, 2 of their players, mid and jungle, not able to attend due to age restrictions. Kyurei and KazQ subbed in, and Immortaru as well, young player.
Yeah, and so here's the question is, of course, the value of Kyurei and KazQ was their communication, that they were on a team before, that they can really bring that in, and so there wasn't really that missing puzzle piece, perhaps. It was already bad that the fact they were already coming into a foreign team, but now that they were coming in together, at least they can work with each other. Now that they're bringing Immortaru in, who is the previous mid laner for Besiktas, that's already a worse issue now, where it no longer exists, that synergy that they've created with their mid laner. So now you have to have a little more questions of how that is going to work out between them, and how Immortaru will not only coexist with the team, but at the same time his own jungler of Kyurei.
And of course, now looking at their opponents on the opposite side, it's the Chiefs. Swiper in the top lane, Spooks in the jungle, Swiffer in mid lane, Raze on AD carry, and Ejim on support. And this is the team, Raze the only new member. It's a lineup that's been together. It's a lineup that has looked strong through multiple iterations. And I think we heard it best when they said it in an interview the other day. Their biggest enemy is themselves. They can play so well, and they can also just have things fall apart so early if they're not on the same page.
Yeah, exactly. The Chiefs lineup, we've seen them time and time again come to this regional tournament with mixed results. Either they don't make it into the top 4, or they get to the finals and drop off to a team that they've been beating throughout their group stages. And it just comes down to simple confidence issues. And this time it seems like they have the confidence, but are they the better team?
That is, of course, the big question. You can see now scores for both these teams. Tied up 3-2, fighting for the top 4 as we make our way into picks and bans. Talia immediately banned out. Want to take that win away from Swiffer. I think no surprises there. And Vlad also taken off the table.
Yeah, so Vladimir, that's going to be interesting. We don't see that coming out of Immortaru. We saw Cassiopeia out of him. Cassiopeia is the contested pick coming out of both mid laners, so it would be interesting to see that it is left up, so it isn't. Gets taken out immediately.
So much focus on the mid laners already in picks and bans. 3 bans in, each one meant for the mid lane, but it wouldn't be a Dark Passage pick ban anymore without the Fiora taken away. Chiefs looking for their final ban as the Gnar will be taken away from Swiper. That man has proved himself an absolute monster on that champion when given the opportunity. The last ban coming in from Chiefs will be the Ashe and Dark Passage. Now taking their time on this first rotation. Raz, what do you think is the best bet here?
It would be really interesting for them to pick up Shen. They have been a team that has literally relied on their split push. Either, of course, Fiora is going to be gone, but Trundle's still available if they want to take that chance. But actually, they're just going to be going for a Shen, the opposite of that very split push that they've been looking for.
Immediate priority on that global presence. Shen known to go relatively even in a decent number of lane matchups, but maybe taking some risks here with the early top lane pick. As you can see, Chiefs hovering through their options. Trundle's up and available, as is the GP. But no hesitation here as they lock in the Jhin, the Trundle to follow. Ray's going to get one more shot at the masked man of murder.
Yeah, already a great pickup on the Trundle. I love it coming out of the Chiefs simply because it's a flex pick first and foremost, and it's a flex pick that already has a good matchup going into the top lane. So if it is a top lane Shen, 100% it will be, unless if you are a cheesy one and like yourself some support Shen, then you'll always have that positive matchup either way. So it's on Chiefs to hold on to their support top lane flex, and so we should be able to see a blind pick mid coming in the next rotation.
Dark Passage once again taking their time. You know that both these teams, it's absolutely crucial to find the win here. Not only are you bringing yourself up, you're knocking the opposition down. A lot of junglers left on the table. Everything left on the table as the bans have been focused everywhere else. Shen up means the Hecarim looks a little bit stronger for these teams. Chain CC looking good so far. Rek'Sai and Lissandra will be the final lock-ins.
So we're already seeing the solo lanes coming out of Dark Passage. A lot of control from them. Going to be interesting to see how Immortaru can utilize this Lissandra. A lot of, already we can see bot lane dive potential. So Chiefs have to recognize this and either pick to push into this matchup or pick some dive of their own. Already amazing pick ban strategies coming out of both teams with the coaches of Lelouch for Dark Passage and Jish on Chiefs. Both coaches, this is really entertaining to watch.
Yeah, you're going to see the evolution of the drafts as the tournaments move forward and these teams really figuring out what they want to put the priority on. Swiffer looking back. Do I really have to play Malzahar? He asks.
It's a good point because he simply has not played Malzahar throughout the split season. They chose to ban it.
Shifting to the Syndra here. A little bit more power there in the mid lane, but a lot less mobility. Does opt to go for the cleanse. We'll see if he sticks with that one. But the Gragas coming in for Spooks. That's a way to start the fight that the Chiefs might have been looking for. Or a way to knock back the Shen, knock back the Lissandra.
Yeah, already they're combating this dive potential coming out of Dark Passage with just outright kill potential in the mid lane. So Gragas and Syndra, not only will you be able to punish the matchup, maybe even level 2, depending. We've already saw Rampage take a level 2 kill on this Lissandra pick in this very matchup when they had a Lee Sin. Probably not going to be as easy as a Lee Sin pick, but hey, you still have a lot of level 2 potential on this champion. So Lissandra, from that point forward, has to watch out. Can barely find that opportunity to push out and roam, let alone stay alive in lane.
Got to be careful here, of course. Not a whole lot of damage yet on the Dark Passage composition. Maybe looking to balance that out with the Lucian. Trying to take their time to figure out the best support choice here. At the end of the day, it is going to be the Lucian Braum lane. More CC added to the table, as well as a little bit of early game power.
Yeah, so that's why they left this pick open. They're finally going to choose what they want here. Trundle can make this bot lane matchup fairly good for them. Match the skirmishing potential of Lucian and Braum with the outright poke potential and skirmish from Jhin and Trundle. I like this hover coming out of the Chiefs as simply you give this man, this champion, Alawi. He will not only split push, he'll become a 1v4
You're playing with my hopes here.
He loves the champion.
I know.
Usually he's the one hovering it.
I know.
It's Ejim hovering it now.
Maybe Ejim's doing the troll hovers for him, cycling through the signature picks of Swiper. But they're hovering on it for a long time. Alawi, of course, maybe a good option to all the engaged present on the opposite side. But the Chiefs coming down to it. They're not going to take the risk. They're not going to go for comfort. They're going to go for the raw power of the Gangplank.
That's honestly just smarter. Gangplank is open and available.
You get me so hype and you just tear me down. You're like, yeah, but that's better. Like, no.
I like to do that. But yeah, Gangplank is a smarter pick. The fact that it's available once again is just really showing from the bans themselves. A lot of target banning coming from both teams. Of course, you got to ban out the Gnar against this guy. So now that we're seeing the Gangplank, we've got ourselves a fight comp. Maybe
Good
even counter dive.
Interesting place to be as well. Not a whole lot of upfront damage on the side of Dark Passage, but a lot of CC. You can see our focus matchup. It is in the bottom lane. Zeitnot versus Raze. A rough tournament thus far for Zeitnot, and a few lackluster games for Rays, but for the most part, two forces of nature for their respective teams, consistently putting out that DPS in the coming fights.
Yeah, and this could be a time for Zeitnot to prove himself. Kray's an aggressive jungler, first and foremost, so he is going to definitely, if he gets this matchup, a positive one at that, Gragas versus Rek'Sai, he's going to pressure in 100%, and at the same time, give his bot lane the opening available to either go for that dive or just zone them off completely. So definitely we're going to have to see how that jungle matchup works out.
And how does this early game go in terms of individual lane phase? We've talked a lot about Shen Gangplank. That feels relatively neutral, but looking at this bottom lane, we've got the Jhin Trundle versus the Lucian Braum. Lucian Braum, formerly, I think, one of the most terrifying bottom lanes to play against in terms of early aggression, dude.
Yeah.
How do you think Raze and Ejim are going to stack up here?
It's definitely going to be a brawl. Trundle should be able to mitigate that damage. His pillar will be fairly strong in that, and if Dark Passage ever go for that all-in 2v2, which is what they pick for, then Trundle is strong in and of himself. Not only is he going to lay down that exhaust on Lucian, going to bite him a few times.
More true, Zeitnot and Rogu moving in. Have to see if Ejim can use the early aggressive power of Trundle in this lane.
But with that being said, the strength of bot lane is also incredibly reliant on the strength of mid lane. Immortal is going to try and shove this out, but if he ever does, of course, Swiffer and Spooks, Syndra and Gragas can definitely punish him from pushing out, and he will 100% be zoned in from this wave because he won't be able to commit to completely shoving into tower. So he really needs quite a bit of help from Kirei in this lane. Kirei is going to be definitely looking to tend to him at all times, maybe even drop a pink ward so he doesn't get completely demolished from this 2v1 or 2v2 perhaps.
Interesting place, of course, for both sides to be. Now keeping your eyes on the Dark Passage composition, of course, a lot more globals between the double teleport and the Rek'Sai ultimate. But Chiefs with a pretty standard start here. Going to give Spooks a little bit of assistance. And Kirei actually starting on the bottom side. Maybe telegraphing his attention to go to the mid lane or the top.
Yeah, we might see, this is definitely a very cheesy start from him where he's going to start bot side, take that, going to go for a full clear on his side of the jungle, and then look for a gank early. You're going to have to expect that, or just a scuttle crab. Either way, he's putting a lot of pressure on this bottom side of the map.
A lot of fans of Dark Passage there. You can see 92% in their favor. To be fair to the fans of Oceania, most of them probably aren't awake yet. Still very early in the morning here.
I'm surprised the Turkish fans are busy watching this instead of perhaps some European games. I guess they're done by now.
What? European games were done before we started, my friend.
That's true.
But to be fair, I have no idea what time it is in Turkey. Maybe all the Turkish fans are up super late. We'll figure out fan bases later, though.
That's true.
As the matchup continues on the top side. Shen with the early lead here, but early leads not always going to matter too much to the Gangplank. But here is the pressure you were talking about. Immortal taking the time to push in the mid lane. But interestingly enough, his flash is already down.
Cheesy start from Rek'Sai. Decides not to go for this gank. He's kind of stalling in, trying to figure out pressure-wise whether he can go for it or not. Chiefs are aware of it, though.
Ejim barreling forward. Rogu going to get locked up. That's a decent amount of damage and a trade in their favor. You hear Raze. I love that about Jhin. Just counting down.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to throw that crit down in a moment's notice. We'll get the replay here on how exactly this flash was blown. Yes. This right there. Mm-hmm. That's the threat of that Syndra. That's that level 2 gank you talked about. Spooks, a man with a mission.
It's good that Immortal was aware of it. He definitely needed to be. That's the only real fear that he has to showcase, of being able to just blow flash immediately, because he has to shove in. If he concedes shove early, then he's already lost the matchup. So he needs to do it, which means that he needs to be extra aware for Spooks' positioning. And that was great from him to be able to just reactively flash.
I like how Jin's audio is just a little bit louder than everyone else's so we can hear everything he says. Of course, looking back on the mid lane, the flash not costing Immortal too much, although he has had to back off in terms of the early push. Things pretty even across the board, except for on the top side. Swiper really struggling to pick up some of this farm. Will recoup a decent amount as that wave crashes in, but you can see Elwind not afraid to lay down the early gauntlet.
The best thing about how Immortal was playing that lane, he was so far back, even though he had the ward on the left side, he was playing as if he had no ward. So right now he's playing, that was an incredible mind game. Spooks right there was wasting his time sitting in that bush for how long? So now he's just taking a scuttle crab and walking straight back to his camps.
Yep. Maybe not the most ideal pathing, although the junglers remain even on CS for now. However, Kirei making this bottom lane a priority, at least the bottom side of the map. Junglers may be set to meet here. Kirei potentially caught out. Syndra not going to step away from the lane.
Smited early just so he can get a vision on where Rek'Sai is completely. Either Rek'Sai commits and his lanes can help him out, or he walks away and he gets a free camp for himself. So good choice to smite early. Definitely actually saved his bottom lane here because they're not going to commit
Raze
to it.
decent amount of damage. Flash backwards. Kirei still going to get the knockup. Raze now set to fall. Will it be enough? Heal comes out. First blood dropping. Ejim locked up under tower. Gragas making it here, but it's a bit too late. Dark Passage taking control.
The communication probably wasn't there. That should have saved the bottom lane. The fact that the Wolf Spirit did catch Kirei walking towards for that tunnel into the bottom lane. But of course they didn't notice it. And they fall victim to that gank that he was definitely looking for about 4 minutes now.
Backing off. I mean, took the time, took the setup. Good patience on the execution there. Getting the first blood in that early lane could be massive. Of course, the gold does go to Rek'Sai in the end. That's a brief boon, or a small boon, rather, to the Chiefs. Not quite as much gold onto that Lucian, onto that AD carry, but a massive CS lead already in the Lucian's favor. 53-36. Raze and Ejim really struggling on the bottom side.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse. The reason for it now is they already had dive pressure bot side if time went forward. Now Gragas has to expend time towards this bottom lane. Can't help out the mid lane, so Immortal has time to actually farm, and he's getting this blue buff for himself. This is a perfect time for Dark Passage to not only help out Immortal in this lane, but now, because of that, this dive potential is that much easier with how far behind Raze is.
And you can see the wards behind Raze as well. The potential for a collapse is here. Dark Passage want to commit some of their globals, but Spooks and Swiffer are in the mid lane.
He's never aware if there's a if there's a ward there now. Lissandra is not sure. He's going to have to ward here. There we go. Got him. He's playing incredibly
Spooks
smart.
Has the ward, waits to throw it down. Maybe spending a little bit too much time there hesitating. Really trying to make sure this counts. Really hoping to snowball Swiffer here. And Rogu absolutely fearless on the front lines as Raze is honestly just forced to use these abilities to farm up. This is a bit of a grim early game for the Chiefs. That first blood and the farm differential giving a 1k gold lead over to Dark Passage.
Chiefs has a very linear win condition in that they just need to stall out this game. They just need to hold on and counter engage. And they need to set up mid lane well. But Dark Passage know this incredibly well. Kirei is in here constantly looking to either exude pressure, as I said early, to zone out Raze and Ejim. So Gangplank, or at least Gragas, has to always play towards this lane to defend them. But every second he does so means just freedom for Immortal to just farm up.
And in this case, freedom to push out and then start to roam bottom as well. So bit of a terrifying spot for the Chiefs to be in. However, stepping forward in this game, Gangplank continuing to farm well on the top side. As you mentioned, the late game should be in their favor. We're only 8 minutes in. We're a bit away from that, but not too much of a loss in the early game. Dark Passage doing a good job to get aggressive, but the pressure is on them to make plays.
This is really scary. Zeitnot right now is holding and freezing this lane. It's not so much freezing, but he's slow pushing it. The next wave should be held onto as well. So right now, Immortal does have freedom here. Rek'Sai is in position. They're definitely going to be looking for pressure to either dive or zone.
I like the dramatic pause. They're looking to dive, and then you're waiting. I saw. You're waiting for the action.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. I guess they could just be looking to pressure out this blue buff. Kirei has the ability to do so, but nope. Just kidding.
Swiffer says, I would just rather this not be in an area that's contested. Going to pick it up, going to toss it out. And now Kirei maybe overextended. Chain CC coming in. Nice gank coming in from the Chiefs.
Really well done. Lissandra was nowhere to be found, had went back to mid lane, and of course Gragas is there to hand off blue. There's no reason to be there.
Exhaust goes down. Zaynot is in trouble. Raze holding on to that crit. They're waiting for the Shen in here. Flash forward. They're trying to lock down Raze. Raze has to flash out. He's waiting. He's not going to do it. Gets cut down in the end. Wondering if we're going to see it. Ejim cut down as well. A quick 2 kills picked up for Dark Passage.
Is there a reason why he didn't flash?
I'm wondering if that's a spectator bug and that if he didn't actually have flash.
Yeah, he must have used flash earlier because, well, that was just a really good re-engage of Dark Passage, but the fact that they were able to burn Shen ulti to start that entire point would have been great if they were able to disengage. So that would have actually been a really good play from for Chiefs if they were able to bait it out just to disengage, but of course they weren't able to do that. That was just a positive fight for Dark Passage overall. They got the tower down bot too, so first tower gold on top of that.
Chiefs finally taking an inch. Dark Passage taking 2 in return. Grabbing the double kill as well as that first tower gold and pulling into a 2k gold lead. Things looking good so far. Rek'Sai with the early Tiamat. Shen picking up that first item. You can see the gold differences on your screen. While the mid lane may be even. Top lane and bottom lane greatly in favor of Dark Passage.
One really scary point is there is a ward behind Raze. It's getting pinged out. This TP pressure, it's not a TP advantage, but it's definitely a long lane for Jhin as we get into a replay. Poorly timed replay, I'm going to be honest.
There might be a teleport gank happening on live, but
so
we're
right now,
Raze.
he just gets slowed down through the exhaust and the Braum ulti.
Oh, I see now. He was seconds away from the flash coming off cooldown, but because of how little of a sliver it is on that tiny yellow box,
yeah,
it looked like he had it up. So seconds away from flash being up for Raze. Either a very well-timed engage coming in from Dark Passage or a little bit of luck, but either way, it goes in their favor. Kure once again making his presence known on the bottom side.
So they're just going to get this shove in, which is good for Jhin. He didn't get zoned out of the wave completely. He's able to answer to this wave and the next incoming, which means it's also poor because Dark Passage are going to be able to pressure the rest of the map.
Swiffer. The blue buffs belong to him. The jungle may not, and right now the mid lane may not, but they're getting a brief respite there.
Yeah, it's a constant drive-by here. Dark Passage are definitely going to be starting to pressure up this mid lane now that they were able to deal with that bot. If they lose this mid tower, this is going to be quite unfortunate.
Oh, more true on the front lines here. Maybe trying to bait some aggression. Spooks moving in. Ejim moving forward. Rogu locked up for a brief moment, but the ult comes out. Maybe just looking for the disengage. Curtain call coming in. It might be curtains for Rogu. Shot going to miss. Swiffer going to connect it in the end, though. Chiefs punishing the aggression coming in from Dark Passage.
Guess he had already used his W. Could not go towards his teammate at all after that. So great pillar coming from Ejim to be able to just separate him from the rest of the team. And Jhin ulti to just zone the rest of them from trying to help Braum at all. So just a great understanding, great awareness.
Good little pickup for them. Once again, buying more time. We talked about this earlier. The Chiefs just need to scale. Onus is on Dark Passage to make the aggressive moves, and they've been doing good thus far. They still have the lead.
Problem here is that they have no right to scale. They've lost quite a bit of pressure on this bot side. Right now, they can Dark Passage can constantly look to shove in bot anytime they want to and pressure out this mid turret. Chiefs now, they have to choose to either prioritize mid turret or farm in time for Jhin, and they just simply don't have the time for Jhin to farm up.
Slowly their options are being taken away from them as Dark Passage continue to apply pressure in the mid lane.
We even see Dark Passage looking for this 1-3-1, which means that Dark Passage has all the opportunity to now clean up wards around this area. Dragon is now in their court. They can choose to take it or not.
Splitting their pressure across the map thus far. Rek'Sai and Braum moving down. They may opt to take the Dragon. Immortru looming in the shadows, ready to move in at a moment's notice if Raze or anyone else overextends. Spooks making sure to take control of the jungle.
Ooh, this is scary.
Dark Passage grouping up.
This is the best thing about the 1v1, 1-3-1, especially since it's Alessandra in this island. Jhin cannot push another wave. he is so limited simply because, sure, he's behind, but at the same time, he is so incredibly immobile that he needs to walk mid to get some pressure going for himself.
Oh, Spirit coming out. That should spot them in the jungle. Will not move to Lysandra till now. We'll take a chance as they take down that dragon to look exactly what happened in the mid lane.
Ooh, Shen ulti actually used here.
Good play coming in from Swiffer. Knowing his early power. Dark Passage moving in to take a Cloud Drake will make it that much easier for them to move in this 1-3-1.
Yeah,
Ocean next.
Yeah, that's a good point. No Shen ulti for a little while. It's going to come up in perhaps a minute or two. Which means that if Chiefs choose to fight here, it is a possibility. Gangplank ulti is up. They can also just choose to stall out through that. But Jin really needs to escape the side lane. I know he wants to farm up, but currently he simply is getting threatened by Lysandra. Can even get dove. So right now Spooks is in between both lanes to at least help out.
And you can see Immortaro just consistently waiting in that bush, ready to punish Raze if he does overstep. But in the mid lane, things looking a little bit better for the AD carry of Dark Passage. He's had a rough tournament thus far, but Zeitnot off to a great start. 30 CS lead for him, taking the farm in the mid lane. Working towards that Black Cleaver as well.
He's dead. They're both dead. All AD carries are dead. They have made the wrong decisions. Every single one of them.
I'm glad you're watching the minimap. I'm watching what was on my screen, and nothing was on my screen. We're going to get those replays at some point, I'm sure.
So we didn't catch it, of course. We're going to see the replay much later on, but it was just a simple case of Raze had no reason to walk in for a second wave. As I said, if you're a Jhin, you only want to pick up the wave at your tower and walk mid. There's no reason for you to walk near that bush. He ended up walking near that bush and just got bursted down by Immortaro. So,
and at the same time, I'm sitting here praising Zeitnot. Zeitnot takes one wrong step, and Swiffer more than happy to shepherd him to his death real quick. The power of that Syndra showing up. We'll take a look at the bottom play.
So why are you doing this? You don't have your support anywhere near you. There's no reason to do this. This is just a simple case of you being a Jhin. It doesn't matter if you're far ahead, far behind, or even ahead.
Poor Raze really getting shut down here, receiving so much attention from the side of Dark Passage.
But this is a great lane assignment from Dark Passage. They're so far ahead that they know that they have that Syndra can't walk bot, Jhin can't walk bot. They have no answer to this 1-3-1. Their only answer is to group up and fight.
GP Alto being used to burn this down. Zeitnot taking a lot of damage, and meanwhile the Chiefs are on the bottom side pressuring in, and Swiffer's in the mid lane getting some damage down. This could be good for the Chiefs. Dark Passage grouping up to continue their siege. A 3v2 on the top side. Swiffer ready for that man to move in. Spook's missing out on the body slam tower set to fall. Shen assigned to the bottom side, may be able to stop the pressure. Dark Passage grabbing a tower.
Do wonder how far they've gone in this bot tower. Not far at all. They're not going to be able to take it. Dark Passage have all the opportunity in the world to stop them. So right now, Chiefs are incredibly behind here. Especially since Immortaro is in a great position to either choose to just shove mid and stop any pressure coming in, or he can go bot.
Looking for an opportunity here. Ejim trying to zone the Shen off as Raze reloads and looks to burn down this tower. We'll even up the gold, actually. But Dark Passage still with so much priority. They're at a very strong point in the game right now. Have the power of that Lysandra.
So that was great from Spooks to just catch out two people. He needed to see if they were rotating. If they were, then that gave a lot of safety for the Chiefs bottom lane to just back away from the turret altogether and then just look to pressure mid with Syndra. So they had a lot of control there.
Of course, looking into the mid lane, this is going to be the next point of priority for Dark Passage. Spook taking the time to clear up the jungle, but this may be a mistake. Or they may be choosing to just give this one up. Gangplank Cannon Barrage not available yet. Spook's moving forward. Will have to ult if he wants to protect the tower. Good damage coming in. Flashes in. Body slam back. Just trying to buy time for the team. TP down into mid lane. Cannon Barrage coming out. Curtain call. Rogu getting caught up. Will try to block out some of the damage, but Kirei is on the front line. Has he overstayed his welcome? Shen ult coming in. Swiffer, the monster on the backside. Ooh. Down goes the Lucian. Down goes the Braum. Double kill for the Chiefs and an explosion of aggression in the mid lane.
And they keep the tower up as well. But they're just not done here. No, they are. They're just taking the tower. All well and done. Well done from the Chiefs. It just came down to the fact that Spooks was waiting. He had the opportunity. He could have ultied the wave entirely so that they didn't take the tower. But he knew that his team was coming, so he waited. He waited to set it up. And he set up that entire fight, and that was well needed for the Chiefs to take the game back.
Chiefs now taking a lead for themselves. They have the scaling team, and Swiffer is going off this game. 4-0-0 the scoreline for the Syndra. No assists because he is the man solo deleting the opposition. A good look for them thus far, but they have to respect Dark Passage. More true. The cheeky leap in on the program, Lysandra, just to close out that tower, and the gold's still very close.
That was really important because that 131 coming in from Dark Passage was so impactful. Not only was it really stopping Raze from farming up, now he's able to do it very firmly. He's coming right back in CS now. He's only about 13 CS behind. He was far, far behind that before. And he got 3 assists to his name, so now he's going into team fights. Not only was he impactful in the last team fight, but from the next team fight, he's going to be as strong, if not stronger than Zeitnot.
Excellent spot to be in, of course. The curtain call has been crucial for the Chiefs. Now moving forward, though, they got to respect Dark Passage still. Dark Passage, decent leads in a lot of the lanes, namely the bottom, as well as the top side, as Shen continues to be a menace, split pushing out.
They will be forced to lose this dragon, though. Shen is forcing this entire wave coming in. He has the ability to TP in. Doesn't have, or at least I think he has Shen ulti.
Spooks maybe looking to contest. Has a level advantage. Kire locked up. Not going to get knocked out of the pit. Spooks getting cut down. Are they going to be able to get the dragon? He is. Spooks trying to make it out. Raises on the backside. Spooks now leaping back to the safety of his AD carry. Snare coming in. Lysandra going in. So many members are low. The Chiefs are getting cut down. Swiffer going to throw one back, though, turning it onto the Lucian. Ejim is on the front lines. Chiefs, can they take control of the fight? Immortaru delivering Shen into the back line. Gangplank is down. Elwind is here. A flash from Raze. The sidestep looking to cut down the Lysandra. He's going to get it. 4 stacks onto Raze. Will they get it? No, the pillar from Ejim. The flash from Elwind and an absolute bloodbath in the pit.
So they get the dragon. The Chiefs are able to steal it, but they lose out the team fight that actually resulted from that. Here's the problem. Even though it was 3 for 4, which is not that bad of a trade for the Chiefs, they're definitely going to be able to lose some waves off of that. The only one able to take this wave coming into the mid lane is going to be Trundle. Not very impactful.
And truly just a back and forth fight, but you can see Immortaru and Elwind were working together to shut down the Chiefs, and while it looked so good at the start, Lysandra in the middle of that team just did too much damage. Raze, some flashy plays overall.
Yeah, exactly. That was really well played from Immortaru. He was able to E in. Sure, he had the Shen ulti on top of that, but then use his Protobelt, I suppose, to get the last hit on Gangplank. And so, of course, Kire was completely blown away here. Spooks had no way to re-engage in the fight. But that was great from Immortaru, was to be able to zone in the fight. Rogu's ulti as well set the fight going for them. Swiper trying to escape. Couldn't. Simply could not escape at all. So it was a really awkward position from Raze, Ejim, and Gragas. Simply could not take the fight coming forward because Elwind is too damn tanky.
And overall, just a very back-and-forth game. The team trading blow for blow. A small lead for Dark Passage, but a dragon apiece.
It's an incredibly small lead. It's actually just...
This game is insanely close.
Yeah, so now real question is, what's the pressure looking like? Answer is, well, fairly good for the Chiefs. Kire right now, they're just setting up for this Baron side. Right now there are 3 pinks. So that's incredibly good for... Dark Passage.
Raze now moving up to clear out this wave. The pink boards, as you mentioned, keeping the vision. And consistently, Immortaru hovering around the bottom side, keeping the Gangplank occupied, keeping that pressure there, of course. Has the CC to interrupt the teleport.
So it's going to be really bad for Chiefs.
Spooks moving in. Stun coming in from Swiffer.
Immortaru on the side.
Cannon Barrage on the side. Immortaru looking for the flank. The Chiefs are getting caught up. Pop! Go the Chiefs. Swiffer and Spooks cut down.
And that's exactly what Immortaru needed to do. He needed to rotate from these side lanes. He wasn't doing it earlier. Every time he was shoving in Raze, he didn't rotate. He needed to take that fight and move towards the rest of his team. Now he completely obliterated Spooks, and Swiffer can look towards getting this Baron.
Are they going to be able to steal it? Curtain Call comes out. We've seen it steal Barons before. They're just trying to shut down onto Immortaru. He's saving the fourth shot, taking his time here, but he's running out of opportunities. He needs to fire it soon. Kirei is so low. He's going to go down. Can they steal it? The health bars are so low. Can they get it? No. Dark Passage, get it back. But Swiper is here. Raze is here. The exhaust is down. Raze getting cut through. Raze manages to get the double kill. He's out. He's alive. The fight is still going. Swiper is still alive. Immortaru, will he fall? Ejim on the front lines, but he is only a support. The double kill for the Braum, and Immortaru now on a killing spree.
That's a really well done fight from Dark Passage. Sure, they lost Kirei. They're still able to get the Baron and have the Baron on the necessary champions. Not only do Elwind and Immortaru have Baron buff, they have double TP. Elwind will get his soon. They can definitely look to clean up the rest of the game from their 1-3-1. Immortaru is already going towards bottom lane. Definitely an amazing play, an amazing precision for Dark Passage.
Dark Passage commanding confidence to come in there. Kirei gets cut down, and it is so close to a steal, but they close out the Baron anyway. All of that starting from a single misposition coming in from the Chiefs. They do manage to make the most of it, however. The gold, 4K in the favor of Dark Passage. Take a look at that one more time.
And here's the fight. Kirei was tanking quite a bit. Of course, the GP barrel's doing so much damage up in this point of the game that you have to respect it. Lissandra able to burst down the rest of the Baron. The exhaust coming down on Raze means he has to walk forward. He gets stunned down, gets bursted by Immortaru. So honestly, that looked like an incredible play and incredible positioning from Chiefs. Could not take the fight.
Oh, moving for more. Here comes the curtain call. Oh no, Immortaru is on the back line. Swiffer is in trouble. Cleanses out. Is it going to be enough? The Zhonya's comes in. Immortaru has overstepped. The Twilight's refuge. The Spirit's refuge. Not enough. Elwyn diving too deep under the tower. Raze on the front lines. Now the dancing grenade dipping through the team of Dark Passage and dealing so much damage. Chiefs holding on.
That's not what Dark Passage want to do. That's not what they should have done. They have waves coming in on sides, but they didn't play with them well. They need to force this 1-3-1, or else their Baron goes to misuse. It's gonna be gone before they know it. So that was a dive well repelled by the Chiefs. They sent their full lineup there, able to push the dive and get the kill on Immortaru. That's what they need. Now that he doesn't have Baron, the only one that's going to be useful on is Shen. So really good play from the Chiefs to be able to repel it and kill Immortaru. So now they don't have that 1-3-1 going for them anymore.
Excellent defensive play coming in from the Chiefs. Dark Passage overstaying their welcome in the middle lane. Still have the lead, still have the advantage and pressure across the map, but definitely cannot afford to keep making mistakes like that. The engages from Immortaru have been honestly amazing, but just that one time it was an overstep. The team not ready to respond.
Very unlucky for Dark Passage that it seems like every time they go towards Baron, it's a Cloud Dragon. And so their control around this area of the map hasn't really given them much. But that's a breath of relief for the Chiefs here, as they can really recuperate, maybe get some wards down in the opposite side of the map. They really do need it.
You see Spooks waiting in the wings here. Maybe looking for the flank. It's not going to go for it in the end. Swiffer more than happy to just clear out these waves.
And we've seen what late game Gangplank can do. It's only 30 minutes now, but if they're able to stall out, that's something that you have to respect. If you're Dark Passage, try and close out this game early. You do not want to face the sheer amount of damage and the crit that he's able to do.
We saw it. The 50-minute late game, the terrifying Gangplank late game, the double Infinity Edge, the 2,000 damage crits, the one-shotting of 80 carries.
Yep. Don't want to deal with that. Especially if you're Zeitnot. If you are a mid-range 80 carry, you're going to be finding yourself using your ulti a lot more than your actual auto attacks.
Gotta give respect over to Swiper on this GP.
He's been playing really well for himself. Actually, he's able to keep up in the matchup. It's going to be fine. Not only is Kirei, Kirei was actually putting a lot of focus on this bot side of the map, so he was the beneficiary of that. He was able to farm up very well for himself. So now here's this new wave coming in for him. He's been doing quite well.
I mean, moving for more as Dark Passage start to press in their vision line. Spooks, a little bit vulnerable here.
once again, Chiefs have to commit 2 people here to this bottom lane because Motoru is there. So you can't leave Jin alone with her. So that means since Trundle is dealing with her, Dark Passage have more numbers on this side of the map able to commit to clearing this red side jungle. And they're going to be looking to go towards this top side. Swiffer, or at least Swiper, is going to be the next.
I feel you.
Is going to be the next point of focus here.
Oh, good damage coming in to clear the wave, though. Going to limit the opportunities for them to respond. Gets the shot out first, too, to clear the last bits.
And they have to play the wave clear game. They can't actually force a fight since Jin is going to be in the spot side of the map. Immortal has TP. So if they ever force a fight to try and disengage, a Saigon Jokers tactic.
Oh, Swiffer. Dodge not going to come in from Zeitnot. Flashing in. The Shen going to back him up. Zeitnot with a bit of revenge in the middle lane to cut down Swiffer.
Yeah, definitely can do that. Really well played from him. Knows that he has Elwind on his back pocket. Now they can look to take this mid lane now that they don't have the threat of Syndra really bearing down on them.
Jin maybe hoping to clear out the waves. Trap set up to stop any flanks over the wall. Elwind clearing out the vision. Immortaru doing the same.
They have to concede this. The Chiefs right now have no way of defending. It was easy for them to defend since they had the 5-man strong with Syndra.
Barrage.
Yeah, exactly. But now
Waves
it's
taking
not a
the
thing.
time.
They're getting zoned out completely.
Swiper trying to block out the waves. The connecting shot blocked out by Rogu. Tower now going to fall. Chiefs backing off as expected. Spooks continuing to threaten, though.
30 minutes into the game, Baron buff is going to be coming up in 30 seconds. So right now, Dark Passage is going to back, trying to get their last set of items. A lot of pinks as well, if possible.
And honestly, a 5k gold lead should make the coming fight relatively easy for them. A lot of power if Syndra, or not Syndra, rather Lissandra can ever make it to the back line. Raze, of course, no QSS quite yet. Trundle, no alternative options to protect him.
Yeah, and right now, question is going to be on the Chiefs to be able to deal with the incoming burst. They need to be able to deal with Lissandra's burst damage, and that comes down to being able to get that lock of the Iron Solari. Right now, Ejim is getting it. He's looking to pick it up whenever he can. Speaks won't be able to look to get it. He's trying to get as much innate tankiness.
Yeah, needs a little more survivability. Deadman's Play can give him the mobility that he wants to look for those engages. Spooks continuously fearless here. Not afraid to step forward. Elwin now the split pushing threat on the bottom side.
Yeah, all the pressure right now is on the Chiefs. Dark Passage do not have the pressure of time on their back. They can do whatever they want for however long they wanted to. Sure,
well, we say that.
Yeah,
the inevitable gangplank means that they are on a bit of a clock, Raz.
That's
they
true.
do have to make something happen.
That's true. It's a good point.
Oh, Swiffer taking a decent amount of damage. Coling.
They're going to commit to this.
Oh, Swiffer going to flash out, trying to make it to safety. TP coming in. Spook's still alive, trying to get out. Now it comes in from the Lissandra. That's the double kill, but Raze is now set up in the brush to dish out some good damage. Rogu ults out, but it's the shot is still going to connect. Has Elwin overextended. The 3 carries of the team now set to cut him down. Spirit's Refuge buys a bit of time. Elwin now set to fall. He gets the taunt through 3 members. He's buying more time for the rest of his squad, but he has the GA as well. Lissandra's coming over the wall. Raze has to be careful. No, is he going to be able to cut it down? Shots going in. Flashes over the wall. The shutdown. Is he going to be able to get anything else? Has to back away. Zeit not threatening. Throws it out. The blind shot sees him on the pink, and he cuts her down.
That was excellently played from Raze. Really awkward positioning throughout the fight. The 2 carries of Swiffer and Raze were on the side turret, but they were able to set up a good defensive point. Gangplank ulti raining down. They had Dark Passage had no way of really moving towards the backline of the Chiefs. And sure, that was really difficult. It really was an even trade. Chiefs coming out ahead of that one.
Chiefs now moving into the Baron pit. Kira taking his time on the Gromp. They need to defend this. This objective could be the next big fight. No flash for Immortaru. No flash for Raze.
They're going to start up on it.
Committing to this one, they have the damage. Can they cut it down in time? Braum and Rek'Sai are here. Lucian is on the way in. They have the man advantage. Spooks has no level advantage, but the smite is ready.
Rek'Sai is going to be setting up from behind this.
Here's
looking
the
for a steal.
TP. Rogu moving in, blocking what damage he can. Zeitnot's in the middle of the team. Is he going to get cut down? Raze also in trouble. Elwind moving in. Lissandra is up, but not available. Swiffer from the side to cut him down. Elwind, is he going to make it out? I don't think so. Chiefs turn right back to the Baron. Lissandra is here, but it is too too little too late. She is too far from the pit. Chiefs, once again, take momentum.
They pulled the game back. They're heading back to base with the Baron. Immortal had no way, and he's down. Just kidding. Goodbye, buddy.
Immortal, good pickup on the back end of that fight. Raze over-aggressive to stay.
Yeah, no reason to stay. But at the end of the day, they got the fight that they wanted. Immortal did not have TP. He was down. Could not come back and help out in that fight overall. There was just mixed communication coming out of Dark Passage. We talk about the fact that they're not together as a team for very much long. So Rek'Sai moves around the pit trying to look for a steal. But Dark Passage initial point, their main front, walks right in, get engaged on, and so Rek'Sai was not here to help him out.
35 minutes in. A small gold lead coming in for Dark Passage, about 2K. 2 Cloud Drakes to 2 Ocean Drakes. 18 kills to 18 kills. The game just about dead even, but Chiefs in a great spot to take control.
So yeah, Rek'Sai, in full context, was in the top side of this pit. There was no reason for Zeitnot to be walking in like that. He was walking in incredibly aggressive for absolutely no reason. So the tank line of Kyrie and Elwind were just awkwardly sitting there with no one to protect. With Lissandra right back at base. So, I mean, Rogu survives. No, he does not.
One more time. The Deadly Flourish, living up to its name.
He is the sniper, Oceanic Sniper.
Actually, that would explain why he stayed so long.
Yeah,
I
that
see.
makes
He
sense.
wanted the kill. Okay.
Okay,
we lost that perspective.
That's true. Give him off to him right there. But he's been playing fantastically ever since the laning phase. He has been back in and shooting him down.
And Zeitnot, with such a good start, has been struggling to position in these team fights. Spook's a lot less scared with that Baron buff backing him up.
Yeah, they're just moving right in, and they have the ability to do so.
Looking to knock him back. That's a lot of damage. Shenalt coming in, but will it be enough? They're throwing it down. Immortaru's into the back lines, but Raze is left untouched. He's throwing out what damage he can, but he has to reload. He only has so many shots. Dark Passage are cutting through the Chiefs. The Chiefs have overstayed their welcome, but the GP making sure that they can't push for anything else.
Yeah, so that was really poor positioning from Swiffer, from the Chiefs. They knew that Shen was barreling down that bottom lane. They thought they could burst someone down, meanwhile in that numbers advantage. But they simply could not. They are far too defensively sound. Zeitnot is way too back in terms of just in it. It's like Chiefs are just unable to get to the back line here.
And Spook's hunger, we see Curtain Call coming out, is going to go wide. Spook's hunger for blood there does cost the Chiefs. Trying to burn down the Rek'Sai before the fight could begin, but maybe not the ideal target. Now Spook's playing keep away in the jungle. Dark Passage in a good spot. If they can break an inhibitor, this is going to be great for them.
Yeah, exactly. A perfect opportunity for them. They're just going to take the blue buff, put themselves back in their positions, which is all the more threatening. Once again, Dark Passage, they have a great 1-3-1. Chiefs have to constantly look to answer by either forcing that fight like we just saw, which didn't work out for them, or fighting a losing battle and sending Gangplank bot there. If Gangplank goes to answer the Shen, if he goes to answer the Lissandra, then Lissandra will roam out and get a numbers game team fight, which we saw from Immortaru much early on in the game. And so they're fighting consistently in a losing position. But they're fighting well.
I mean, this is an interesting game as it continues to move later and later. Lissandra, 6 items, looking good. 72,000 gold, of course, for the side of Dark Passage, and we're moving into that late game stage. It's 38 minutes, Raz. Gangplank, 4 items for himself.
Yeah, Lissandra has a lot of MR shred and a lot of innate AP. She either needs to die or she's going to kill you.
Terrifying spot to be, especially as all that AoE coming out means she might be able to take out your entire team if given the opportunity. Swiffer a little bit behind in that exchange. 1 item down. Maybe Zanya's here for survivability, but then we'll miss out on the death cap. Pushing in, Dark Passage taking control of the Baron Pit. No major objectives up or available on the map quite yet, and it's stalled out the game. Both teams content to clear waves.
A lot of armor pen coming out of this, a lot of swiper. So he's looking to actually be able to chip down and deal with the back line of, or the front line of Kyrie and Elwind with his barrels. It's not going to be as impactful as the crit build that we saw from Gangplank in the previous game that was able to just completely demolish the back line of the enemy team.
And to be fair, we are 30,000 gold away from that point.
Yeah. So maybe you can just resell and reinvest.
We saw it from the Lucian.
Anything's possible.
Not quite that late into the game yet. 3K lead. I'll be honest, is essentially meaningless at this point in the game.
We're a lot of gold away from a few Zerat's portal, to say the least.
That's true. But hold out hope, friends. We've had it once today. There's no reason we can't have it again. Everybody loves 5 Zerat portal games.
Yeah, so we're in an interesting position where we are 1 minute and 30 away from Baron and 1 minute 15 from Dragon. That's going to be an Elder Dragon. So you got to pick and choose what pressure they want to force. And Chiefs right now have decided they were able to force mid priority and walk up towards this towards Dragon, or Baron, I mean. They only have 2 pinks here. So they better make, good use of it.
Moving in to take the vision control as Shen starts to push out on the bottom side. Maybe sending Gangplank to match that pressure.
This pick potential coming out of this bush is not very impactful since Jin does have to answer that top lane, which does actually point out the fact that this top lane outer turret is still available.
Dashing out. Swiffer holding steady. Doesn't want to pull the trigger quite yet.
Yeah, and it was a good sense. It was a good game sense from Elwin to not just ulti there. Seen a lot of Shen's look to do that. He keeps his 131 strong. He's able to just sit there and force Gangplank to this tower.
Yep, and Swiffer, good proactive play. Does get the heal out of Zeitnot. Could be big for the coming fight. Zeitnot going to clear the waves, backed up by the team. Both sides just poking and prodding at each other. Lissandra spending some time on the bottom side of the map.
And we talked about it just before this game. This would be the game that would decide Omotoru's effectiveness as a player here. He didn't really have that opportunity in this first game, and this is definitely an opportunity. He's showing it. 9-3-6. He's been the reason why Chiefs here are having such a hard time.
Yeah, just an impressive presence in Lissandra. If she can find her way into the back line one more time, it could be lights out for the Chiefs. Swiffer in the bush. Sustained CC coming in. Are they going to commit onto Kire again? Gangplank ult coming in. Lissandra over the wall, maybe looking for a way into the back line. The Chiefs are grouped up and into the funnel. They're trying to make their way back. They're trying to kite back. Lissandra is left down. Oh my god. Syndra is untouched. The damage is coming in, but Zeitnot is doing so much for himself. The fight continues. There's one member down. Immortaru has dropped. Syndra and Jin on the front line. Here comes the curtain call. 1 shot, 2. Looking for more. Zeitnot in trouble. He's going to get cut down. The Chiefs are taking control as I absolutely lose my mind in that fight.
See, now, I was a little skeptical once Swiper went for the flank Gangplank play. Don't really like to see that. He got bursted down immediately. But it didn't matter. The fact that we're in that small chokehold meant that Raze was able to get off as many bullets as possible, did not get damaged. He is the main carry here, is doing quite a lot of damage for his team. Primarily, usually, you'd think that would be a benefit for the Dark Passage to have them in that chokehold, that choke point. But unfortunately, Lissandra was coming in from front to back, was dealt with properly, did not have an opportunity to deal with in flanks, and so Kire tried to go in an awkward position to try and flank out, but his team had just died in that entire time, so it was poor communication overall for Dark Passage and how they wanted to use that team fight, how they wanted to play it out. But overall, really well played from the Chiefs to be able to take that going forward and protect Raze at all costs.
Just kiting back, Raze and Swiffer untouched for so much of that fight. It was good communication overall. Swiffer introduces the blue buff to the Elder Dragon. An unlikely friendship. Now moving in for this Elder for themselves, maybe hoping to double down on their advantages. They have to be careful, though. Kire is here. Can Kire steal it? Moving forward, they're looking to deliver Shen in. They're going to try to find the disengage. Lissandra stunned up. Spook's the only one in the pit. They're going to look to back off. Pop goes Immortaru, and the Chiefs are in control of the fight. Rogu trying to disengage. They're just going to turn back and take the Elder Dragon. Zeitnot looks to cull it down, but they're moving forward. Ejim ready to throw up the pillar at a moment's notice. Spooks looking to go in. Chiefs are in the driver's seat. Ultimate
Jin
comes out from the Jin. Isn't going to find much as Swiper manages to cut down Rogu. Chiefs now looking to get more. The Shen taunt is coming in. The Lucian does so much damage on the backside. Spooks is in trouble, but he's going to make it out. Kire has been slain. Will he get taken down again? Yes, he will. The Chiefs are moving up the mid lane. The Chiefs are poised to take the game. They have 4K. The Elder Dragon, the Baron backing them up. The inhibitor is cut down, and only the Shen and the Lucian are left standing.
They're shepherding in a massive wave with Baron buff and Elder Dragon. They have to be able to win here.
Zeitnot on the side. Zeitnot left unattended. Ray's trying to cut him down, though. Ejim running forward. They're trying to get him off. Elwin trying to buy time. Immortaru will respond soon. Will it be enough? They're trying to turn it. Syndra is down. Raze is up and well. Elwin is going to cut down. Immortaru's on the way in. Chiefs, can they close it out? Raze is taking so much damage. Immortaru with the hero play to buy time for Dark Passage.
That's unbelievable. Immortaru is going to try and finish them up. With death timers being as it is, Chiefs, or at least Ejim, the only member left alive from the Chiefs, is going to back away, but they don't have much to lose other than perhaps pressure coming in, the major wave coming in topside, and that's all they can really hope for.
Stunning hold coming in from Immortaru, responding just in time, literally a game of seconds.
They should not have spent the extra time in killing Zeitnot. That was the wrong choice to make. Just commit to the wave. Commit to the towers. The extra time they spent to kill him, the extra time that Ejim went to zone him away was the time they did not have in ending the game itself. But they're not going to lose much from it. Of course, they lost their lives, but they're not going to gain much. There's no objective on the map for Dark Passage to take. They're just going to be able to play defensively. They only lost one inhib, so that's a good point for Dark Passage. They can easily defend that.
And still have the power to flank out in a team fight and look for a win, but it is going to get harder. Swiffer with the Cleanse, Raze with the Mercurial Scimitar, as well as the Crucible coming in for Ejim to make it even harder to get that hard CC down.
It's a good point to make, is that it really just comes down to execution. Immortaru needs to find a different way to attack these team fights, because far too often he's being completely pushed away from Swiffer entirely. So he would get shoved out, there would be no engage, and he would get completely bursted down. That's how that last fight started. He needs to be able to come in at a different angle and burst down that backline. He doesn't even need to kill them. He just needs to chip them down to half HP at the very least, so the rest of his team can really help out.
Well, he's really trying to find a way into the backline, but right now it is the Chiefs who are chipping down the opposition. Raze and Swiffer throwing out the long-range harass. Have to be careful here. Immortaru moving forward. Dark Passage ready to fight this out. A tense moment for both of these lineups.
It's definitely going to be difficult for Chiefs to be able to look for anything here. Dark Passage, 5-man strong.
Looking for the poke here. There is a ward behind the Chiefs. Have to respect the flank. That's a lot of gangplank damage.
Yeah, he does have a lot of armor pin, of course, and Duskblade of Drakthar being able to finish that up means that a lot of damage is going to be put on to any of the tank line here. No one is safe from Swiper's damage.
Waiting on that TP cooldown once again. There is a ward behind them and a massive wave on the bottom side. Dark Passage forced to defend here, though. Can't respond to that wave.
You kind of need to defend that, which means that's open time for Chiefs to be able to look to auto this tower.
Oh, now throwing down a bit of poke. Raze really resisting the temptation to step forward. Kira taking a lot of damage.
They lost their tower bot side.
That wave just continues to push forward. Continues to stack, continues to grow. Is going to be a threat moving forward.
The wave is just getting stacked up larger and larger. Another wave added to that bot lane shove. Either that tower should be able to deal with it, though.
Now moving in.
Another auto attack.
Backing out. Raze and Swiffer have to be careful here. If they overstep, traps and barrels backing them up, however. Zeitnot getting aggressive on the step forward. The wave continuing to push in on the bottom side.
All eyes.
See it.
Yeah, that wave is actually just hammering in. It should be able to finish up. They actually use GP ulti, which means they have to back away completely. That's a lot of damage being taken away from a potential fight.
And maybe waiting in the bush, though, to set up something else. Nope, just backing out here. Chiefs know better than to overextend. Do have the gold lead extended to 5K. Dark Passage holding on for now.
Great defense coming out from Dark Passage. And Chiefs have to respect that because that's so much damage coming out of Immortaru and, of course, Zeitnot. If they dive into that, that's, of course, Braum will just say no. Not going to happen.
And, of course, we are approaching that late game point that we both love so much, Raz. We have the 6-item GP with no boots.
Fond memories.
We have just about everyone in 6 items. If we count the pink ward as a 6 item, then supports are there too.
Yeah.
Oh, waiting for the pick here. EJIM moving forward. Bit of vision cleared out.
Definitely setting up for Baron. If they can get mid priority, if they can shove out this wave, they can definitely walk towards Baron once again. 10 seconds on it. They're going to push the fight.
Down the bottom side. They're looking to fight Rogu. They're locked up. Immortal trying to find a way to the back line. Lysandra goes in. Shen goes in as well. Swiffer in trouble. He tries to make it out, but he gets popped. Raise the last carry left-handing. No, it's Swiper on the backside with so much damage. Spooks looks for the disengage. EJIM pulling back with the rest of the team. The Chiefs backing into safe territory, but they have to be careful. Elwin moving forward is going to get the taunt down on the Raze, but he's going to make it out. He's going to look to make it out. Zeitnot cutting through the team. EJIM running forward, trying to buy more time. Swiper needs one more barrel to make an impact. I don't think he's going to get it. Dark Passage are moving forward. The Chiefs have been aced. The Chiefs have been cut down. Dark Passage may look to end the game.
Yeah, they're pinging down the mid tower. They're definitely going to be looking to do it. They have a lot of towers to look to take down, but those are 40-second death timers on the Chiefs lineup.
30 and counting down for Swiffer. He needs to be up to save this. Can he make the same hero play we saw from Immortaru? Teleport is up for Lysandra. She can rejoin the team too. Shen can as well. This is a great spot for Dark Passage to end.
They're committing to this.
It's been a back and forth game this far. The Chiefs, one overstep. Has it cost them everything? It's moving in. Swiffer, single digits left on the time. I don't know if he has the power. I don't know if he has the AoE. It's not going to be enough.
That's it.
Dark Passage in a 50-minute game managed to pull it out. One last desperate hold from the Chiefs will not be enough, and Dark Passage move up to 4-2.
That was such a hype game. Definitely lived up to the moment. Dark Passage coming out. Immortal really showing his worth as a player because that was the game they needed. And he really showed up. That last fight.
Oh, so good. And the Chiefs, so hungry to find that engage. They think someone is overextended, but it just ends up being them. They get caught out, cut down.
And that's the power of Braum. Because not only did they not find him, they were trying to get a pick on him. They missed the Gragas body slam. They missed the Trundle Pillar. I mean, it's hard to miss it. He just walked away. And then, of course, he's able to send down his Braum ulti to set the fight up. So they were slowed, able to take the resulting damage. And Lysandra was finally able to pierce the backline. Finally able to E-in, Proto Belt, flash, get it going. Now, Jin was the only one who flashed away from that. Swiffer died immediately, but was able to send out the final ulti to get the kill on Immortal. But that's all they needed. They finally chased down the rest of the Chiefs lineup and got the kills, got the ace. Finally, and this was the fight that worked out for the Chiefs because once again, Immortal tried to go and pierce the back line from front to back.
It looked so good for the Chiefs. It looked grim at the start and then great for them, and it was just such a back and forth game. Well earned by Dark Passage, not giving up. The Immortaru, without a doubt, the MVP of that game. Held on when it mattered most. You're going to see the final hold here. Chiefs, the last opportunity, maybe the mistake from EJIM to chase down Zeitnot. Overextension, perhaps. Elwind manages to take a member down. A game of inches. Just moves in, cuts through. Little did Dark Passage know that that would be the game-defining moment for them. The hold that would end them, or end the game in their favor. And this thing, more than anything,
yeah, that was it. Now, Swiffer was able to get the last kill on Immortal, but that also costed his life. His life was much more valuable, obviously, because at this point forward, Zeitnot was able to just clean it up going forward. Now, poor ulti timing, but he kind of needed to use it there too. They just tried to find out if that was their point of re-engaging, and it simply was not. So down goes Swiffer, down goes Raze, and that is your damage. Swiper, of course, getting killed as well.
A grim turn of events for the Chiefs, but a good showing from Dark Passage, bringing it back despite some early missteps. And I think one of the closest games we've had in this tournament thus far. And
that was a fantastic game to watch. I think Dark Passage is a team that throughout the entire tournament, they're trying to find a way in. They've showed great strength in split pushing, and they needed to show strength in team fighting. And I think this was the game that they were able to showcase that strength, that they weren't just a one-shot team. And it showed.
The Lysandra pick was magnificent, and Zeitnot honestly struggled through most of that game, managed to get an early lead. It looked pretty good for him at certain times, but did show up in that final team fight. Lysandra and Shen paved the way for him to just be able to show up and do damage. And that was like the moment that mattered most, really.
I mean, it was just a battle of which AD carry was going to be far more behind. Because, of course, we saw the assassinations on both ends. Swiffer taking down Zeitnot on the other end of the map. Jin trying to regain some form of CS at all, trying to get some CS to his name. And then, not going to happen. Lysandra just deletes him from the map. And so it turned out it just came down to team fights and team fight execution. And in the end of the day, Chiefs lost out on that front.
It's true. I mean, they had so many great opportunities. The front-to-back team fights clearly in their favor when the Syndra and the Jin could sit in the back lines and dish out all that damage. But all it took was one flank, one moment where the Chiefs overextended or got over-aggressive for Lysandra to find that free way into the back line to cut down Raze, to cut down Swift, or whoever they could get their hands on. Swiper even. You have such a vulnerable team. So much potential damage. But if they ever make it to that back line, you are done because that Lysandra is going to cut through everyone.
Exactly, and here's what it comes down to. It was honestly in Dark Passage's favor from the beginning of the game in terms of composition because there was no real way for Raze and Swiffer to protect themselves. Trundle's not going to be able to do that. Gragas is going to be actually in engage duty, so if he engages the fight, how is he going to disengage from that? So right there you have a triple threat composition that their threat is in their damage. If they can't get the damage going for them first, then they lose out. If at any point Lysandra ever gets a flank position or a flank ward, which honestly Dark Passage did poorly this game, where they only got that one moment, and honestly that one moment was all they needed. But if they ever got it going for them, they ever got that one team fight work, and they would win.
I mean, that's the thing is we got so far into the game that it was one team fight, no matter what. And we thought that one team fight was when the Chiefs were able to push in. We thought that would be the excellent moment. But, I mean, it was just literally just a game of inches. Like, it was nail-biting. It was so close. I was convinced that the Chiefs were going to end, and Lysandra comes up just in time. And if she had been a little bit less successful, if he had been any less fed in the mid lane on a mortar room, maybe it would have been a different story. But just free to essentially one-shot the Chiefs lineup as he respawned.
Yeah, anyone who finds themselves in that position when they're trying to get that last shot in on the Nexus turret, obviously that's going to be really heartbreaking to anyone who tries to go for that. And maybe they're going to look back at it days and days, maybe months from now, where they look at that that last Nexus push that said, should we either have backed away entirely so we didn't get completely aced and maybe get just vision control and we look for it once again, or maybe we just prioritize differently, maybe let Zeitnot go. He can do whatever damage he wants. We need to let him to commit to us rather than chasing him down and then get the Nexus. So there were a lot of points throughout this game. It really felt like a journey through and through. But at the end of the day, Dark Passage get the necessary win for themselves to push themselves forward. This means that 100% they're going into the playoffs format, and now Chiefs have to fight it out to see who they're going up against and if they can possibly get 4th place.
And if they get 4th place, it's so terrifying because, once again, 4th versus 1st. That's fighting down Lyon Gaming. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, Chiefs talk some good smack. It was good, but Lyon showed up with a little bit better results, and I think that you have to be scared playing this team in a best-of-5 because maybe this is different territory. The Chiefs are more experienced in this realm. We can safely say that maybe this will benefit them, but you can't afford to let your mental game be shattered at all because there's still more games ahead of you. You have another game tomorrow, and additionally, looking towards a best-of-5 against the top team, the currently unstoppable team of Lyon Gaming. That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Chiefs must have been looking at this game and wondering, well, if we had won this game, this meant we would have had a larger opportunity of facing INTZ, who they had a better record against. And so that would have been very nice. But obviously, life doesn't work out that way. Now you're going up against a Lyon Gaming roster that is honestly a massive force, if they can even get that. If they can get that 4th place position, then that's well and dandy. But now they have to go up against Albus Nox Luna, who have the head-to-head against them. So now it looks like it's very possible that they might even be out of that contention entirely.
It's a terrifying spot to be, especially when this looked like a very good year for the Oceanic team to win out. But you can see your MVP in that game. KDA 3. Maybe not the most pretty KDA, but 12-6-6, and this was the man that made every single fight work for Dark Passage.
Exactly, and so the biggest question was this a worthwhile investment for Dark Passage? They were heading down, they had Caps as their mid laner, they needed a replacement, they brought in Kaos, And of course, as their sub, they finally got in Immortaru, and he only played in that one game in which he lost, but it wasn't really his fault. He really had no options in that game. But this was his testing period, and I guess he passed.
I would say he passed pretty handily. I think, looking at the way that he played Lissandra, it was good. It looked like the team was on the same page playing around him.
Yeah, exactly. From beginning to end, he made his plays known, and it worked out exactly fine.
All right. Well, we're going to have to talk more about that later because we're going to send it over to Hingers, who's standing by.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm now joined by Immortaru from the team that's just won. How are you feeling? You're a late call-up and a substitution in. Do you feel like you've been a positive influence on the team?
Yeah, we are winning, so it should be positive, but I think I'm performing better. Like, I performed better than the other day.
Yeah.
I think if I get the hang of it, the stage, if I get used to it, and I'll be performing better in the future.
What was the difference between yesterday's play and today's play for you?
We played a scale comp, and we didn't wait for it, and we just made a really bad team fight in the mid lane, and we lost that game. And today it was just like team fight comp, and we were good in early and late game as well. So we fight a lot, and we won.
Yeah. So you feel pretty. Do you feel confident going into semi-finals now?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. Like I'm playing solo queue and playing scrims as well, and I'm improving every day. So hope to be better in the semi-finals.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. Congratulations on the win, and yeah, that's all from us. We'll send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I like it. I like Immortaru's attitude. I think, looking at the way he's playing scrims, he's getting better, he's hoping to get better, and he's just thinking ahead to those semifinals. He's not worried about the nitty-gritty on getting there. He's just like, this is my focus. I want to be good in this instance.
Exactly, and this could be a great long-term investment, of course, because now not only was he this good now, but moving forward into the, let's say, next split going for this team, could be something that they really love to look into, because not only does he have a positive mindset, but he is a positive player, really solid player.
Well, speaking of mindset, we're going to have to hear from the losers of that game as Hingers is standing by with the Chiefs.
All right, I'm here now with EGM support for the Chiefs. Commiserations for the loss just then. What do you reckon happened in that game? It was a long game, but things kind of just fell apart in that last team fight.
Yeah, we played really slow and reactive, I think, which is not good, and that's not Chiefs League of Legends. And yeah, I don't know, there was a lot of miscommunication, or like, not miscommunication, but like bad calls, I think. It just led to like a really long, like heartbreaking game, I guess.
Yeah. I think there's a sliver of hope potentially for you guys to still make it to semis if Saigon Jokers and a few other results go your way.
Yeah.
So what are you going to be doing to kind of help them out between now and the end of the tournament?
Maybe we'll just spam scrims and hopefully like get them a win. I don't know. Like, yeah, we just have to go back, try and not let the loss affect us, and like win our next game, because like if we don't win, we're out. I think 100%, and then just rely on like results. RNGesus to to get us through, I guess.
So you've come this far though, so it's kind of an accomplishment either way, right? Do you feel, or
no, like I don't see it that way. Like, I've been to wildcard so many times now, and like we just like we come here and then we lose, and it's just really heartbreaking, I guess. So like hopefully we can still make it to playoffs, and hopefully we can continue forward. But I don't know.
All right. Well, thanks again for talking to us, and that's all from us. Send it back to you guys at the desk.
That's
It is what it is.
It is what it is. That sounds a little rough, I'll be honest. And it's it's a grim way to think about it, but hopefully they can find that next win, and they're going to keep their fingers crossed for the results to favor their way into the top four.
And I'll tell you, one of the worst times to give you an interview is after you come out of a 50-minute loss and heartbreaking defeat as well, the timing of that. So it is what it is. He's obviously torn up about it, but hey, anything's possible. Tomorrow's another day.
And a real champ for giving that interview. But, of course, we're going to throw to a quick break as we get ready for our fifth and final game of Day 5 here at the International WIldcard Qualifiers. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International WIldcard Qualifier. Now, we've had a bit of a shift in the color caster department. We brought in Andrew Vedius Day to help me close out this day with style.
Hello. Do you like my shirt?
I love it.
Thank you very much.
INTZ versus Saigon Jokers is going to be our final matchup of the day. And while Saigon Jokers may be looking a little down and out, this match means absolutely everything for INTZ.
Yes, it certainly does. Just want to quickly bring up the standings because of how important this game is. So for INTZ, if they win this next game, they get themselves 5-2. And even if the Chiefs secure themselves another victory, they cannot come out ahead with the rest of that group because the other two teams, both Albus Nox and Dark Passage, have the head-to-head record, which will secure them in 5th place. So if all you Chief fans out there, you should be rooting for Saigon Jokers because if they lose, that will result in Chiefs being knocked out of top 4.
Interesting spot to be, of course. The pressure. I don't think Saigon Jokers are feeling the pressure because of that. I think Saigon Jokers want to win because they are the Saigon. I don't think their interests happen to be with letting the Chiefs win out, but we're going to take a look at their roster. We've seen them once today, but it's Ro in the top lane, Hanyan in the jungle, Warzone in the mid lane, Celebrity, ADC, and Sue support. Now, these guys just gave up the first win to Kaos Latin Gamers, and that was
a tough game. It was
that was a bloodbath and a disaster of a game of League of Legends.
There was, I believe, there was 24 kills in that game at 15 minutes, which is more than about half of the European LCS. So it was a bloody game, an extremely bloody game. And for INTZ on the other side, they had a fairly action-packed game earlier on themselves in the day. They did net themselves a win, which is great for them. But I think that they are definitely the favorites coming into this matchup.
Absolutely, and you can see their roster on your screen. Yang, Revolta, Talkers, Macau, and Jockster. It was a well-fought win, not a very close game, actually. A pretty clean snowball coming in from INTZ. It was a good performance to see overall, and of course, both these teams looking to play their second game of the day, so I think a lot of this is going to come down to mentality for Saigon Jokers because they're going to have to recoup from that loss pretty quick.
I think at this point, they have nothing to play for themselves. They definitely have, from the Chiefs' perspective, a lot to play for, but they can just go and do whatever they want. Bring out your cheese strats, bring out your interesting picks, play comfort, just play for pride at this point. Because
lane swap with a Lucian, and then never build an armor penetration item and try to kill everyone.
I mean, that was it was a fun game to watch. We, the casters sitting in the back room, were all constantly cheering throughout that game. The fact that Lucian sold at least 3 of his items and bought 3 different ones throughout that game showed you how much gold is in that game. But late game Gangplank, what are you going to do, you know? No?
No. I'm tired of the late game Gangplank. End the game earlier. This is 2 back-to-back 50 minutes games. I understand it wins games. I'm tired of it. Save it for solo queue, but not my solo queue.
Sifa's now experienced 2 very long games. Yeah, it gets to a shoutcaster after a while. Very delirious. But yes, there was a lot of messiness from the Chiefs and from Saigon Jokers earlier on in the day because, in all honesty, Saigon should have won that game. It should have been theirs to close out, but they made a couple bad calls. They couldn't properly execute. They couldn't really close out those late-game team fights, and it was just that gangplay. The barrel that hit for 1.7k, followed by a Thunderlord's proc to kill the Lucian, literally in one shot, was just evident of how mindful Celebrity had to be of his positioning. And it was just one of those unfortunate situations where you're like, that's a very difficult pirate that I really want to avoid fighting, which you just couldn't in the late game. So an exposed Nexus, and they still couldn't close out the game.
And it's been a similar story. I think it was a similar story for the Chiefs. An exposed Nexus, they could not close out either. So we'll have to see if there's going to be a little bit more, I don't want to say decisive play, but decisive snowballing here as we move forward. We are now into picks and bans for our final game here of day 5. Of course, Saigon Jokers versus INTZ. Gangplank ban already on the board.
Not again! Never again!
Thank you, Saigon Jokers. 1. Oh, and a Karma ban. Trying to take that away from Warzone. I like the way this is going. Clearly, these teams have been doing their research, studying, taking things away. Gnar also off the board. And I will say this about Saigon Jokers, Vedius.
Yes.
They are ridiculously aggressive, even when they're in a deficit, and I like that.
Well, you heard INTZ earlier on in the day say, hey, we figured out yesterday that if we just play aggressive, then it will work out in our favor. And it seems to have worked out for them earlier on in the day, so they just want to maintain that momentum. But these bans, they're coming out pretty thick and fast.
Yeah. Got the Sivir and Karma taken off the board, trying to limit the mobility on the side of Saigon Jokers. Also the potential for 4 or 5 item carries.
So thinking of what else you could ban away if you're INTZ, looking at the Saigon Jokers, they've put a lot of priority on things like the Alistair, also the Echo up in the top lane. 3 games for the top lane at Row, but it looks like that they're going to keep priorities in the mid lane.
Taking their time here. Talia, of course, a general power pick, but Vladimir is left open, as is Malzahar. Rise and Kassadin, 2 picks we don't see prioritized at all that have been rather
Shen
popular.
as well. There is a lot open. The Rek'Sai, I feel, has to be the priority for Saigon Jokers. They've played a number of different junglers, Gragas and Rek'Sai being the priority for them. But it looks like you are on the prediction line right now. Those 2 50-minute games, really getting your juices flowing.
I've done enough play-by-play for the day. It is your turn. No, but this is interesting, of course, when we look at the jungle pool, completely wide open. So instead, I guess, opting to go for the mid lane pick, as it is a more limited pool at this point in time.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. But the Malzahar and the Kassadin are available right now. You could also look to put something like the Echo in the mid lane. Not the best into the Vladimir, but something that we have seen come out throughout this tournament. And looking back at some of the things that INTZ have played in the mid, the Mals, Kassadin, Cassiopeia, Karma, literally a different mid laner in every single game. So perhaps they'll surprise us, but they don't need to look to prioritize that right now. They can look to pick up their top laner, they can look to pick up their jungler. Surprises me that they wouldn't put that much value on the Rek'Sai, given as to how strong she is on the current patch.
Interesting priority. Of course, Revolta now going to lock in the Elise. Not going to be that early Rek'Sai priority or that Gragas, but I think this has been a good pick for Revolta. The early aggression does very much suit him.
Yeah. I mean, it fits into their playstyle of being able to snowball themselves an early lead. And with the Shen, what you want to now do is try and set yourself up for a strong bottom lane. Because if you can get that good push, you can set up for very easy dives with the Elise and the Shen. So Saigon Jokers, they have quite a wealth of options available to them right now, given that you could look to pick up your jungler as well, or you could look to pick up your bottom lane.
Trying to figure out if they want to hide picks or secure something with a little bit higher priority, but they have locked in the Bard already. That will give them some decent power in the early lane. Of course, the Meep Slap, truly terrifying in the early levels, and the reliable range of Bard, something to consider.
With INTZ already banning the Karma out themselves, it somewhat limits the options for INTZ to set themselves up for a powerful bottom lane. You could consider something like the Nami, or maybe even the Soraka as well, but we're yet to see things like that coming out from INTZ. They've actually recently been putting a lot of value on the Bard themselves, so Saigon Jokers picking that away from them, yet we have not yet seen this come out from Su throughout the tournament, so we'll have to see how he does moving forward.
Revolta, you can see the vocal member on the team as they go through, trying to figure out what they want for this second rotation. They're going to have to show something here, and what are they going to hold on to for last
Has
pick?
to be the bottom lane. Ashe would make a lot of sense. They've put a lot of value on it in the past, as well as the Jhin, and it will set yourself up for a powerful bottom lane. You could pair that up with the Tahm Kench, which would give you a fairly reliable bottom lane, and would mitigate a lot of the pick potential that Bard does have. You also provide a bit of additional peel for your AD carry, but you could go for something like the Braum as well, which is very safe. But I feel like you have a lot of options because you can already tell what's going in the mid lane for Saigon Jokers. But I feel like saving your mid for the later pick would just make more sense so you could see the rest of the comp.
Well, instead, INTZ are going to save their support pick as they have locked in the Malzahar for Talkers. Now, this is a trend that we saw start to emerge in Europe. The power of supports on the current patch is they're all very impactful. You got Braum, you've got Taric. A lot changed the way that you play the team fights. Tahm Kench as well. All of the powerhouse melee supports up and available. Have to see where INTZ want to take this draft and what Saigon Jokers are going to bring to the table here. They need an AD carry. They're going to need a top laner. Or they're going to need to get creative with the Vladimir.
Well, Saigon Jokers, as you rightly said, I imagine the top laner and the AD carry are going to come out next. Echo would make the most sense, something that they've often fallen back to. Ro has had some very solid performances on the champion. And for the AD carry, we've seen very strong performances from Celebrity on things like the Ezreal and the Lucian, which would definitely give you a powerhouse bottom lane, which is definitely what they're aiming for with the Bard.
Well, powerhouse bottom lane, they're still going to find it, although it won't be the Ezreal or the Lucian this time around. It's going to be the long-range harass of Caitlyn. Locked in for Celebrity alongside the Poppy top lane. Sorry, not Poppy support.
So I got the composition of Saigon completely off. I have not predicted a single pick for them yet. And it's definitely them going off the rails a little bit. Perhaps they're picking comfort. Perhaps they're just going with the flow and picking whatever they see. But for Celebrity, this is now his 6th different AD carry in the tournament. He has played a different champion every single game. And to be honest, it's the same for the mid laner. Going back to the Vladimir as well. We're yet to see a Poppy in this tournament. So I think Saigon are definitely just bringing out what is definitely an interesting composition.
I'm at a loss for words here. I'm excited to see where this Poppy goes, how much of an impact it's going to have. Caitlyn, a little bit weak in the mid game, but can be that late game powerhouse if given the opportunity. And INTZ mulling over this final pick. It will, in the end, be the Braum for Jockster on the bottom side. Braum Ashe, a solid early lane, but may fall victim to this early Caitlyn Bard lane.
Now, something that we've seen a lot from Saigon is the lane swap recently. But I imagine that when you have a Caitlyn Bard, it is very much likely going to go into the 2 versus 2. You have the range advantage. You can definitely be aggressive, but you have to concentrate on getting the early shove and then using your range advantage to poke and zone underneath the turret.
And of course, traps would make that much easier. Saigon, the only team we've seen on this patch lane swap.
Yeah, like in any region. Definitely a unique strategy to Saigon Jokers. Nearly worked out for them in the game before.
And to be fair, if they had a few more wins, we could call them innovators.
Yeah.
But that is not the case. However, our featured matchup for this game has to be Warzone versus Talkers. Talkers consistently touted as one of the weaker points of the INTZ lineup in Warzone. I mean, aptly named.
Yeah.
Wherever Warzone goes, someone is dying. Might be Warzone.
Might be Warzone. That's what I'm thinking. Like, this could also be the man himself. But I expect to see another bloodbath. Something that I know you're riveted for. Not the slow game for you, Sifa. Only action.
Look, man, I wouldn't care. I really want like a Jin Air Green Wings versus also Jin Air Green Wings. I want like a
where I talk for 80% of the game.
Like, for like 80 minutes, and then there's one team fight that ends the game. Yeah, that's what I want. We're going to have a lot of blood. It's going to be an exciting game to end out the day here. Day 5 of the International WIldcard Qualifiers. Saigon Jokers on the blue side, and on the opposite side, INTZ looking to cement themselves at the top of the table, looking to secure a higher seed as they head into the semifinals.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Saigon Jokers, the biggest issue that they have with their composition is the severe lack of crowd control. When you actually look across the board, there is very little, but we won't have time for that as Saigon going very aggressive already.
Jockster taking a bit of damage here. No way to stop him from running away, unfortunately. But starting with the aggressive abilities there coming in from Caitlyn. Not going for the traps in the early game, of course, wants the little bit of damage.
Looking to get a bit of deep vision down, largely because they are running with the range support. Now, this is often something that you will see when you have a Caitlyn Bard lane. You don't really want to look to take the Krogs. You can, but it's much better to just interrupt INTZ, setting up for that early Gromp, getting that early level 2. You get a bit of damage down, then you can rotate yourself around to the lane, get the early push, and then you can set up for zoning your opponents away and just using the powerful duo lane that you have to your advantage.
Talkers is AFK.
Oops.
A brief time spent AFK. He'll heal that health up, no problem.
Ooh, interesting.
Strength of the Ages coming in for the Vladimir.
Yeah, now, this is something that we've seen a couple times in the past during the early iterations of Vlad, as we see a very cheeky strat coming out from Saigon. They think that they're getting the cheese off by interrupting the Gromp, but in reality, INTZ have already moved down into the lane. And this means that they will definitely be able to set up the lane in which they want it. But Saigon Jokers, looks like they're going to be starting on the bottom side of INTZ's jungle.
Go INTZ appears to be the public perception. 93-7, an immense amount of one-sided votes. Celebrity goes a little wide with the Piltover Peacemaker.
See, the problem with this play is the early push will now go in favor of the Ashe Brawn, which means that they're going to be able to get themselves the early 2, and we'll have a lot more pressure in the laning phase. So we'll have to see how this lane transpires moving forward, because Macau consistently been one of the strongest performers of INTZ from my perspective, and I feel that if you're already going to give him an early edge in this laning phase, it's definitely a position that INTZ want to be in.
Ro winning out in these top lane trades. Of course, Poppy does pretty well against the tanks. Did fall out of favor due to a large number of nerfs onto her damage, and Jockster...
Oh! That's not good. That is not good if you're the Greys. Revolta now, he wants to add insult to injury. Level 3 to level 2.
Double buff coming in. Revolta just doesn't care. Walking forward, this is great for INTZ. An excellent start to this game. Already putting the jungler down. We look back at Hanyan's last Rek'Sai performance. He was pivotal to getting Saigon back in the game, and they've now limited his ability to impact the map.
And look at this, Jockster. He was only able to get that invade, again, because of this early push, and Shen gets first blood up in the top lane. We were expecting action Sifa, and it feels like they were already going to get it.
I like the way that these observers observe. Just surprised. They want to keep us on the edge of our seats. They want us to never be 100%.
Well, we're likely going to get ourselves a replay, but what I imagine happened is that Yang used to teleport as Ro was getting an early push, baited him underneath the turret, as all in the bottom.
Here comes the red buff Braum. Flash forward, Revolta's on the way in too. Celebrity is in trouble, is going to get stunned up. Chain CC coming in, TP's coming in as well, but Celebrity is now set to fall. Ro keeps the ball rolling here, however, looking to take down Macau, but Jockster and Revolta just going to back off. Su gets the double stun. And INTZ pick up their second kill of the game. 1k gold in the lead, only 4 minutes in.
Well, the aggressive duo lane of Saigon Jokers gets heavily punished, but we're not going to have enough time for that because we are going to get the replay as Ro goes for a level 3 dive against the Shen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever wanted a clip of what not to do, that would be it.
I mean, you just push W and it stops him from dashing into you.
Yeah. Yes, you do, Sifa.
Frustration on the side of Saigon Jokers, maybe taking a toll.
Ro just wants to be the playmaker. He wants to get an edge over his lane
Very
opponents.
evident, and it's unfortunate for them because it is not working out currently. Hanyan trying to get back a little bit of the CS that he's missing out on. Saigon Jokers need to make an impact here. Chiefs fans, hold out hope.
They've got the late game. But still, in the early game, if we just look at the gold difference, it is 1,000, largely due to the 2 kills that have gone over to INTZ, and it's really been made worse after the fact that Ro did teleport down to the bottom half of the map, and now you can just see a massive CS differential developing between the 2 top laners. And Sifa, something clearly caught your eye.
You can already see the massive CS differential in the mid lane. I think it's good that we bring up the CS Warzone with a massive lead, and I think that is going to be a big winning point for them moving forward, because even as the wave crashes in, it's good to have that that Vladimir with a lead.
Yeah, which is promising, given that Warzone, we talked about how he likes to get involved in these fights, and if he's already getting himself a lead early on, then it's going to set him up nicely for the mid games. Jockster looking for a bit of aggression.
Jockster going to get the stun onto Celebrity. Su taking a lot of damage. They're just going to keep the ball rolling here. Su trying to make his way out. Needs to find the stun. 3 stacks. Maybe looking for the 4th. Macau moving forward. Gets the last auto attack. Samyan is here. Maybe they can turn it. Graves flash forward. That's some good damage. Macau burning the heal to make it out. Jockster leaping back to safety.
Honestly, feel like that was a bit of a misplay from Jockster. He was prioritizing the Caitlyn, trying to land another Q, trying to just zone him away from the fight, when if he just turned his attention over to Su, they could have very easily forced the flash out, maybe even the ignite, or better yet, they could have considered getting a kill. But instead, they're just going to force them back. The heal will end up being burnt from Macau. So overall, actually, net loss for the bottom lane of INTZ. But in terms of map control, you can see that Revolta using the knowledge that the jungler is in the bottom lane to get a bit of deep vision down and steal away some of these camps.
Yeah, but still at a deficit in terms of jungle farm. Samyan, 35 to 24, a pretty decent lead for him, and the lead in the mid lane looking pretty good as well. So all the early game plays were pretty rough for Saigon Jokers. Things are looking a little bit better in terms of CS.
See, a large reason as to why this mid lane advantage had been accrued for Warzone is because early game, it's very difficult for the Malzahar to be able to outpush the Vladimir, because you have very high mana costs and you have a very small mana pool, which means that if you burn all of your mana on trying to trade back with the Vladimir, it will inhibit your ability to actually push the lane out. Whereas if you invest all of your mana into trying to push the wave out, then the Vladimir is just going to constantly trade with you, and he's not going to take any damage in return, which means that you'll end up getting forced out of lane. And what you'll see a lot of Malzahars do is actually run the teleport so that they can just prioritize on pushing, take all the damage, and then at level 4, level 5, go back to base, TP back to lane, and with boots, health pots, and an extra Doran's Ring, the lane will then start to swing back in your favor. But given that he did run the Ghost, this is why you're seeing this big CS differential.
And it's starting to shrink in defensive Talkers. He is doing a decent job on catching back up. And while the mid lane, the jungle, and the AD carry slot look pretty good for the Saigon Jokers, top lane looks grim. The over-aggression from Rowe in that early play now leading to that 30 CS differential.
Very surprising that INTZ is actually behind in the bottom lane, given as to their fantastic start. The fact that the lane was pushing in their favor, Caitlyn was forced to go back to base because of her death, should have really netted them an advantage, but as of yet, nothing really significant. Pickaxe being picked up from Mikau, whereas the BS sword now just completed for Celebrity is actually not that bad for Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, of course, Mikau, when he back, should be able to buy something. Revolta not looking to let them back anytime soon as he starts to pressure in. Good vision coming in from the Saigon Jokers. Warzone maybe looking for an opportunity to turn this fight in their favor.
Remember that INTZ do have the Shen, so setting up for these dives is something that we talked about during Champion Select. If you can get a good setup in your bottom lane, push underneath the enemy turret, then the Elise is really good.
Celebrity in trouble, but Revolta could be the one to get turned on. Shen ult coming in, Arrow coming in as well. Celebrity flashes backwards, just barely able to make it out. Yang giving us pressure on the top side. Poppy making her presence known on the bottom. This could be the fight to turn it in the favor of Saigon Jokers. Knocked out of the fight. Rowe looking for a little bit more. Talker's trying to dish out some damage, but Warzone flashes forward. He's on the front lines, but he's exhausted. Trying to get something back soon. Not even level 6. Rowe! He's trying to fight the Void Link. They're going to get him! Oh! Warzone getting taken down too, and the vision spreads. Now moving forward for a bit more. Alt comes in. INTZ, they wanted to play more aggressive, and here is that aggression. In comes the ace in the hole. Bot going to get body blocked out. INTZ, it looks so grim for a moment there, but they're taking control. Su, next on the menu, is going to portal through, is not going to be able to make it out. Double kill coming in the mid lane. The flash taunt finally comes in. Celebrity going to drop, and that is the unofficial ace 9 minutes into the game.
The blueberry pie doing so much work, being thrown into the face of Saigon Jokers, netting Talkers 3 kills in that whole exchange. I'm sorry, Chief fans, if you were hoping for a Saigon turnaround, things are looking bleak right now as INTZ pick themselves up an ace 10 minutes into the game.
And that is a 10-minute 4K gold lead, Vedius. It feels almost insurmountable. Saigon, though, they've never been afraid to pick a fight, and while that time it didn't work out for them, maybe they'll find a different opportunity as Warzone pushes in the mid lane, but a completed entire Morellonomicon is picked up by Talkers.
Oh man, if you thought those blueberry pies hurt before, well, now add a bit of magic, a bit of special ingredients from your recipe book, and now they're just going to be doing all the more damage.
No one I know, or anyone ever, as far as I know, has ever referred to Malefic Visions as blueberry pie.
Look, it's a blueberry pie to the face. And then you have your recipe book, you add a couple special ingredients, and then bang! It really packs a punch. But here's the replay as to how all this action started. Celebrity took a huge amount of damage. Revolta got the Shen ult a little bit late, in all honesty. They knew the play was coming, and they should have set up for it sooner, but we don't have time for that because we've got another fight.
Oh, Joshua getting aggressive. Chain CC not going to come through. Rowe, 2 stacks, looking for more. More stacks coming in. Rowe locked up. Decent damage. Revolta goes into the air. Not going to get anything else. No. Well, looks like we are going to have a bit of a brief pause here. Looks...
You good? You good?
I'm laughing because I think I just saw someone run away from the player thing, and I think it may be a player needing a bathroom break. That's my theory on the pause.
Okay, so, recap. Let's compose ourselves. We've obviously had a lot of action. We are about 12 minutes into the game. Gold advantage is heavily in favor of INTZ, largely due to the big fight that happened down in the bottom lane.
But of course it starts sooner than that. We look back.
Oh, yeah.
We look at the Braum with red buff.
The Braum with red buff definitely did not help but also getting the early push out for the bottom lane of the INTZ. Also, just really setting up for that early gank with the Elise, getting the kill down onto the Caitlyn. It just really set up the bottom lane for success for INTZ. And then that is what allowed them to set up the dive in the bottom lane. And then we can't really forget what happened up in the top half of the map either.
Yeah, the Poppy early aggressive dives. And this is the thing. This is the risk. I love the way that Saigon Jokers play. It's so aggressive, but it's very greedy.
This is the style of play that you love, Sifa. This just mindlessly diving a Shen this early on.
I love it a little less after 50 minutes of it earlier today. But I still love aggressive play. I love these aggressive risk-taking. I think it's an interesting way to see the team play the game. They need to calculate a little more.
Yes, they definitely
You're not solo killing the Shen at level 3.
Well,
what is the value of solo killing the Shen at level 3?
Gold. 400 gold. First blood gold.
And nothing else.
And nothing else. But, I mean, it could have been the play that decided the game. I mean, getting Poppy ahead that early on would have been fantastic for the team. I mean, this is definitely their first time we've seen a Poppy into Shen matchup for quite a while. But early on, it definitely felt like the Poppy had the edge in terms of the trading back and forth. You could see that Shen was being forced underneath the turret. But really just so many unfortunate incidents for the side of Saigon, something that we've seen throughout this tournament where they're in the right frame of mind, but their execution just doesn't seem to be quite there.
Well, as we get back into game, we're going to have to see if execution is going to change at all moving forward. Sue and Celebrity now on the top side. Pressure from the Shen continues to grow 1-0 and 5 the score for Yang. Of course, 85 to 47 CS. Mid lane about evened out now with Talkers having that massive advantage. Trading back and forth here as well. Good double stun, but Revolta and Jockster are here to pressure out, knowing they have the advantage. Talker moving up. Samyan thinking he's sneaky, but he's standing right on a ward.
Now, this is the smart play to make if you're INTZ, because you've already taken the tier 1 in the bottom lane. Your AD carry and support are the best for taking down these turrets early, so you rotate them to the top half. Tempered Fate comes out.
Revolta potentially going to get chain stunned here. Looks like a lot of CC. Pop goes the Spider, or up goes the Spider, and down he goes in the end. The Ignite ticking to burn him down. Good pickup from Saigon Jokers.
So Revolta being a little bit out of position, waiting for his duo lane to shove the minion wave, underneath the turret. But Saigon, they caught him before that minion wave got there. Ended up punishing Revolta. And that's going to be another dead Spider, which will get Saigon Jokers another kill on the board. Just unfortunate that Sue is the one to pick up that kill.
Oh, Talkers potentially in trouble here. Samyan running forward. They don't have any CC, but Talkers is running out of options. Warzone moving up. Gonna have to use the ult in the end. Shen now on the way in. Minions ticking down. Warzone in trouble. He's getting cut through. The arrow goes wide, but the minions are still hungry. He's going to drop to Talkers in the end. Jockster following through on the Braum, but he's going to get smacked right into the wall. Rowe looking his best to disengage. Winds up the hammer. Poppycopter goes boom. Out goes the rest of the team. Talkers dropping low. Team finally going to back off here.
So INTZ picked themselves up another kill after Saigon just tried to get themselves something on the board. INTZ have the numbers advantage. They're looking to siege onto this tier 1 in the mid.
Trying to find the opportunity. Rowe taking a lot of poke. So much pressure into this mid lane, but Talkers is incredibly low. It looks like they will have to back off. INTZ extend their gold lead, though. 4.5k, 13 minutes in.
And Talkers, he picks himself up another kill. 4-0 on 1 right now. Definitely doing a great job. Going to be working towards what looks like a Rylai's as his second item after picking up that needlessly large rod. But I mean, the setup itself from Saigon was promising, because what they did was they tried to catch Talkers as he was rotating around to the top half of the map. And unfortunately, this is where you have that lack of hard crowd control to punish the fact that the Malzahar has only really his Ghost and Flash to get away. If they overcommitted a little bit, they didn't respect the possibility of Shen coming in, and then Talkers realizing that once he'd baited Saigon enough, he turned around, he challenged Warzone to a scare in contest. Warzone lost, ended up getting a blueberry pie to the face, and then he ended up falling to Talkers' small companions. So INTZ still holding and further extending their gold lead.
Definitely cementing their lead even further as Saigon Jokers really have to figure out what their next move is. Drooping again once again on the top side. They've gotten 1 kill there before. Maybe looking to make a repeat performance. Warzone getting destroyed in these trades.
I think he's allergic to blueberries. He is certainly struggling. I mean, it makes sense. Blood Lord, really. average appetite would be blood, so when you try and feed him blueberries, it's like, ah, no, it hurts. Now, Ro, gonna be dived.
The only thing bigger than this gold lead is your commitment to this stupid blueberry thing. Oh, there he goes, Ro. Moving forward, looking for a little bit more. There goes the Malzahar ult, and that's going to be enough damage to close it out. Ro not going to make it to safety. INTZ get another pick.
Easy dive for the side of INTZ, but Saigon looking to repeat.
Oh, Jockster going to flash out. Now INTZ pushing in, looking to get another turret here on the bottom side, but the Spiderling's only tanking up a little bit. Moving in for a bit more.
So they will end up trading turrets across the map, but INTZ will get a tier 2, while Saigon only get themselves a tier 1. And have a look at what INTZ are doing on the mini-map. They're grouping up in the mid lane. They want to set up a play.
Oh, Warzone. That allergy is going to cost him so much. Ult coming in, does flash out to safety.
But now INTZ, with the numbers advantage, can easily set themselves up for another turret. 16 minutes into the game, 3 turrets already down, and one of them is a tier 2. If they wanted to, they could just quickly rotate round to the Dragon. They have full vision control over Saigon's bottom jungle. But Yang, he just needs to be mindful of the fact that he can't fully see where the members of Saigon are. But nevertheless, INTZ, easy Cloud Drake. Should be little contention coming out from Saigon.
Spiders and Voidlings and a very dead Cloud Drake. It was a short life lived Cloud Drake. 16 minutes into the game. I guess a long life by Dragon standards.
That is a partner party in the Dragon Pit. As Saigon now trying to respond by pushing down the mid, tier 1. Fortunately for INTZ, Macau had already gone back to base. Hasn't quite yet completed any major item, but Tokka's still being here should be enough to deter Saigon from committing.
Decent amount of poke here, trying to clear out the wave. Ult onto the Graves to stop the aggression, but Talkers is in trouble, and he's set to fall. Shut down. Saigon do not wait an instant there to get aggressive, but the rest of the team is here. Ro maybe waiting on this hammer. Will he get the timing? He's going to knock them back, and then immediately get aggressive onto Macau. Good damage coming in. Revolta potentially in trouble. Out comes the ace in the hole. It's not going to be enough. Warzone is still on the front line. Saigon Jokers appear to be winning, but Yang leaps into the back lines. Macau is still dishing out damage. Is it going to be enough? Warzone trying to burn him down. Ro trying to take it into the fight. Ro caught out and cut down. INTZ, are they going to take control? Warzone is so low. Graves is so healthy. It's the support and the top laner versus the world. Yang is trying to 1v3 on Shen. Is he going to be able to get it? Does he have enough time? Yes. Trying to keep it together. The arrow to back him up as Macau will grab a kill. Su making it out with his life, but the bloodbath in the mid lane.
And what started off as a terrible fight for INTZ is turned around by the fact that Yang is just so tanky. 3-0 and 9 now on this Shen. He was just soaking up so much of the damage, dealing with at least 3 members of Saigon, and they really had no answer to deal with it. And in all honesty, that was just such a massive misplay from Talkers. Using his ultimate into 5 members, he thought that he would be fine. He was way too overconfident. He has not completed the Rylai's. He didn't have his summoner spells available. And even through the Shen ult, Saigon were very easily able to shut him down.
They have the Caitlyn, the Graves, so much potential burst damage. The early game Bard as well. Saigon not afraid to go for those picks. At the end, though, INTZ still bring it back, still managed to find the win, a 6k gold advantage.
So look at Talkers, he just stands there, eats up so much damage for free, and at this point, it's just INTZ trying to claw something back, but we don't have time for that.
Never going to have time for those replays. The fights continue. Revolta walking away with that blue buff. Saigon contesting every objective on the map.
Gotta be honest, would have preferred the replay over the blue buff.
But now don't know.
Picture it in your mind, ladies and gentlemen. Really good Bard ult, but we might get to see another one right now.
Oh, Su looking to lock down Macau. He's potentially in trouble. Poppy ready to set it up. Macau, does he have any way out? It doesn't look like it. He is in trouble. Revolta looking to interrupt, but that's the shutdown onto the 80 carry. Yang, as unkillable as ever, moves into his position on the front line. Ro is locked up, stunned up by the concussive blows. Maybe looking for a bit more, trying to buy his team time. Blueberry Pie cuts him down. The minions on the way in. They're hungry for Bard. Aren't going to find it.
And it looks like right now INTZ will come out ahead of another fight. 2 kills for 1 in their favor. Warzone was not involved in that setup whatsoever, but he is now here trying to defend this turret, and INTZ will not be able to claim that final tier 1. Notice that Yang, sitting on base, waiting for a potential opportunity, sees that nothing will come of it, and now both teams will sign a gentleman's agreement and walk away. But just have a look at the goal difference between the 2 top laners right now.
That's gross.
Indeed.
That is the power of a 4-0 and 10 Shen. Yang putting on a clinic.
He's been involved in 93%.
14 out of 15 of the kills. We just do fractions when it's hard to do the percentages.
Oh, man. That should be a really easy percentage, too. But nevertheless, 5-1-2 Malzahar, 4-1-5 Ash. Second item being completed now. There is the Rylai's. And it's just INTZ having a massive lead right now as they set up another play in the mid.
Warzone may be able to make it out. He's going to have to flash, too, if he wants to make it to safety. Nope.
Still tries to flash. But you cannot escape the blueberry pie.
Once it's on you, it's on you.
It is.
No getting out.
All what makes it worse is if you just add a touch of magic, it'll slow your opponents down. It fills you so much that you just feel really gluttonous, you know? It's like you're wobbling away rather than running.
0-4-4. Warzone's feeling pretty gluttonous this game. Definitely had a few too many shares of the pie as Kaos pushes in on the top side of the map. And it's honestly just such a rough road for Saigon. Continuously looking for the fights, continuously looking to get aggressive. But it doesn't get easier. It only gets harder if you continue to lose fights. And unfortunately, INTZ now with an 8K gold lead. They can't even kill Macau. Jocks are there to block it up. The fight's going to continue. Down is going to go the Graves. Revolta moves in. Celebrity throwing out auto after auto. But the Runaan's not enough damage to keep it going. Spirit's Refuge buys a bit of time. And Talkers on the side there throwing down a little bit more damage.
Thing is now for INTZ, they have such a massive goal lead that they can just group up anywhere on the map and force any play that they want because they're pretty confident that they're going to be able to win the vast majority of these fights. They're now pushing onto this tier 2 and Saigon have no answer.
Warzone in trouble. He's going to get cut down. Every member of the team here. Nope, gets the opportunity to pool. A few members disengaged on road, leaping forward. Going to knock Macau into the wall, but the minions are there to tank it. No, he's tanking. He gets dropped in the end. Yang steps forward. Is it enough? Talker's doing so much. Oh, Celebrity caught out. Revolta playing cleanup. Rowe tries to make it into the back line, but he's not going to get it. Revolta goes up, Revolta comes down, and now the turret will fall for INTZ.
And Revolta, he doesn't even need to use his dash cannon because he comes in so late to the fight that INTZ have already set himself up to just clean things out. Saigon Jokers, they lose another turret, they lose 4 members, and now it is a 10,000 gold lead in favor of INTZ.
You know, a dominating performance coming in here. Every single member with an all-star KDA building themselves a montage. And Saigon Jokers, while the aggressive players are coming in, while they are able to find kills here and there, I think it's just too late.
INTZ almost have more kills than minutes in this game. So a little bit unfortunate. And I mean...
And we can't even say that it's INTZ playing super aggressive. It is solely Saigon Jokers running in to the meat
It's
grinder.
Saigon being like... They're going to battle till the very end. It doesn't matter if they're 0-5. They will fight you because they're confident. They're a believer, you know? And I like that. They do have a lot of damage with their composition. Bear that in mind. Poppy can definitely pack quite the punch. Bard definitely also hurts, especially running that Ignite. And then the Graves going for the Warriors enchantment. But look at Su.
Oh, potentially in trouble. Arrow's going to go on to Samhyun. Warzone dodges it, but just delivers it into his teammates. Good disengage coming in from the Bard ultimate. Is this the opportunity? Blueberry Pie coming in. Is going to get the 4th auto down. Jockster having to run back. Shen ult comes in. Rowe looks for the disengage. Goes wide. Not going to get it. That's so much damage on the Celebrity.
Oh, man. You know, it seems like Celebrity wants to be known, but I don't think you want to draw that much attention to yourself. That is a lot of damage coming out from the Malzahar and the Ashe right now. INTZ, with all the damage they're able to get down onto their opponents, are now setting up for the Baron. And with a Malzahar, you should be able to take this pretty quickly.
Backing off. They're going to have to get it. Can they steal this out? It doesn't look like it. It's dropping lower and lower. They're going to have to be careful. Warzone moves in. Rowe is moving in. Can they steal the Baron? Not going to get it. Revolta locks it down, but Macau gets taken out. Saigon Jokers, can they win this fight? INTZ are so low. Revolta is so low. They're cutting through. Saigon Jokers are going to win the fight. INTZ are running. INTZ are getting taken down. They've overstayed their welcome. Su, ready to move over the wall, isn't going to follow up. Good play coming in from Saigon, but still a 10K gold lead for INTZ.
So INTZ getting a little bit too big for their breeches right there. They felt like that with the gold lead, they could just easily take a Baron and reverse sweep a fight, but unfortunately for them, they did not respect the fact that Warzone could get a multi-man ultimate off. The Baron reduces your magic resistance, and it really made it so easy for Saigon to just sit on the outside of the fight and clean up the rest of INTZ. And note that Rowe, he had little to no contention as he dived onto Macau Macau cleaned up the AD carry of INTZ, and honestly, with him gone, it made it so easy for Saigon to clean up the rest of the fight. So, honestly, very well played fight. Saigon will get a little bit of gold on the board, but there are still 2 members of INTZ with that Baron, which will definitely make things worse moving forward.
Yang is going to kill someone. We're going to go into this replay. Never mind. We're going out of the replay. Now we're fighting on the top side as Yang looks to take down Warzone. He's in a good spot to do it. Warzone, I don't think, has the cooldowns to keep this fight going. Is going to get the pool out. Will he be able to get the butt? No. Moving forward. Macau over the wall. Is going to get the kill in the end. But while things are looking grim, Celebrity has been farming up. You mentioned, now going to find the opportunity to fight. It's never going to stop. Talker's potentially in trouble. Arrow comes over, hits the Graves, looking for the disengage on Poppy. Canceled out in the end. Look at the turret. One more hit will secure it for INTZ. Saigon not quite able to find themselves a fight, but good disengage arrow coming out from Macau mitigates a lot of the damage that they had available. With Warzone gone, INTZ feel confident enough to keep pushing, and look at how much damage Celebrity has taken under the turret. Oh, this double stun comes in. That's a lot of burst going up, making sure the Shen is going to get delivered here. Yang comes in full health. Celebrity consistently on the front lines. Does have the 2 items. Does make it out with his life.
That was close. That was very, very, very close. Fortunately, though, for Saigon, they are not going to lose their AD carry, and they're not really going to lose much more. A bit of damage onto that tier 3 in the mid, but other than that, they will get away. Gold lead maintaining at about 10,000. But now for INTZ, they need to try and take advantage of this Baron, which is starting to run out. Should be able to find out relatively soon how much time they have left on it, but I don't think there is very much. They have about 1.5 minutes left, which means that they can put Talkers with 4 members of INTZ, send Yang to the other side lane, and then you pretty much have 2 powerful pushing lanes. Make sure that you already have the bottom lane, which is pushing in your favor, and then you can really start to set up a really good 1-4 split push, which honestly, Saigon should really have no answer for. Their wave clear is okay. They have a trap line to delay INTZ, but with the Baron buff, with the gold advantage, honestly, it wouldn't be very difficult for INTZ to just set themselves up a dive.
INTZ, it's 27 minutes in and they have a 10k gold lead. They are in a great spot. Now moving in to control the jungle, but Saigon Jokers are determined to contest them at each and every corner. So it's making INTZ play a little bit more cautious.
Just keep your eyes on the Ashe. Actually sitting in the mid lane, nowhere near her team. This is not a great setup for INTZ. They're really wasting this Baron, because to break into the base will not be easy. And honestly, just Saigon can just keep buying time, because as we talked about earlier, they have the traps. They still have a relatively decent late game. And based on what we've seen today, if you're not able to close games out quickly, that late game can definitely be a turning point.
And there's no Gangplank this time, but the Vlad will scale up. Caitlyn as well, a terrifying threat as you move further into the game. The trap line that you mentioned, delaying the siege as Yang pressures in on the top side.
Honestly, just the setup for INTZ is really the misplay that is making their lives difficult right now, because they're not aligning the waves. They're not pushing at the same time. They're just rotating around, and then Saigon can just match them. Meanwhile, Ro is holding his own in the top lane, 3-level disadvantage, but it doesn't matter because he's just there for wave clear duty anyway. INTZ had an opportunity to break into the base. They did not take advantage of it, and now it's pretty much just going to be them, honestly, just farming, because they have no easy way to set up a siege onto these turrets.
Good spot for Saigon to be. Tempering their aggression as well, or not. They may look to get aggressive here, knocking Yang into the wall, maybe looking for a bit of a fight, but INTZ are just going to move in and take this tower in response. Bardal comes out. Macau just going to sidestep. Fight keeps going. Warzone moving forward. That's a lot of damage. Sue looking for the stun. Blocked out by the Bard, or the Braum rather, moving in. Waiting to turn it. Warzone set to fall. That's so much damage. Will he make it out? Ro is on the front lines. He's going to be able to get one. Caitlyn grabs the kill. Celebrity tries to make it out. He is still alive. Macau on the front lines to dish it out. He gets a double of his own. Ro trying to knock him back into the team. But Yang is absolutely unkillable, and INTZ make it a 4-for-1 trade in the end.
The worst thing Saigon could have done is tried to force a fight. They thought that they'd caught Yang out of position, but even if you had, why would you want to engage onto this 5-0-18 Shen? INTZ, they have a minion wave, they have the gold lead, they may look to try and close out this game.
Steadily closing down those towers. Will they overextend? It's Celebrity and Sue, the only members left standing. They're just going to take one out and immediately back off. Every time.
Every time Saigon I admire your consistency, but sometimes you need to just take your foot off the pedal, you know? They're a little bit bloodthirsty. Unfortunately for them, it will cost them an inhibitor. And note now, Baron going to be spawning in about 1 minute's time. INTZ, they have a minion wave constantly pushing in the top half of the map. Send your Shen to the bottom lane. Get mid lane priority. Get a bit of deep vision around the top half of Saigon Jokers jungle. Rotate round to the Baron. You have the Mals, you have the Ashe, and the Elise. Very easy pickup. And then you should be able to, with the Baron, close out this game.
Yeah, should be slow or steady, systematic close coming in from INTZ, although Saigon Jokers, if they look for one more fight, actually will be their own undoing there.
Yes.
That's the sad state of affairs. They need to wait. They need to pull back. This gold lead is too massive. It's almost insurmountable.
So here we are. Look, you can see INTZ pushing up the mid lane. They've already got a bit of vision down. They want to extend this vision a little bit more, just so that they can see. Here we are. You've also got the entrances warded up from INTZ. Now, the moment the Baron spawns, they can just rush it down. Shen is in the bottom lane. He has his ultimate. He has the TP. Because of this deep vision, he can also flank in with the TP if he wants to. But Saigon are doing a good job of responding by clearing out some of these waves.
Oh, Ro moving forward. Revolta potentially caught out. Shen ulti coming in to save him. Saigon Joker's getting aggressive. Macau is locked up. A brief window here, but Yang is unkillable. He's on the front line. He already has a Thorn Mail. Warzone into the back line. Talker's slowly burning down. Ace in the hole coming out. Saigon Jokers moving forward, but they're losing the fight, and they continue to advance anyway. Absolutely fearless in the face of defeat. Su looking for the stun. Celebrity trying to get out some damage, but not a single member of INTZ has fallen just yet. Celebrity hoping to get a kill. Is he going to get Jockster? No. But he will drop in the end. That is a 5-for-0 exchange, a triple kill coming in for INTZ, and I am stunned as Saigon Jokers look for a final fight, but it'll win INTZ the game.
You called it, Sifa. The worst thing that Saigon could have done is try to force a fight. They do it anyway. They stick to their bad habits, and this will result in INTZ closing out the game and securing a top 4 spot.
And down go the dreams of the Chiefs fans and the supporters of Saigon Jokers, but a good win coming in from INTZ. Calm, collected, systematic, and above all, bloody.
Oh, yeah. 31 kills to 11.
I've cast more kills today than I have in my entire casting career up to this moment.
Welcome to Wildcard. And we still got another day tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Assuming you wake up. Because I imagine you're going to need a rest. But INTZ, they can rest up now knowing that they have secured themselves a top 4 spot. What they're now playing for is actually... no, I believe that they are done. No, one more game. I'm going to have to find... Yeah, one more game tomorrow. So they will be playing for seeding moving forward. Which is still very important, because if we look at the performance the Lions have had, nobody really wants to be sitting in that 4th seed spot.
Looking, of course, forward, top 4 contention absolutely matters as INTZ find this win. Very important for the team overall. No, they're 5-2. They're done. That is my mistake.
They are 5-2. So there we are. They are
ending 5-2. You can see on your screen some of the premier moments of this game. I mean, there's not a lot to say. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of team fights. They're constant. They're non-stop. But this isn't like...
I mean, you have to praise Saigon, though, sticking to their guns, just constantly looking for fights whenever they saw an opportunity. Definitely did not work out, was not an effective strategy, but it was extremely entertaining. And, I mean, the story for Saigon throughout this tournament is, honestly, early on, they looked very close in multiple games that they just lost out on. And if they'd just been a little bit more reserved in their play, they could have been a top contender. But honestly, like, they've always had the right mentality. They've always had the right idea in mind. But then when it comes to execution, they just seem to fall apart. And this is one of those fights where they were able to get themselves a slight advantage, but the gold gap was already so big that honestly, it was just way too difficult for them to claw any way back in.
And maybe if they had gotten the Baron as well, it would have been a different story. Maybe if they had taken their foot off the pedal once or twice, they may have been able to come back. But
maybe if they hadn't eaten so many blueberry pies early on.
Maybe if you stopped saying that. Who knows? The world would be a different place. Vedius, of course, we have to see. You can see now why this team is so dominant in their region, though, because you can imagine how this aggressive play style works when they do get a lead.
Oh, yeah.
When they are able to find advantages, because that would be absolutely overwhelming. But INTZ, they play around it well. They respect it. And really just works out quite well. The Braum coming in was a crucial pick to shut this down.
And Yang, I mean, really needs to be the player that we talk about for the side of INTZ. 5, 0, and 18. Like you're going to be picking up a couple more assists in these final few team fights, but honestly, he was just a consistent performer throughout, getting some fantastic taunts down, acting as a reliable front line, winning out what could have been a horrible team fight for INTZ in the mid game, and swinging it in their favor. Just consistently performing, honestly, throughout this tournament, and has been a staple leader, and honestly, big reason as to their success.
Aside from Revolta, I would argue that Yang is the best player on this team.
I think Yang, well, he and Macau could contest that, but...
And Revolta.
Meh.
Not a fan of Revolta.
No, I honestly feel like he's a little bit inconsistent. He's too over-aggressive. He's not fully aware of his positioning on the map. He gets caught out a little bit too often.
Okay, all right. We can agree on Yang.
We can agree on Yang.
We can agree on Yang. Yang, I mean, showing us monster performance on that Gnar as well as a final performance here on this Shen. Beautiful way to end the regular stage of the group stage. They are now 5-2. They have secured themselves a spot. Which spot we will have to find out as we move forward in the tournament, but...
Yes, because there's a lot of complicated head-to-head records, and the other teams can still go 5-2. Albus will play Lyon tomorrow, which is definitely an important game. But we can talk about that a little later because we need to concentrate on the performers. Macau was given the MVP of that game. Still a very solid performance on the Ashe. A large part of why they were able to get the win out was because of the setup that they had in the bottom lane. Going for the early level 2, getting that early push, and then setting themselves up for that dive, which really started to snowball that gold lead, is where a lot of this game's lead originated.
And I think you could argue for a lot of the different players on this team.
Yeah,
it was
certainly
an all-star performance across the board. I mean, really, it looked good. It looked good in just about every single lane. Yeah. Malzahar versus Vladimir, the only kind of rougher spot in the early game. But I think overall, a solid performance from INTZ. I think you very clearly displayed that they were the superior team here, that they knew exactly how to out-execute. And it's clear from what Saigon Jokers have brought to this tournament that they simply were not prepared. And that's okay. Maybe they'll get another shot in the future. They were dominant in their region. I expect that they may continue to be able to be dominant in their region. But
honestly, they just... I think that they were very slow to adapt to the meta early on. Their pick and ban phase was something that we critiqued very heavily. And then once they did start to pick slightly more meta picks and seemed to be a little bit more aware of what they should be doing on the map, it was very much about this execution thing that we've been consistently talking about throughout the tournament, where they have the right idea. Hey, we should move up to this tower. Hey, we should contest this objection. But unfortunately, they just they messed up. They couldn't properly execute.
At the end of the day, when we look across the team for INTZ as well, it's been a good run for them. We were very critical of them at the start when they dropped their first few losses because Brazil is a region that we always have the highest expectations for. However, they've shown up 5-2. They're moving into semifinals, and now the question becomes, can they clinch it? Can they maintain this level of performance? The truth is, I don't think that we can really say for sure that this INTZ performance is an indicator of what we can expect in the future.
That's the interesting thing. We'll have to see how they do moving forward because they will be in the semifinals. It will be a best of 5, which is a completely different environment because you're going to have to adapt. You're going to have to bring out all kinds of unique and different strategies, and you're just going to have to be able to play on the fly because of how flexible you need to be. But moving forward, INTZ now sitting at 5-2. Underneath them is Dark Passage and Albus Nox. Both of them play tomorrow, and I believe Dark Passage are going up against Saigon Jokers, which, based on their performance, we could argue that they are likely going to win. And then we know that Albus Nox are going up against Lyon. Now, that one will be a very interesting matchup because if Albus Nox lose, that will actually put them at 4-3. And even if the Chiefs win, Albus Nox will have the head-to-head record, which will guarantee them, obviously, that 4th place spot. But that will result in Albus Nox being in 4th seed and Dark Passage and INTZ being the 2-3 seeds going up against one another, which, looking at the schedule, I mean, it's a little bit surprising because a lot of us thought that Albus Nox would be that 2nd place team, would be the team sitting at the top.
I honestly thought that they would be the 1st place team coming into this tournament, but Lyon has been a consistent surprise. Now, I want to talk a little bit about that matchup coming in tomorrow because I think Lyon Albus Nox safely is our most hype matchup moving forward. Well, of course, the tiebreaker standings and the implications of every match are going to be crucial tomorrow, but looking at that matchup in particular, I've just got to wonder, who do you think is going to come out on top?
I feel that Lyon are the stronger team coming in. Lyon so far are on an undefeated record ever since qualifying. They were on a 14-0 coming into the international qualifier. They have now maintained that being 6-0. There was a lot of doubt because a lot of Latin American North teams have not been performing on the international stage.
And specifically Lyon Gaming was that team that was not performing when we saw them at IWCI. They only found a single win. So this change is huge.
It's incredible. I mean, a lot of that we have to give to Oddie in the jungle, picking up Say in the mid lane. I mean, they've just had these very small changes which have just resulted in huge performance increases for the team, and I've thoroughly enjoyed watching them play. I'm looking forward to seeing how they also do in a best-of-5 scenario, because obviously it is a different ball game. You don't get that potential of, oh, we had a good game, we had a good start. Teams will be able to adapt. Teams will be able to react. But it's exciting to see the promise from this team, and honestly, I'm quite excited to see how they could do on a world stage.
I think very interesting. I think they have to still have to make it to that best-of-5, and we have to wonder how their mental fortitude will hold up. It's not something we always want to talk about, but keep in mind when a team has been winning this much, what happens? How do they react to a loss? How do you think that they're going to come into that? Because to me, it seems like we know from Albus Nox that they're a team that's experienced loss. They've been able to qualify before. They've been able to put on some impressive performances in the past. Under a different name, of course, is Hard Random. So they have the experience necessary here. I feel regardless of if Lyon can get an early game. And for me, I think that if Lyon lose a game, we could see an entirely different shade of this team.
Yeah, that's entirely it. I'm really looking forward. I wonder if we're going to see the brand come out again tomorrow as well. But I do think that the mid lane matchup in particular will be quite important, because both Seiya and Kira have received a huge amount of praise. And I think that depending on who gets the winning matchup could actually be a big swinging factor into how they do. But then something that we've seen a lot from both these teams is that mid-jungle synergy. You know, how much attention they've actually been setting up for their mid laner and enabling them to roam around the map and set up those plays. So I'm quite excited to see that mid-jungle do and how well they perform.
Well, and I think it's excellent that you pointed out, because when we look at the mid lane matchup, Seiya, formerly an AD carry, now all-star mid laner for this team, versus Kira, the 1v1 god that we saw coming in from IWCA. I think... we have two very star-studded lineups here, and especially focusing in the mid lane, this is where the attention is going to go. This is where the fan focus is going to go. And there's a lot of pressure on these guys to come out on top, because when we look at the picks coming in, Vladimir, Malzahar, we've seen these picks both be defining. Talia, we see a lot of bans moving forward. The Casio, these guys have very interesting champion pools, and there's a lot of this damage potential coming in the mid lane in the current meta.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see the potential of a Cassiopeia as well, because I think that she has been a rising popularity throughout the world. Syndra as well, we've seen over in the North American and European finals, and honestly, the mid lane meta is so exciting right now, and given that we have such talented mid laners going up in the International WIldcard, I think it'll be an exciting matchup tomorrow.
But of course, speaking of that, we got to turn our focus back to INTZ to send it over to Hingers, who's standing by for an interview.
Thanks very much. I'm now joined by Revolta, jungler for the Victoria's INTZ, or INTZ. How are you feeling? You guys have just qualified for semi-finals.
I'm feeling great, actually, because we were not playing our best the last 2 days. And yesterday we had a big talk about what we were going to do and what we were doing. And it really fixed all of our problems, I guess. And today, it was really good to beat Albus Nox, because they beat us last time, so we feel really good now.
Is it kind of bittersweet though, because it came down to either you guys or the Chiefs making semi-finals? And I know you guys are friends and you get along quite well. So, does that even play into your mind when you're in the game, or is it just no, we're gonna win, this is for us?
Oh, we play for win, but we feel really sad for Chiefs, because we're really friends with them, and since the first wildcard, we hang out together when we meet each other. When I went to Australia for All Stars, we also meet each other, and it was really good. So, we just like them a lot.
Sure. So moving forward now, we've still got to work out what the placings are in the semi-finals, but you guys are back in form. You're playing well. Do you feel confident that you guys can take it to Worlds?
I think we have a really good chance to make it to Worlds. However, I think we need to study Lyon, especially if we get to face them into semifinals, because they're the big surprise of this tournament, and nobody expected them to be so good. So if we face them, we have to do a big study onto them.
And finally, do you have any message for the English language fans of INTZ who might be watching right now? You want to say anything to them?
I want to say that it doesn't matter if you speak English or Portuguese or Turkish. If you're cheering for us, thank you very much. I know sometimes we do like silly stuff and we lose games that we shouldn't lose, but you know, your support is really appreciated and it helps us to get the right motivation to come back and win again.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Congratulations on the win, and that's all from us. I'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
No matter language, color, or creed, Revolta happy to have that support. I can't blame him. Be good to have that fan support overall, and good to hear that he's feeling good coming in and confirms our suspicions that no one expected the Lion to do this well, but I want to bring it back. Of course, we have now finished our final game in Day 5. This gives us an excellent opportunity to look at the results thus far.
Yeah. A bit of a surprise seeing KMV beat out Saigon Jokers. Honestly, it was a very long game. Same for Dark Passage, honestly. A lot of expectations were on the Chiefs to win that game as well, but unfortunately, they were not able to do that. We also had an exciting game earlier on in the day with INTZ versus Albus Nox, and now everything is on the line for Albus Nox moving into tomorrow. So a lot of exciting games we have had today, which have influenced the standings fairly significantly.
And of course, INTZ with that 2-0 today, as you mentioned, I mean, keeping the focus on those standings. You saw INTZ now moving themselves up, with Albus Nox with their loss to INTZ moving down a little bit, and now it's a pretty hot contested battle. As we look at the standings, you can see Lyon 6-0, INTZ with a nice comfy 5-2 to close out the group stage, with Dark Passage, Albus Nox 4-2 respectively.
Yeah, and just to clarify for those wondering if the Chiefs could still make it, because their best score right now is 4-3, but they lost to both Dark Passage and Albus Nox, which means that they would still stay in 5th place. So it is unfortunately goodbye to the Chiefs. I know there were a lot of fans here in Oceania, but
given that we are physically in Oceania right now.
But still, you have to give props to Dark Passage, even in bringing in subs, still being able to make it to top 4 and honestly having a very solid performance.
And struggling through that, but still figuring out how to make that roster work, I think is a good sign for the team moving forward, and you got to hope that they can keep it together as they move into that best of 5. And while the Chiefs may be out of the running, we're still going to get to see them tomorrow as we look at tomorrow's schedule. You can see they're going to come in the final game between Rampage, but we start the day off with Lyon Gaming and Albus Nox Luna, a potential semi-final preview where Dark Passage and Saigon Jokers get to see some of that trademark aggression, and then of course the final Chiefs game versus Rampage.
Yep, and if predictions go the way in which the tournament has so far, Lyon should be the ones to take it out over Albus Nox, and Dark Passage should be able to take it over Saigon Jokers, and then Chiefs, they should be able to take it over Chiefs as well, which will result...
Chiefs should be able to take it over Chiefs. Their greatest opponent is themselves.
Did I say Chiefs? I meant Chiefs over Rampage. My apologies. Being in Oceania, you have Chiefs on your mind quite a lot, but still, definitely a lot of exciting games tomorrow, and then there is that potential for tiebreakers depending on how things go, largely between Albus and Lyon.
Of course, going to have to see exactly how that unfolds, but that is going to do it for us today on the broadcast. Thank you, gentlemen, or ladies and gentlemen, so much for watching. Thank you, everyone who's participated thus far, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the final day of group stages.